What up, Wizards? It's Dev from The Place, and tonight we have got a lot to talk about. So many cards, like 320 FF cards, because not only do we have previews from today, which is how we're going to start the festivities, but we are going to rate every single card available to us so far in Final Fantasy, which is basically all of them. I think there might still be a small common dump tomorrow, but it's not going to be too much of consequence, and we'll cover it when it happens. We are going to cover the 300 plus, much more than plus, Magic cards from Final Fantasy X Mtg that we've already seen, and we're going to have a good time with it. So crack something open, maybe get yourself a nice plate or some popcorn, and let's go in. Here are the previews from today to start things off, beginning with X-Death Void Warlock. Let's take a look at this together. This is 3 mana, 1 a black and a green for a 3/3 Legendary Spirit Warlock. When it enters, you gain 3 life. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanents in your yard, transform X-Death into Neo X-Death Dimensions In. This is a star 3 Legendary Spirit Avatar with Trample. Its power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So could it be okay in Insidious Roots? I feel like we say that too often, and honestly I don't know that it will be, right? 3 mana for a 3/3 is just kind of the going rate. It's ho-hum right now, and 3 life when it enters might be the best thing about the front half of the card. I like a juicy ETB trigger, and this kind of keeps aggro off your back. It's not so bad. It's also not too hard to transform this. We've already seen with a lot of cards in Standard that you can get a ton of cards in your yard very quickly, but once you do get it flipped over, it's just kind of like a large-ish thing. The last thing I'll say about this, though, before I move on, is that, one of the problems with Tarmogoyf, well, just Goyf type creatures in Standard right now, we've got a few of them, right? Souls of the Lost and Urborg Lurgoyf. There's a few, right? So, Cruel Somnophage. We can go on with these. The problem is that they don't have Trample, and this guy does. He's got a really low toughness in exchange, but still, the fact that he has Trample might make a difference, because that is usually why you can't win the game with them stupid Goyf dudes in Standard right now. So, there is that to be said for him. I'll say that much, but ultimately, I think that this guy is probably along the lines of like a 4.4 for most intents and purposes. So let's go back here and look at our next new card of the day. It's going to be Vincent's Limit Break. Now, this is 2 mana, 1 and a black for an instant with tiered. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains. Whenever this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and it has the chosen base power and toughness. If you don't pump any extra mana into this, it is a 3/2. If you do pump 1 extra mana into it, it comes back as a 5/2 base BT, and if you want to do a Hellmasker here, you can pay an extra 3 mana, total of 5 for this, and it comes back as a 7/2. So really interesting savior guy from Death Effect that is actually a little bit more expensive on the base, mana cost than a lot of black spells like this. Not Dead After All, and like 3 or 4 others actually that see play in Commander from time to time. And obviously Malakir Rebirth, the sort of MDFC version of this, sees a lot of play. Problem though, is that I don't think you'll want to pay 5 mana in total, but maybe you'll pay 3 mana to make it a 5/2. Did I misstate that? Yeah, it's 3 mana total to make it a 5/2. And that might still be kind of too much, but if you got it laying around, you might take it. So, again, a cool version of this effect. The PT changes just 1 turn. Well, when this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under owner's control. It has the chosen base power and toughness. Nope, it has this ability till end of turn. Target creature you control gains when it dies. Return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. It has that. But when it comes back, it should have this base power and toughness forever, if I'm not mistaken. But it really ought to have the same PT, this base PT for the rest of the game, if I'm understanding the card correctly. I hadn't even considered that. It looks like the till end of turn ability is the when this creature dies bit. Return it. But it keeps the PT. This, I believe, is like, I'll give this a 4.7. I will. I think that this could be, in the right decks, like Commander playable. If you have a commander that cares about a creature's power, cares about its own power or something like that, you can bring it back with this huge PT, and that, that'll obviously affect what it's doing for you. So, and there are a few commanders like that. So I kind of like this. I think that it is more expensive than most effects like this that you want to play, but still, that's not going to keep you from playing it depending on what your commander does. We're going to look at Tifa's Limit Break up next. A couple of limit breaks today with tiered. This is a green mana for an instant. Somersault is a 0 extra mana. Just target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Meteor Strikes is 2 extra mana, so a total of 3. Double target creature's PT till end of turn. And then Final Heaven costs 7 extra mana, so 8 mana to triple target creature's power and toughness until end of turn. Okay, so 8 mana is probably more than you ever really want to pay, but I guess I could see situations where a deck ends up doing that. Cool that it's instant speed, and if a creature gets through unblocked, you just win the game on that last mode, but doubling your creature's PT till end of turn is okay for 3 mana too, depending on what you got going on. Mossborn Hydra in Standard, that's like, yeah, that's like, 16/16, double it to 32/32 when you cast this, you know what I mean, and you just get in. And win the game. But that is just one stupid example that I don't think is ever going to really happen. But doubling your creature's PT is a pretty good choice to have sort of in the toolbox. So I'm going to give this a 4.2, mostly because it's just a pump spell. Even at 3 mana, it's really kind of just a pump spell, but this could potentially see play in certain decks, and there's a Gruul Mice deck in Standard right now that could want something like this, kind of depending on what it's targeting and what point in the game that you're in. So, I don't know. It's not bad. Just as a baseline pump spell, it's not horrible. But if you have 3 mana, then suddenly that, mouse you've already cast a Monstrous Rage on this turn can just end the game immediately. So it could have some playability on it. But next is Side Quest Card Collection, probably the card that the designers are most proud of, I would assume. You know what I mean? Side Quest Card Collection is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for an enchantment. When it enters, draw 3, then discard 2. At the beginning of your end step, if the 8 or more cards are in your graveyard, transform the enchantment into Magic Card. It's called Magic Card. This is a 4/4 vehicle with flying and crew 1. So as long as you have 8 things in your yard, then you have paid 3 mana for a 4/4 flyer that you have to tap a guy down to attack with. It's just not really that good on the backside. I guess it's all right, but you've actually paid 4 mana. God, this card costs 4. A 4 mana 4/4 flyer that forces, the flip, but I guess up front you get a decent ETB trigger, and on the back you get a not embarrassing guy, but this is limited playable if nothing, and nothing else for the most part. So I'm just going to give Side Quest Card Collection a design A+, but I'll end up giving it like a 2.7. I'm going to be hard on this one, I think. You can flicker it or bounce it or whatever. And so I guess it's got niche playability in like Pixie decks, but you're not going to do that. It's way too much mana. No one's going to do that. But draw 3, discard 2 is, Bazaar of Baghdad. It's not horrible, but it's too much mana, I would assume, for the most part. Name -2. I don't know. I think it's cute, but sometimes cute is really annoying to some people. So, final new card of the day here. It needs a translation. It is Venonat, the Pokemon, Lady of the Light. This is 3 mana, 1 and double white for a legendary Elder Wizard. She is a 3/3. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card once a turn. The Sundering costs 7 mana and a tap. Exile target non-land permanent and transform Venonat. Activate only as a sorcery. You'll get Heidelin, Mother Crystal, a legendary god with Indestructible and Blessing of Light. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control until your next turn. That creature gains Indestructible. If it is legendary, draw a card. That might be all right. Now, 7 mana to transform it is so much, but you do get to blow something up, I guess that's fine. Even if they destroy it as part of the trigger, you still get Exile Target Non-Land Permanent, which is just a fine ability. But 7 mana is obviously a crazy amount. The best thing about this is draw a card once a turn when you cast a legendary spell, which is pretty good in like Orzhov Legends with Ratadrabik and stuff like that. Especially if you can get a second copy of it on the board, like a Ratadrabik token. Then you just draw on a bunch of cards whenever you cast legendaries. It's not whenever they come into play, which is kind of a bummer, but I'll still take a cast trigger. That obviously gets around counter spells and stuff too. So I like that. Once you get it flipped over, it's Luminarch Aspirant that also gives a creature, super temporary, not actually, like temporary indestructibility, but it lasts until your next turn, which is pretty big. I don't mind that. And then you still get to draw cards off of it every turn, which in Commander might be the biggest deal ever. You know, just another white card that allows you to draw a card every single turn. Whether it's on its front half or its back half, and in the middle there, it just blows up anything you want. So it does seem pretty strong there. I really like this like art by Minoru here. But all things considered, I don't think it's a super strong card for Standard. That said, you know, tonight I think that since this is a very commandery set, I'm going to approach things the way I normally do at 10 cards rated rather than one of these. So I'm mostly rating for casual Commander and a little bit more weighted than usual for competitive play. And I do think this could have some competitive chops. You know, draw a card once a turn can be really good on multiple creatures, right? So not like it's the worst card in the world. I think it is the best card of today, of the new stuff, but still, I'm just going to assign this a 5.7. Again, best card that we've seen so far today, but that doesn't mean it's the best card in the set. I do think that it's a good card, though. I really do. But now we will look at the rest of the set. Strifefall says 304 cards. That I don't think counts basic lands, if I'm not mistaken. This is all the rest of the cards that we've gotten in the set so far. So let's truly begin our journey together. We're going to try to pick up the pace a little bit here. Absolute Virtue is your new reanimation target. There's a couple of those in the set. 8 mana in Azorius for an 8/8 that can't be countered and has flying. You get protection from all your opponents. It's pretty cute. It actually has a little explainer down here. You can't be dealt damage, enchanted, targeted by anything controlled by your opponents. So pretty cute right there. As long as you can get it out, you know, then you're basically impervious, but you have to protect this. So, you know, when it comes to other reanimation targets like Traxa, Volgavoth, and even a couple of other things in the set, I'm just not sure it cuts it. But it could be the ultimate Azorius control, like win condition, if you're playing certain cards. But I'm just going to give this like, I will throw a 5.9 on this. I'm not sure that it's incredible, but it is one of those things like once it's out, it's wreaking havoc. Albert Steiner is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/1 lifelink, and he gets +1/+1 for each equip you control. This is kind of fine. You know, you play a 1-drop equipment into Steiner, he's a 3/2 lifelink, and then the next turn you can probably go off, especially if you have like 2-drop, 1-drop equipment. Suddenly he's actually really big for turn 3. So if there's a standard equips deck, I do think that Aldebert might be in it somewhere. No one calls him that. His name's Steiner, but he might be in there somewhere. But there's a lot of premium 2-drops for that deck, that some of which even already existed in standard before this set came out. So but a lot of them are from this set. So we'll see if Steiner sneaks in. Could be really good to help, you know, kind of keep your life total up against aggro, fight in the trenches against them, and actually, you know, pull games out. You might need something like him. But ultimately, I think I'm going to give this a 4.8. It sounds low, right? But I do think that there's a lot better equipment stuff, not just in standard, but in this set and in Commander if you're going to play equipment's there. But even in standard, you're going to play equipment. I think you could do a little better than Steiner, but you might pull him out of your pocket when you need him against like mice or something. Adventurer's Airship is a bad card. This is 3 mana for a 3/2 vehicle with flying. Whenever it attacks, draw, then discard. And it's got crew too, so it's Smuggler's Copter, but it's not. You know, it's Smuggler's Wapter. Is it what? Water? It's Smuggler's Water. I just can't make a good thing out of that. It's a Bugger's Copter. I guess what it is. It's just it's a limited playable magic card, maybe. But you're not going to see it in standard. I will give this a 3.3, however. You know, the fine playable limited thing. Adventurer's End is a town that enters untapped, and when it does so, you gain 2 life. You tap it for a colorless. Niche playable, depending on what you're doing. I will give this a... Why am I stuck on Adventurer's End? I almost want to ask the audience, to be honest. Wompter, you know, I was trying to say like water, you know what I'm saying? But Wompter, you know, like womp womp. Yeah, Smuggler's Wompter. Maybe that's it. Adventurer's End is kind of an okay magic card, so I don't want to be too hard on it, though. I will give this a 4. I will, you know, it's got a super type that might matter depending on what you're doing. A land that enters play and gains life has seen play before. A colorless one. It has seen play in standard before, so there's a possibility, you know what I mean? But let's look at Aerith Gainsborough next. People excited about this, and I don't blame them. 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/2 legendary human cleric with lifelink. When you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Aerith. When Aerith dies, put X +1/+1 counters on each legendary creature you control. X being the number of counters that she had. So that is kind of exciting. 3 mana is too much for the Raise the Past deck that plays all the Ajani's Pridemate effects and the Hinterland Sanctifiers and stuff like that. That said, maybe a copy sneaks in, but like Delny barely sneaks into that deck, and it's obviously like the best 3-drop it could play. I think that if you are going to play like black-white life gain or just mono-white life gain in Standard, you'd have to build the deck around Eris in Standard, and I'm not sure that that's worth doing, but you've got plenty of legendary things you could play, like Illisil Core gives you the life gain triggers when creatures interplay, and she's legendary. There's Vron that gives you these sort of Blood Artisty triggers or Zulaport Cutthroat triggers. And there's a bunch of other legends that you might play. Again, Delny, you play her alongside Delny and maybe things happen with your smaller guys. So there's definitely a Legends deck this could go in, and obviously this too works with Radage Ravik and Orzhov Legends. So there's things to be said about it, but I'm not sure that it can quite break through in Standard yet. Maybe it waits on rotation and life gain as Ds. There's some good life gain pieces in the set I think it synergizes well with, but I still don't have enough faith in this card in Standard. In Commander, we're talking, you can build mono white life gain with her as your commander, or should you just go in the 99 of any life gain deck and just really do some damage? Because again, there's a lot of legendary creatures that care about life in Commander. So kind of a fan, obviously a fan, but how good is she really? I will give this probably better Ajani's Pridemate. It's pretty amazing when an Ajani's Pridemate has lifelink itself, like triggers itself. That's just something you don't see every day, and I should point it out. But this is like a 5.4. And I'll have to be convinced otherwise. It might be like the best Pridemate ever printed, but we'll see. Eris Rescue Mission is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a sorcery. Choose one. You get 3 1/1s, or you can tap up to 3 guys and put a stun counter on one. Cute reference, but I'll be saying that a lot tonight when a card isn't that great. This is like a 3.1 or something. It's just not great. Used to be these like 4 mana make 3 tokens things were almost playable. Not anymore. Iter in Priven is 6 mana for a legendary equipment that equips for 5. Equipped creature has base power and toughness XX, X being your life total. Big mythic equipment for Commander, especially because good lord, the creature gets +40/+40. More realistically, the creature gets like +31/+31 or something like that, which is still huge. So, and I would say it's not actually plus that much. It's base power and toughness that much, which could be even better in some ways. So, yeah, this is a fine card there, but a dog water card like everywhere else. This card is rubbish in any competitive environment unless you can equip it for free, and even then you have to cheat it out somehow. So, a equipment deck that's trying to go as fast as possible just won't play this for the most part. That said, it's so strong in Commander, I am going to give it a... pump the brakes on that. 5.65. We'll give it that. I don't want to give this a 6. I think that only certain decks are going to want to play it, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe every Commander deck starts to sleeve this thing up. But Ahriman is up next. 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/2 flying Death Touch. Pay 3, sack another artifact or creature to draw a card. So kind of limited playable, strictly better Windrake here, and there's nothing wrong with that. I will give this a 3.5. Limited playable. 3.5. Airship Crash. I don't remember having covered this yet. This is 3 mana, 2 and a green for an instant. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying, and you can cycle this for 2 mana. Fine Magic card. Just a fine Magic card, right? You get 3 different things you can blow up, like a Broken Wings at the same mana cost, but it's instant speed. I think maybe unlike Broken Wings, and it cycles. Definitely unlike other cards like it. So really good main deck playable in Limited, where you can just cycle it away if you don't need it, and maybe even main deck playable in certain Standard decks. Although I really, really, really doubt that, like very, very much. But still got to point this out. This is like best of 1 perhaps playable artifact and enchantment removal that has an extra thing to target that's also somewhat popular in Standard, while also just being able to, I don't need you at all this matchup. Go somewhere. I think that's actually okay. So I will give this a solid 5. I think this is right out of 5, buddy. But Albed Salvagers is up next. 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/3 human artificer warrior. Whenever this or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Actually kind of neat. I'm thinking about slotting this into Ellysil Core and seeing how it rolls for a while, because there are artifacts in that deck. Pitiless Plunderer obviously creates treasure tokens. A couple of other things can create treasure tokens, like Black Market Connections, right? That's pretty neat. I heavily rely on Bolas's Citadel in that deck. Somebody's going to blow it away, so that's an extra trigger, I guess. But artifacts do matter. There are a couple things I might play in that deck from time to time, like one of the versions of Teysa that'll make clues hostile. It's not hostile investigator. It's the 2 mana investigator guy that whenever a creature dies on your side, you make it a clue token. I play him from time to time too. So it gives you incentive to play that dude, pop clues, bing bang, you get some triggers. Kind of a mix of a couple of cards, not just Blood Artist, but like, what is it? Disciple. Yeah, Disciple of the Vault as well. And that's kind of huge. So I'm actually going to give this card a tentative 5.1. It does cost 1 more mana than the typical Zulaport Cutthroat Blood Artist kind of effect, but I think adding artifacts is a big deal, and it counts itself, which not all of these do. The problem with this is that it's target opponent, but, people still play like Blood Artist, and that's target opponent. People still play Mayhem Devil in Commander, and that's target, any target, so... even if it's not each opponent, I think this is still playable. And I might want to try it in Standard. But next, you'd probably play Sephiroth in Standard if you're playing a 3-drop version of this effect. And we already had Funeral Room and stuff, but I think this might be better than Funeral Room. Anyway, Ambrosia Whiteheart is up next. 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/2 legendary bird with flash. When she enters, you can bounce another permanent you control to its owner's hand. And it's got landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, it gets +1/+0 till end of turn. I will hereafter refer to that as the Chocobo Landfall ability to save time. So this is going directly, I would assume, into Esper Pixie, which now does not have to play a Fear of Isolation if it doesn't want to. It may still want to because of the flying. You're getting in more reliable damage. Higher toughness might matter, but it doesn't matter against a lot of stuff in Standard right now. That said, this is another flash piece, just like the one that we just got in Tarkir Dragonstorm. So now that deck can either, if it wants to play something main phase, it can do Storm Chasers into Pixie or Hopeless Nightmare into Pixie, and it doesn't have to spend too much of its mana. But if it wants to play at instant speed, it also has, this and the card from Dragonstorm up at all times once 2 mana is open. So you can't block weird, you can't attack weird, you can't try a removal spell on like a wonky turn or something, or a weird part of any turn, because they can just flash this in. So... that's pretty backbreaking when they now have access to up to 8 flash effects that do what they're trying to do. I think this card definitely sees Standard play, and it's one of the few cards in the set you can say that about. That said, I don't know that, mostly better White Mane Lion, just really strictly better White Mane Lion, is going to see that much play in modern day Commander. That said, I'll still give this card a 5.9. I think this is very, very good and sort of the kind of utility we want in Standard right now. It's legendary. I don't care. I figured somebody might say that. It is, in fact, legendary, but so I don't think that matters. Ancient Adamantoise next here. This is 8 mana, 5 and 3 green for an 8/20 turtle with vigilance and ward 3. Damage is not removed from this creature during cleanup steps. All damage that would be dealt to you and other permanents you control is dealt to this guy instead. When he dies, exile it, create 10 tapped treasure tokens. So that's a lot of treasure right there, buddy. That's so many. This basically just gives you another life total, another starting life total when it enters play, but it can also be blown away. It doesn't have hexproof like it probably should if it's going to cost 8 mana. Could be another reanimation target, but it mostly looks like a fun card more than anything else. And if everyone on a Commander table is dedicated, they can take it down. It won't take too much work. So I think this is kind of a trap in some ways. I will give this a 3.7, mostly because it's kind of unique, Next is Arden the Usurper, 8 mana, again, 5 and 3 black for a 4/4 legendary Elder Human Noble. Demons you control have Menace, Lifelink, and Haste. Star Scourge. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 creature from a graveyard. If you exile a card this way, you get a token that's a copy of it, except it is a 5/5 black demon. So, okay, man, this is probably my favorite Reanimator target in the set, I don't know how often It's going to be worth, though, zombifying this, and then this gets the Valgavoth or gets the Atraxa or whatever. But it does give the Valgavoth, haste. It does give the Atraxa haste. So that's kind of cool. Even Menace might matter depending on what you're reanimating. You get back in a Tally. It has lifelink and haste. It loses some PT. All these creatures will lose some PT, but you're trading that for haste, right? In a lot of cases. So I think this could be like a one-of Reanimator card. But that said, I think Reanimator's not great, at least in best of 3. In best of 1, I think it's a viable strategy. But in best of 3, there's too many Rest in Peace and Ghost Vacuums in sideboards now for Reanimator to truly, I think, be viable in Big Boy Standard. So it's kind of a moot point in some ways, but cool little commander thing, and maybe more playable in Standard, I guess, than a lot of the other cards we'll talk about. But it looks kind of like a streamer card, So I'm just going to give this a 4.85. I think we're getting close with it. Realm Reborn is definitely a commander card. 6 mana, 4 and 2 green for an enchantment. Other permanents you control have tap, add a mana of any color. Am I being too hard on cards tonight? 5 is like playable. You know what I mean? Like 5's a playable card. So is like a 4.6. Like a 4.4 can be playable in the right deck. Am I really re-adjudicating this right now? I think so. People are always mad at my ratings, but a 5 is a pretty good Magic card to me. A Realm Reborn is 6 mana, 4 and 2 green for an enchantment. Other permanents you control have tap, add a mana of any color. Again, very commandery card, but permanents you control, so your enchantments and planeswalkers tap for mana of any color. Very cute, and if there's a way of powering it out in Standard, then like maybe, but I don't really think so. I'm going to give this a 4.8. Yeah, 4.85 for Arden, 4.8 for this. Yeah, that's fair. I do. I think that's right. I think this is kind of a trap in Commander even, but we'll see about that. This could be a $25 card 3 years from now, and I'm just like wrong. But I still don't know that it's as powerful as it may appear to be. Ash, Princess of Dalmasca is up next. This is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 3/2 legendary human rebel noble. When she attacks, look at the top 5 of your library. You may reveal an artifact from among them, put it in your hand, the rest go on the bottom in a random order. This is just kind of whatever. It's probably mostly meant for limited, but I'm going to give this a 3. Just right out of 3. I don't think that it's very powerful. Waiting till she attacks. She's kind of fragile, all that. Astrologian's Planisphere here. This is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an artifact. It's an equipment that equips for 2 and has job select. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types and has whenever you cast a non-creature spell and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn. Creature gets a +1/+1 counter. Neat. Pretty neat. You'll be casting a lot of non-creature spells over the course of the game, and this starts as just a 2 mana 1/1, which doesn't seem great, but on turn 3, it can easily get 2 +1/+1 counters. On turn 4, it can get another 2 or 3, right? Especially if you're just casting like ops, like little 1 mana stuff, draw a card, 1 mana stuff, draw a card. Oh, and it's unsummon that guy, get in for 5. I think it's actually a better card than it might look like to a lot of people. I've seen a few Twitter posts where people are like, hey, this card looks good. And everyone's like, no, it doesn't, idiot. And it's like, no, I think this might actually be fine at the end of the day. We'll see if it's standard playable in a Corey Steel Cutter standard or if it's just a little bit too slow. But it's worth noting it might go in the Corey Steel Cutter decks, All things considered, though, I'm just going to give this a 6.1. And I know that sounds pretty high. I know that sounds really, really high. But I think that not only does it have some standard playability, but I think this is nuts in Commander. I really do think it is. Even if the creature gets blown away and you kind of have to start over on the +1/+1 counters, then you could still tick up really, really quickly in the correct Commander deck. So it's very powerful there, I'm convinced. But in Standard, I think this might actually has a chance. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean it, 6.1. Auron's Inspiration is 3 mana. Attacking creatures get +2/+0 till end of turn. You can flash it back for 2 and double white. It's 2 and 1 white to cast in the first place. What do I rate a flashbackable Burn Bright? And a relatively it's a doable flashback cost, It's not too much of an ask. I will give this a 3.6. It's probably not super playable, but I'm just kind of partial to Burn Bright effects. Balam Garden Seed Academy is a town that enters tapped. It taps for green or blue. You can pay 5 green blue, tap it, transform it, and this ability costs 1 less for each other town you control. When you transform it, you get Balam Garden Airborne, a 5/4 legendary vehicle with flying. When it attacks, draw a card, and it crews for just 1, so really, really low crew cost on this, and draws you a card just about every turn. This is actually pretty good, I think. Maybe the absolute best reason to play a Towns deck like in standard or something. I wish we could see more of these. And as a couple of people have asked since we started and before we started, I think there are a few more cards left to preview tomorrow morning, but I don't know that any of them are going to be particularly good. That said, we just kind of got the equivalent of a common dump yesterday, so maybe we're going to save the best for last. We'll see, but I'm hoping this is more of a cycle than it appears to be currently, you know? That said, this is pretty decent, you know, in a deck that just looks to keep the board clear and sweep every few turns, and maybe it's got access to Fountain Port or Mirex or something else that can, like, crew the thing, you know what I mean? Then maybe it's all right. I don't hate this at all. And if you got a couple other towns and it costs like way less, you know, 7 looks like a lot. Really 8 mana because you have to tap it too. But once you have like 2 towns in play, then it gets reasonable, I guess, to kind of tap to play this. But either way, I can't bring myself not to like it. I'll give it a 5.1. A little bit better than a basic in some cases, you know. Balam T-Rexar is a strictly better Colossal Dreadmaw, so, you know, 10. This is 6 mana for a 6/6 dino with trample. When it enters, you gain 3 life, and it 4 cycles for 2. This is probably the best of these cycling creatures from this set, like, far and away, man. Hill Gigas doesn't look too bad either in Limited, but all of these are kind of okay in Sealed, this being one of the better ones, because a 6/6 trample can just bust the game open for you. I like it there, but I'm still just going to give it a 3.8. Baltier and Fran is a good vehicle equipment, or vehicle commander here. 3 mana, 1 in Gruul for a 4/3 legendary human rabbit with reach. Vehicles you control get +1/+1, have vigilance and reach. Whenever a vehicle crewed by Baltier and Fran this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay its casting cost. If you do, after this phase, there's an additional combat phase. A Gruul commander that works with vehicles and gives you extra combat steps. So I actually think that this is more or less tuned to be like a Gruul Vehicles commander, because that didn't really exist, and, you know, we just had Ether Drift, and how does that still not truly exist? This is a really, really good one. Just want to throw that out there. But probably not great in Standard. I hate that you have to pay its casting cost over again to get the extra combat phase, but it is an extra combat phase, which could just lead to OTKs. You know, 1-turn kills. So I actually think this could be an underrated-ish card in the set, but I'm still going to grade it slightly harshly, because I don't know how many good vehicles we really have, especially in this color combination. So I'm going to give this a 4.4 right about now. The Funk Soul Brother. Bard's Bow is a pretty bad magic card. 3 mana, 2 and a green for an equipment with job select. It equips for 6, but the equipped creature gets +2/+2, has reach, and is a bard. So a 3 mana, 3/3 with reach. When it comes into play, not bad stats, I guess, for Limited, but you make up with that with a ludicrous equip cost on this thing. Pretty terrible. 2.4. Baron Air, that's too low. 2.6. Baron Airship Kingdom is the only time I have to review these. These are the dual towns that enter tapped and don't do anything else besides being a town and tapping for 2 mana. I'm going to give these 4.4. These, you know, maybe even less. Let's give these a solid 4. They're a dual land with a super type, so they'll be played from time to time. Barrett Wallace is 4 mana, 3 and a red for a legendary human rebel. He's a 4/4 reach, and when he attacks, he deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to defending player. That's cute. It's actually kind of cute, but I think that he's a little bit too expensive to make any good theoretical equipment stack in Standard. That said, I don't hate him as a card in the 99 of an equipment stack in Commander, or maybe even your Commander. He might be like a fun way to approach equipments, because he does a lot of damage when he attacks, depending on how many equipments you have out. He could like Lava Axe easily, and maybe even 10 somebody, depending on how far in the game you are. So I don't know. I think he's neat, but he's in Standard or whatever. He's too much, and it's going to cost. You have to wait for him to attack, which usually won't, be until turn 5 or whatever. So that's kind of bad. And sometimes he'll just like shock or bolt somebody. He's probably not worth it there. So not a great iteration of Barrett for competitive environments. I will give him a 3.7. Something like, I mean, he's just not that good. He's tempting though. He is. Bartz and Boko up next. 5 mana, 3 and 2 green for a 4/3 legendary human bird. Affinity for birds. When Bartz and Boko enters, each other bird you control deals damage equal to its power to a creature an opponent controls. So you get a huge bite effect, a Choco kick, if you will. But I guess that card is also in the set. The fact that this has affinity for birds means that it might be like the best card in the birds deck, which might be Standard playable. It really might be. They have strong landfall triggers. They have, 2 or 3 cards that care about birds specifically right now. Bartz and Boko being one of them. And I actually think this might be one of the better cards in the set for making a new deck, right? For specifically that purpose. The Birds deck actually looks kind of strong between this, Saza's Chocobo, the 4-mana like Bant legendary Chocobo, and even to an extent the side quest Breed a Chocobo. There are some decent Chocobo cards in this set, and Bart's and Boko is often just going to be, 2-mana 4/3, kill that thing, and that is ridiculous as far as rate goes, especially on a green creature. So I'm going to kind of go out on a limb here and give this a 6.2, and I know that sounds insane, but I think this might be one of the more standard playable cards that we've seen so far, depending on how good Birds is. And I know, shouldn't put too much stock into it, but when you look at Birds, there's actually some really good, like, low curve options that could fill out an aggro deck fairly well. And again, I don't think it's unheard of to get this down on turn 4 very easily, perhaps even turn 3. And that could be just this huge swing as far as advantage. So again, big fan of this 6.2. I think it might have some days ahead of it. But next is Battle Menu. Cute card, 2 mana for an instant. Choose one of these 4 modes. You either get a 2/2 White Knight creature token. Target creature gets +0/4 till end of turn, or destroy target creature with power 4 or greater, or you gain 4 life, which I don't think you'll choose too often, but these are decent options. An instant speed 2/2 is fine, and then destroy a creature with power 4 or greater is fine. And the fact that we got 2 extra modes on top of that makes it a pretty good Magic card. I will actually give this a solid 5, and I mean it. This could see some amount of play depending on the deck. And I do think, just kind of as a catch-all, it's not half bad in Commander, but I'm not sure it's completely like destined for play there or anything, but it is pretty solid in terms of like what it can do for the mana cost and the speed for that matter. Beatrix Loyal General will cost 6 mana for a 4/4 legendary human soldier with vigilance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may attach any number of equipment you control to target creature that you control. Ooh, okay, so that's a pretty good text box, but it's 6 mana. It's just right out in standard. Pretty decent, I think, in equipment stacks in Commander, but even there, 6 mana might be kind of a pinch. You know what I mean? Her hair's pretty. I guess there's that. I will give this a 4.65. I think there's something here, but probably only for like one deck. Baby's first equipment deck or something in Commander, like maybe. Budgety, it's a pretty big effect. Black Mage's Rod is a card I actually think is great. 2 mana, 1 and a black for an equipment with job select. Equips for 3, but the equipped creature has +1/+, and gets whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. It's also a wizard now, but this is a 2 mana 2/1 with a cool ability. It's like a Kessig Flame Breather, or there's a million guys like this now, like a Coruscation Mage or something, but it's in black, and that's not usually a color that gets this kind of effect. I think 2 mana is actually pretty efficient for a little guy like this, and even if you get the little guy blown away, you can still just equip it to something else. You wouldn't have that option if it was just a Kessig Flame Breather, right? So actually a sick little thing, and is common, so could affect Pauper. I won't say that with every card. I really won't. Not every common in the set looks great, but this is one of the few sort of looks Pauper playable cards in the set to me, and it's already going in like 3 Commander builds of mine, but I do think there could be something there in Standard. Well, I really actually do. I know it sounds wild, but I think there might actually be. Not a whole lot of amazing black 2-drops right now, and I say that in a set where we're also getting Dark Confidant, but I really think there might be something to this in terms of just, how efficient it is to get on the table and how much it can actually rack up over the game for you. So depends on the build, but I do really like this thing, and I'm going to give it a 5.2. Black Waltz number 3, maybe my favorite Commander in the set, guys. 4 mana, 2 a black and a red for a 2/2 legendary wizard with flying and death touch. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Black Waltz deals 2 damage to each opponent. So it is a gutter snipe. That's all it is. When you think about it, it's just a gutter snipe with flying and death touch. Costs 1 more mana even, but this one you get to play in your command zone. And there's a couple of cards like this throughout Magic history that you could be playing, right? I think like Torwauki the Younger is really close to this, but it costs an extra mana with a little extra text. I've got Torwauki in the 99 of my Black Waltz deck right now, but the Black Waltz decks that I built actually look like the most fun you could possibly have playing a card in Commander right now, and usually those builds are like $50-$60 whenever I cook them up. So cheap, budget, a lot of fun. You can put more money into them with like Pyretic Ritual, Seething Song, like ritual effects in red are probably what you want. But in any case, these just looks hella fun to me, man. And we might even try to make it work in standard along with Gutter Snipe and the Kessig Flame Breathery type creatures that we have. You know, we don't have Flame Breather, but we do have something. Fire Breather Archer, Fire something Archer, something like that. Firebrand Archer. I forget what its name is. But we have stuff like this in standard. That we could wreak havoc with. So I kind of want to give this an honorary 5, but the thing is, I don't know that I have to. I think it just is a 5. Like if Gutter Snipe's a 5, so is this. And I think Gutter Snipe's actually a little bit higher than a 5. Blazing Bomb is up next. A single red mana for a 1/1 elemental. Whenever you cast a non-creature, if you spent 4 mana on it, put +1/+1 counter on this guy. It's also got Blow Up, tap, sack it. It deals damage equal to its power to a creature at sorcery speed. If you can get its power high, that ain't bad. You know what I mean? But you don't want to like waste a monstrous rage on this guy just so you can shoot something down on the other side of the table. I still feel like you're losing in that exchange a lot of the time. But this guy's kind of neat, but you know, kind of neat cards don't really make competitive decks some of the times, you know. So I'm just going to give Blazing Bomb a 3.7 or thereabouts, and it could be a little better than I'm judging it here, but I just don't know how good this is going to be in a lot of formats. Blitzball Shot is up next. 2 mana, 1 and a green for an instant. A creature gets +3/+3 and trample till end of turn. I believe this is the 4th card at 2 mana with this text box that's been printed. And right now in standard we have Overprotect, which is literally this card, but it also gives the creature like indestructible or something till end of turn. So this card's just not great unless you really want to play a walkout card or you like Blitzball that much. I wouldn't sleeve it up. Let's give this a 3.4. Buster Sword, everybody. What you doing, Buster? 3 mana for an equipment that equips for 2. Equipped creature gets +3/+2. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to that damage without paying its mana cost. What a mouthful Magic cards are nowadays. That's why these speedruns are getting longer. But anyway, yeah, we're actually kind of cool. This is fine a little bit. You know, I think that 3 mana and 2 to equip is probably too much, as people have pointed out. You know, the typical sword cast to equip ratio is probably too high for most environments that aren't Commander nowadays, even though these have ruled Modern in the past. That was the past, you know. So unless you can equip this for free, maybe it's not so great. And even then, you still have to pay the 3 mana for it, so how good is it? Might be really good. I still say it might be really good. It draws you the card on combat damage no matter what, and then it'll usually cast, you know, a 2 or 3 drop spell, you know, something like that. And that could be really good, especially if you're dropping another non-legendary Buster Sword with the Buster Sword, and then you're just getting in for more card advantage. And this kind of card advantage is something that the equipment deck needs. So we'll see if it makes that deck, if that deck is competitive. And even if it's not competitive, we'll see if it makes that deck. But this will be a fun sword to play in Commander for a while, and it'll probably hold some price. So I'm going to give this a 5.6, mostly because it's Commander playability, but I do think that matters a lot here. This is a fun-looking card. Cactar is a single... What's bad about this sword? It's expensive. I'm telling you, 3 mana to cast it and do nothing else that turn. I knew somebody would ask this. Turn 3, in standard, you're up against mono red aggro. They've got mice. They've got a monstrous rage in their hand. They're going to kill you next turn. It's turn 3. I drop Buster Sword and do literally nothing else. I'm dead. The card is not as good as it might seem. It's not. And in competitive environments, this is far too slow unless you can either cast it for free, equip it for free, or both, and that's just not going to happen, like most of the time. But next is Cactar, a single green mana. We got to put on our Spy Cats for these. A single green mana for a 3/3 plant with trample. At the beginning of your end step, if this creature didn't enter the battlefield this turn, return it to its owner's hand. Cute. I've had people kind of confused about how this works. So you play it on turn 1. On turn 2, you attack with it. At the end of turn 2, it pops back to your hand. On turn 3, you play it. On turn 4, you attack with it. End of turn 4, it pops back to your hand. Is how this is supposed to work. But there are decks, from Pixie decks to This Town Ain't Big Enough decks to the Simic Frog deck in standard. That's the one most people have been talking about. That could play this and then pick it up in the same turn. Or play this and then pick it up, you know, the same combat, right after the combat that it attacks or something like that. People are talking about giving it haste and swinging in with it and then popping it back to their hand with a frog or something and giving some sort of value on one of their frogs. So I think that's all well and good, but where I see this most is just like a Stompy deck. I'll say it again, man. As a turn 1 play in a Stompy deck, I think this is just fine. More than fine, dude. You get an attack in for a lot of damage very quickly, and on turn 4, you can just attack again, and you can probably, you know, still use your extra mana. on those turns very efficiently. So all I'm saying is that a 1-mana 3/3 trample is very good. Even if you only get it for a couple of turns in a game, that's really good. So I'm not sure how much effect this will really have on Standard, and very little on Commander, unless there's some sort of trick I'm not seeing. But I'm going to give this a 4 points. No, I'll give it a 4.48. I do think there's playability on this card, but it's got to have the exact right situations, and I'm not sure that those exist, honestly. I'm not sure there's not a million other better things you could be doing, right? That's the problem with some of these. Call the Mountain Chocobo is 4 mana, 3 and a red for a sorcery. Search your library for a mountain, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up. You get a 2/2 bird creature token with the Chocobo landfall ability, and it has flashback for 6 mana. Could be a cute limited card because it's going to get you extra mana, not ramp, but, get you your land drop at the very least. Get you a little bit of value with a creature, and then does it again later. I think there's a time where that could have been a good enough value card, but not today. Again, maybe limited playable depending on what you're doing, but all things considered, I will just give this a 3.64. Probably not as good as it might look to some people too. It gets you a mountain card and it draws you a card, right? No, maybe in 2014 we'd be looking at it that way, but again, this is 4 mana, dude. This is the same price as a Sheldred in Standard. It's not good. Capital City over here is a town that taps for just a colorless mana. Or you can pay 1 and tap it to add a mana of any color. Or you can cycle it for 2. That's a pretty cheap, the strictly better Blasted Landscape, I think as somebody called it last time we were on stream. And that is okay. Blasted Landscape's been playable in the past, but again, that was the past. We have a motorcycle shop in my town called Capital City, which is what I think of when I read this card. But I will give this a 4.6. No, I won't. Yeah, sure. 4.6. A cycling land is fine. Doesn't come into play tapped. Okay, there's good things about this. Cargo Ship is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a 2/3 vehicle with flying and vigilance. Tap. Add a colorless. Spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact source, and it crews for 1. I really want to like this card a lot. It's a rock. It's a 2 mana rock in Standard. You don't see those every day. Only cast artifacts, so it's kind of even worse than a Power Stone the way that it's worded. But flying vigilance on a 2/3 that crews for cheap, and you cast it for cheap. There's good things about this card. There really are. So I am, though, at the end of the day, going to go 4.5 on this, which is a fine score when you really think about it, especially when you consider what I've been scoring other stuff tonight. This is maybe playable in Standard, but in incredibly niche decks. That said, I guess Simulacrum Synthesizer isn't the most niche deck in the world, and this could go in. But Cecil Dark Knight, a card I like a lot, a single black mana for a 2/3 legendary human knight, Death Touch, and Darkness. When Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap Cecil and transform it. You get Cecil Redeemed Paladin, a 4/4 human knight with lifelink and protect. Whenever he attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible until end of turn. Pretty nasty guy, man. Gains you some of the life back that you lost to his own ability. Kind of a super upgraded Jackal Pup in black for a type of black aggro deck that we used to have a name for and would probably get me banned off YouTube. Or at least demonetized if I said the name of that deck nowadays. But yeah, I think that they're trying to sort of reinstate that deck as a mono black aggro concept nowadays. We saw this, we saw the new Death Shadow and Ether Drift, and a couple of other mono black aggro cards that can make us lose life. And we have Bob, Dark Confidants in this set if you want him. So seeing some pretty cool stuff. Skittering Surveyor, I don't think that's the name of the card. Surveyor something. He's like the new 2 mana 1/3 that either gets larger every turn or makes like a token every turn, that guy. But you have to pay a life to him, so you're losing life to him, and you're getting like a huge dude swinging in the air. So all that seems okay, man, with Cecil. I just think this deck is kind of coming together, and it could be something right around the time your life total starts mattering against other aggro decks. You get a 4/4 lifelink, which is pretty good against most of the stuff that they're packing, right? I like that. And a 1 mana for what will eventually be a 4/4 lifelink if you just play Magic seems like a really good investment. But to be honest, 1 mana for a 2/3 Death Touch seems like a pretty freaking good investment to me too. So I've liked this card ever since we first saw it, and it was one of the first cards that we saw from the set. It's one of my favorite characters in Final Fantasy history too. But I'm going to try not to let that taint my rating here. I still think he does deserve a good rating. I will give this card a 6.3. 4, and that is all for competitive play, because I think he could be competitive outside of just standard and maybe in some other formats too. So love Cecil. Hope you're good as I think you are, bud. Chocobo Kick is 3 mana, 1 and a green for a sorcery. Kicker, return a land you control to its owner's hand. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to a creature an opponent controls. If you kick the spell, the creature you control deals twice as much damage instead. That's a cute flavor on this, and again, cute FF4 reference. But altogether, I think it's an okay bite effect. And on a small dude, even if you kick it, it can do a lot. Obviously, landfall decks want this. Landfall decks in Commander probably want this too. Any way to pick up a land is good. And obviously, it works with other bounce lands. You know, I pick up my bounce land, play that land, bounce another land, play that land. It could get out of control with like Arid Archway and Standard, right? You just always have landfall triggers. So I actually kind of like this, but I can't score it too high because at the floor, it's just a normal bite effect at sorcery speed. So I will give this a 4.39, somewhere in that vicinity. I think that it could be a little bit better than that, but even if, you know, let's just say it is like niche playable in Commander landfall decks, is that worth a 5 point something? I don't think so. Chocobo Racetrack is 5 mana, 3 and 2 green for an artifact with landfall. Whenever you landfall, you get a 2/2 bird with the Chocobo landfall ability. So a landfall card that creates guys that care about landfall, that seems like it could cascade into danger pretty quickly. And a cool reference. I like the art on this a good bit. I like the gold saucer. But one way or the other, man, yeah, I think this is a kind of fine Magic card in, again, Commander landfall decks. It's not Rampaging Balos, but it's good. This is kind of good. We just saw a guy that's like in Foundations, I think. He's like 5 mana. When you landfall, you make 1/1s. And that guy shows up on EDH all the time. He shows up in Arena in Standard when people are trying to like force landfall decks. This is just much, much better. Way better than that guy. So I like that. Again, he's a landfall thing that makes things that care about landfall. It just seems nasty to me. Probably not very standard playable, but I'm still going to give this a 5.3. I think it's a pretty playable landfall card in Commander landfall, if nothing else, and that might matter. Have a little mini Dragonback Assault in standard decks. We'll give it a shot. Choco Comet is a fireball effect, so I like it. X and 2 red for a sorcery that deals X to any target. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with, whenever a land you control enters, this token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Yeah, so this is probably just too expensive. Most fireballs that cost 2 of a color and then X that's too much. If you want to kill a 3-drop creature, it costs 5 mana. You know, a 4-drop or 4 toughness creature costs 6 mana. So if you're trying to blow up a creature with it, it's probably not amazing outside of limited. But it's worth noting that you could blow up an X1 and create a 2/2 for 3 mana. For just 2 mana, you can just make the bird. It's like, that's actually one of the better 2-drops in limited for red, is this bird, I promise you, in the lower rarities at least. The stuff you're likely to see. And so, best thing about it is the fact you make the bird for a couple of mana. And for 4 mana, you can take out an X2 and make the bird, which, like, okay, that's not bad either. Altogether, though, this is probably best used when you have 1 billion mana and you're just trying to win the game, you know? So, it's one of these fireball effects. I'm going to label it a 4.3. I think it's actually okay. I just like fireball effects. And most fireball effects do not put a thing on the table, so I like that. But Choco Seeker of Paradise is our Bant bird legend that might bring a deck together. This is a 3/5. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may put one of them into your hand, put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, the rest into your yard. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, Choco gets +1/+0. So it's got the bird, the Choco landfall ability. Wild, actually. This can do something the turn that it comes into play because it doesn't say whenever it attacks. It's whenever one or more birds you control attack. Much, much different. So this comes into play and sticks around for your attack step. Well, then suddenly it's going to draw a card for sure if even one bird attacks. And it might give you some ramp the turn it comes into play too. And that ramp will provide landfall triggers, which is probably the best thing about this. You know, if you attack with the turn after it comes into play, you attack with this and 2 other birds. Look at 3 cards. If 2 of them are lands, well, all your birds are going to trigger their landfall abilities. They'll get much, much larger, and that's a big attack on turn, 4, 5, whatever, if you had some ramp. So I'm not sure that it's super great for standard, but it does have the right toughness for 4 mana. Not necessarily the right power, but landfall should help you achieve that, right? Any amount of ramp or just its own ability can make it a really large attacker. So I don't know. There's a lot of things I like about this. Probably the biggest thing is that it does something the turn it comes into play and might even replace itself then and there. So again, things I like, and a great bird commander for what it's worth, like the best bird commander right now, immediately. I think like multiple bird cards have spiked this week because of this guy. So people are wanting to play it. I will give this a 6.38. Seriously, I think this is a good Magic card. Sid, Timeless Artificer, is going to be a commander meme for a while. 4 mana, 2 and Azorius for a 4/4 legendary human artificer. Artifact creatures and heroes, rather, that you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer in your graveyard. A deck can have any number of cards named Sid, Timeless Artificer, and its cycles for Azorius, so 2 mana. Really, memeish. If you can make this work, then maybe it's good, but I just really don't think so. Obviously, the idea is to have 3 Sids in your yard and like 1 in play, and then they all get huge, whatever. You got a deck full of artifact creatures. Sure, maybe, but I think you're there's too many cooks stirring the pudding at that point. You got to have too many different kinds of cards in your deck, all that, for there to be a good sort of distribution. I'm going to give Sid, though, like a 4. I have some faith in this guy. I do like a multi-anthem effect. Circle of Power is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a sorcery. You draw 2 and you lose 2. Create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with the wizard ability, and wizards you control get +1/+0 and gain lifelink until end of turn. That's cute that they gain lifelink, because now if you cast more spells, you'll gain life off of them dealing damage to everybody. I kind of like that, especially in a commander game again, where they'll deal damage to each opponent, and then you'll gain a bunch of life off of that. So, kind of cute. But this isn't, sneaking its way into any of my Papalimo Totem Limo builds, or Kuja Genome Sorcerer builds, or Black Waltz number 3 builds. Again, I'm mostly focusing on these wizard guys. So maybe I'm wrong not to include this, but I haven't yet. I just think there's better ways to use the slots. So 4 mana is a lot, especially at sorcery speed. I don't know that it's worth one of these little dudes. Right, so much as I like these guys, I'm just going to give this a 3.6. Clash of the Icons is 1 green mana for a sorcery. Choose 1 or more. Target creature you control fights a creature an opponent controls. Remove a lore counter from a saga you control, or put a lore counter on a saga you control. This is a cute, fight effect right here that gives you a sort of extra mode that we haven't really seen before. Some extra gravy that is very, very rare. So it's neat, but I can't give it much more than like a 3.4. I know that sounds low, but at the end of the day, it's mostly just going to be a fight effect. But we'll see. Clive, Ifrit's Dominant, is 6 mana, 4 and 2 red for a 5/5 legendary human noble warrior. When it enters, you may discard your hand and draw cards equal to your devotion to red. You can also pay 6 mana, tap, and exile Clive. Return it to the battlefield transformed as a sorcery. You get Ifrit, Warden of Inferno, a 9/9 legendary saga demon. It's also an enchantment. On chapter 1, you get Lunge. He deals 1 damage, or he fights up to 1 other target creature. Sorry. And on chapters 2 and 3, you get Brimstone. Add 4 red mana. If Ifrit has 3 or more lore counters on it, exile it, return it to the battlefield front face up. So you'll get Clive again, which means you get the wheel effect. Okay, that's kind of neat. It's not even a true wheel. If you don't have any cards in your hand, it just draws a bunch of cards. Just kind of neat. 6 mana is kind of a lot to transform this dude, but he does amply pay you back eventually. And that's the problem, is eventually. 6 mana is too much in standard for both the casting cost and the transform cost on this, even with the interesting enter the battlefield trigger that might draw 3 or 4. He's interesting to blink too, but again, I just think he's too expensive in most formats for what he ends up doing. So I'm just going to give Clive, and hope that I'm wrong, because I actually think this is a really cool card. I'm going to give Clive a 4.2. I think he's just very expensive. Clive's Hideaway is a town with Hideaway 4. You can tap it and get it colorless, or you can pay 2 and tap it and play the exiled card without paying its mana cost if you control 4 or more legendary creatures. So you don't have to pay its mana cost, but you still have to pay about 3 mana, 2 and a tap on a land. So, you have to get something huge off of this, and you're only looking at 4 cards. That said, I like Hideaway lands in general. I think that lands are the best way to do the Hideaway mechanic, right? Which is why that's mostly what they're on. But I also think it's cool that you can do this at instant speed. It's just like, how often are you going to have 4 legends? And if you do have 4 legends, can you afford to sneak in? Are you playing the kind of deck where you can afford to sneak in a colorless land? I don't know, man. But I don't know. It could find its niche at some point. I will give this A 4.1, a hideaway land is always going to be somewhat powerful. You just got to find the package for it. I just think it's going to be kind of tough to find the package. Cloudbound Moogle is the white, land cycling thing in this set. 5 mana, 2/3 Moogle flying. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. And of course, it plane cycles for 2. Normal Magic card, decent and sealed maybe, but I'm not even sure there. This might be the worst of the land cycling things in this set. I'm just kind of saying a lot. I will give this a 2.3. That's being too hard on it. It plane cycles. 2.5. Cloud Midgar Mercenary is a strong Magic card. 2 white mana for a 2/1 legendary human soldier mercenary. When he enters, search your library for an equipment, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up. As long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to him triggers, you get a double trigger on that ability. So you get to tutor an equipment, like Stoneforge Mystic or whatever, when he comes into play. And then as long as he's equipped, you get to Panharmonicon the equipment triggers, which is nasty. This is all so nasty. He, for 2 mana, immediately replaces himself in your hand when he comes into play. Gets probably the best equipment that your whole deck is built around. Probably gets better in older formats where you have access to Colossus Hammer and stuff like that. This looks bad in the good way in Hammer time, along with like Stoneforge and all that, I guess. But am I wrong, actually? But I was thinking, is Stoneforge like banned? No, not anymore, or not ever. But somebody will correct me in the comments. I'm sure it'll be a hot button issue. But Cloud is obviously supposed to remind you of a card like that and do something in some ways even better. Panharmoniconing an equipment trigger is crazy. Obviously works really well with Buster Sword, but a bunch of other equipments that we've seen. So I think that this is the strongest 2-drop for the red-white equipment deck in Standard, and there is another 2-drop that we'll look at later that I think is also very strong, but I think this is the guy for that deck, all things considered. I like Cloud a good bit, but that means I have to give him maybe the highest score so far, and that is with or without Boros equipment being a standard playable deck. I just think in a vacuum, this card is extremely strong with equipment strategies, period, and I'm going to give him a 6.85. Very high score so far. Cloud of Darkness is kind of a Necrotal. I like this thing. 5 mana, 2 black, green for a 3/3 legendary avatar with flying and particle beam. When it enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -X till end of turn, X being the number of permanents in your graveyard. This is cute. This also feels like 2017 Commander playable. You know what I mean? We were still playing like Ravenous Chupacabra in our decks and stuff. I think that might have been before Ravenous Chupacabra even, but we were all still playing Necrotal in some of our Commander decks. Some people were. But this is probably not that great in most environments. I am sort of partial to like Skyfisher Spiders in Standard right now when I try to build these black-green Graveyard Matters decks. This is a mana more than Skyfisher, but in some ways a lot better too. So it's going to take out a creature every single time. I will say Skyfisher says non-land permanent, though. This does not. This just takes out a creature. Altogether, though, I will give this a 3.99. This is right on the line, man. I really like creatures like this, and it will always blow something up in Limited. I think you play most copies of it that you get in Limited. Cloud Planet's Champion is better than it looks, dang it. This is 5 mana, 3 and Boros for a 4/4 legendary human soldier mercenary. During your turn, as long as Cloud is equipped, it has double strike and indestructible. Equip abilities you activate that target Cloud cost 2 less to activate. So let's just say that I put a Swiftfoot Boots on Cloud for free the turn that he comes into play. And now I'm swinging with a haste, double strike, hexproof, indestructible guy on turn 4 with ramp, But even without ramp, swinging just out of nowhere, swinging like that on turn 5 seems okay. I think this is probably priced out of Standard for the most part, but I really think that this grouping of abilities is way, way, way better than it looks. You still have to put the equip ability on the stack, and that could be the real problem with the card. But ultimately, free equip on Lava Spur Boots, Swiftfoot Boots, Lightning Greaves, whatever, and now suddenly double strike indestructible, and he can go in that turn depending on what you equipped him with. Even just equipping him with Crystal Slipper is pretty ridiculous. You know what I mean? This guy wears a lot of footwear is all I'm saying, really, really well. So I think this guy's nasty in some ways, probably not Standard playable, but this cards have to be really good at 5 mana to be Standard playable. But the thing is, this is really good. So I'm going to give this a 5. Is that okay? I'm going to give it a 5. Oh yeah, somebody mentioned that Cloud tutors Corey Steel Cutter. We'll see if that matters. We'll see if that matters. Does it, Corey Steel Cutter? Yeah, it does. Coral over here is 2 mana, 1 on a red, or red? 1 on a white. I was looking at Coral Sword. Coral is 1 on a white for a 2/1 cat beast. Pay 1 in white, tap it, tap a non-enchantment creature. It has to be non-enchantment for some reason, who knows. Pretty bad little tapper here for limited. I will give this a 2.2. Sure. Colosseum Behemoth is 7 mana, 5 and 2 green for 7/7 beats with trample. When it enters, choose 1, destroy an artifact or enchantment, or draw a card. Kind of a fine limited playable thing, I guess, in like sealed. You got the mana for it. You got the time for it. You know what I mean? I will give this a 3.8. Because, you know, it's kind of trying to do an into the battlefield thing, but it just costs too much mana. Combat Tutorial is a strictly better divination. Target player draws 2 cards for 3 mana at sorcery speed, and you get a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 creature you control. That said, this is an amazing 3.5. Commune with Beavers is a green mana for a sorcery. Look at the top 3 of your library. You may reveal an artifact, creature, or land from among them. That goes in your hand. The rest go on bottom in any order. So this is a pretty big spread for a commune effect. 3 different things can go into your hand off of this. That's almost good. I'll give this a 3.7. Coral Sword is a red mana for an equipment that equips for 1 and has flash. When this equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains first strike till end of turn. Equipped creature also has +1/+0. So a sure strike or something like that. You know, one of these effects that we've seen a bunch of times. Kindled Fury, I think, in limited. There's basically one of these per set, but this time it comes on an equipment with flash. I actually think if there's an equipment deck in standard, there's an argument for this. Super duper cheap, has the flash, equips immediately for free. Those are all the things you're looking for in your equipment deck. And I know this doesn't give you a huge bonus, but you're trying to get the bonus off of, like, you know, the fact that this makes Steiner larger, or your other creatures that care about equipment, it does something with them when it comes into play or something, right? So you can squeeze value out of this in other ways besides just the PT bonus. So I got a feeling that this might be okay, but I'm not going to give it more than a 4 just a 4. I'll give it right out of 4. I think, again, this is slightly better than it looks, as kind of a sort of a aura version of Kindled Fury that sticks around turn over turn. Cornered by Black Mages is 3 mana, 1 and 2 black for a sorcery. Target opponent sacks a creature of their choice. You get one of those little 0/1 wizard creature tokens that bust stuff up when you cast a non-creature. That is not horrible. Yeah, that's a good call. Makes Cloud indestructible at instant speed. Yes, it does. The one we just looked at least. But yeah, Cornered by Black Mages, if this said each opponent, I think we'd have a really commander playable card here. But that said, I still think you can find some use out of this in commander and potentially standard. You know, this is just a removal spell for 3 mana. It's the worst potential removal spell. They get the choice. It's sorcery speed. It costs too much mana. It's harder to cast than a lot of other removal spells because of the double black pips, right? They tried to make this like, kind of bad in that way. But at the end of the day, it is still, they had to do that because it is still a removal spell. Takes the thing off their side of the table. Puts something on your side of the table. And the thing that it puts on your side of the table is actually decent value. You know, if all it does is block once, cool. But if it sits on the table and ends up doing, 4 or 5 damage to your opponent over the course of the game, then you done good. In competitive environments, you can play more than one of these. I think that's actually okay, but we'll see if it actually sees any standard play. I highly doubt it, but of all the cards that put like these guys into play, I think this is probably the second best one next to the land that does it. But yeah, I think this is kind of fine. I will give this a 5.1. I'm totally serious. I like this card a lot. Crossroads Village is a town that enters tapped. When it does, choose a color, tap for a mana of the chosen color. I think when I first read this, I thought it said tap for a mana of any color. Like enters tap, taps for a mana of any color. Like, oh, that's good. Doesn't say that. It only taps for a mana of one color, but you choose what that is. That's still kind of okay with the super type, but we've seen this land a million times before. I can't give it more than like a 3.8. I really can't. Crystal Fragments is up next as we approach the bottom of the first page. This is a single white mana for an equipment that equips for 1. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. You can pay 7 mana to 5 and 2 white. Exile it, return it to the battlefield transformed at sorcery speed. You get Summon Alexander. A 4/3 flyer. Prevent all combat or all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn on chapters 1 and 2. And then on chapter 3, tap all creatures your opponents control. I want to say this is okay, but 7 mana is too much. 7 mana seems like a break in case of emergency. My Boros equipment deck went way too long into the game. I never want to go this long, but just in case it does, I get a 4/3 flyer. You know, with the kind of finish them off mode towards the end and tap all their guys down, get in, I win. But I don't think you'll actually be seeing Alexander too much. And what this actually is, in that case, is just 1 mana, equip 1, +1/+1, a short sword. That's not good. So this might be better than I think, but ultimately I think both sides of it are kind of unimpressive. So I'm going to give this a 3.7. Again, I really think that it's like the same as the like choose a color of mana and taps for that color. I just don't think this is that playable. Dark Confidant, old Bob over here, 2 mana in case you've never seen him. 2/1 human wizard. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top of your library, put it into your hand, lose life equal to its mana value. If you're new around here, you might think that's kind of bad. It's actually very good. It's just 2 mana for a thing that draws you and nobody else an extra card every single turn. If your curve is relatively low, it's not going to hurt you that bad, and if it draws you a land, it doesn't hurt you at all. So Dark Confidant could be standard playable, but the question is, are we in a standard where Dark Confidant is no longer playable? That's the real question. We're about to find out. And I kind of lean towards, yeah, I think we might be in that standard. That said, I'm not giving Bob any less than a 6. Like, Bob is just fantastic. And if we were just doing like strictly casual Commander, he'd still be like a 7. There was a time where he was a 7.5, almost an 8 in competitive play. But again, I think those days are gone. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, and I'm gonna give Bob a 6.2 and keep it rolling. Yeah, but see, people get it. People kind of all with me on that. Bob is bad in 2025 standard, probably. Sadly, probably true. We'll see. Dark Knight's Greatsword is better than it looks, though. 3 mana, 2 and a black for an equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +3/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. And you can equip this by paying 3 life, but you can only do this once per turn. Free equip that gets you to, Death Shadow and the standard variant of Death Shadow much faster. Good in those Cecil decks we were talking about earlier, right? And I actually think it might be playable. +3/+0 is a huge bonus, especially if it is on a creature with any kind of evasion, or like Cecil has Death Touch, whatever, like maybe that works. On a Menace creature, it works pretty well, right? +3/+0 is a big bonus. It comes down as a 4/1 that can block. You don't care if it blocks and it dies, right? Because you're not paying any mana to equip this. Solving one of the big problems with equipments decks, but also halfway decent in aggro, where it's just like a monstrous rage that you pass around. You know what I mean? Free equip is very good. It really is. I'm going to give this a 4.9. And I mean it. You might think that I'm the weirdest, stupidest guy in the world, but free equip is kind of a big deal. Deadly Embrace is 5 mana, 3 and 2 black for a sorcery. Destroy target creature an opponent controls. Then draw a card for each creature that died this turn. So always going to be, kill that guy, draw a card. Not worth 5 mana at sorcery speed, but kill that guy, draw 3? Yes. That is, yes. So that probably seems Commander playable if nothing else. And maybe you just catch your opponent in combat. You come in with your guys, you kill 2 or 3 of their guys in combat, and you blow something up with this, and you're drawing 4, and that could be a huge game. You're taking the best thing off their side of the table because it's unconditional removal, and you're drawing 2. Is that okay? I think it's actually okay. Like, even in standard, it might be okay, but it depends. In a control deck, if you have time to fire this off and put shields down or whatever, then you might draw a fistful off this. And if you have enough mana, you can cast like a 3 mana sweeper into this and end up drawing a lot. So I think there's definitely something to it, especially in Commander. But I'm going to give this I want to give this a 5. Again, if we're talking Commander, and we kind of are here, I'm going to give this a 5.1. I think this will show up from time to time. I really do. Just, Commander decks that are blowing this up and blowing that up and blowing all their things. I cast Soul Shatter into that. It cost me 8 mana, but now I get to draw 4 cards. It's nasty. We'll move on to Delivery Moogle here. This is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/2 Moogle with flying. When it enters, search your library and or graveyard for an artifact card with mana value 2 or less, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up. So in standard, this goes and gets a couple of things, but I don't think we have to worry about it too much there. In Commander, I pointed out in the preview video that this goes and gets Isochron Scepter. That was the best I could do off the very top of my head after reading the card. Someone in the comments section said this goes and gets Walking Ballista. They're correct. That is the right thing to go search up with this. And the fact that it gets Walking Ballista means that it might actually be playable in certain competitive environments that include Walking Ballista. It really might, but mostly this is maybe a competitor or a commander playable card that goes and gets your Ballista among a host of other things. There are a lot of things this can tutor up there, so I think it's got a life ahead of it in that format. I will actually give this a 5.5. This is a tutor on a body that goes and gets some of the best cards you could possibly ask for, so let's go. Gets Oven and Pioneer. Hey, that's a thought. That's a thought. It's expensive, but it's a thought. Demon Wall is a card that people tagged me the other day for not liking. And no. Demon Wall is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 3/3 Demon Wall with Defender and Menace. As long as this creature has a counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender. Pay 6 mana and put 2+1/+1 counters on it. So the idea is that if you put even 1 counter on this, it attacks as a 2 mana 4/4 Menace. Okay. You know what this actually is? This is the blue creature that's in every limited environment. You guys have seen this in blue, right? It's in every single set. The 2 mana 3/3 with Defender. That you have to turn its Defender off somehow, and it's usually like the set mechanic. In this case, it's not even set mechanic. It pays 6 mana, and there are other ways to get counters on it. I guess if you, a Carsey Revenant or something out of the graveyard puts counters on this, and suddenly it's a 3/3 Flying Menace Death Touch Lifelink or something like that. That seems cute. It seems cute, but you still had to spend 2 mana on this. You had to put the Carsey Revenant in your yard somehow, spend the 3 mana getting the Carsey Revenant out of your yard and putting the counters on this. It is still mana intensive to do all the tricks that you want to do with this. If you play this on turn 2, and then the next turn you put a counter on it, and it swings as a 4/4 Menace, that sounds great, but it's probably not as good as some of the other 2-drop options you could have played. It really isn't. We have a 2 mana 5/5 Demon. If you want to harp on the fact this is a demon. We have a 2 mana 5/5 demon in Standard right now that doesn't really see as much play as it should. So I don't have any faith in this thing. This is just the blue limited creature from the set, color shifted into black. That's all this is. And it's, I'm going crazy. People saying that it's amazing. Yeah, Annex says hi, it's a 2 mana demon again. We have a 2 mana demon. Now you could argue that we have 2. Is this really what you're playing? Maybe I'm just an idiot. I could be a total idiot. This is incredible. But most of the Annex decks, okay, let's look at it. I'm spending too much time on this card in a speedrun. The Annex decks, how do they put a counter on this? Get back to me. This is a 2.3. So this card is not good, guys. Diamond Weapon is 8 mana. It's 9 mana, actually. 7 and 2 green for an 8/8 legendary artifact elemental. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent in your yard, and it has reach. It also has immune, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to Diamond Weapon. Now, this one looks like a reanimatable thing, but actually this could have some life in not only the Insidious Roots decks, but these Up the Beanstalk decks that play a bunch of dudes that are already like this. The question is this better than those dudes? And I'm not sure that it is. They have a 6/6 Death Touch for no mana in that deck. They have a 4/2 flyer that makes you discard and they get to draw if conditions are met. And so, again, I think you can probably do better than this, even in the decks that already exist, but maybe you play a one of, who knows. It is a cool card, though. I like the immune ability, obviously, but again, we're trying to be realistic here. I'm going to give this card a 4.35. Dion, Bahamut's Dominant. Gonna make it rhyme every time. 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/3 legendary human noble knight with Dragonfire Dive. During your turn, Dion and other knights you control have flying, which is convenient because when he enters, you get a 2/2 white knight. You can also pay 6 mana, tap him and exile him, return him to the battlefield transformed as a sorcery. You get Bahamut, Warden of Light, a 5/5 flyer. And on chapter 1 and 2, you get Wings of Light. A +1/+1 counter goes on each other dude you control, and they gain flying till end of turn. On chapter 3, you get Giga Flare, destroy target permanent, exile him, flip him back over. So, like your mom. So this is a 5/5 flyer if you pay 6 mana for it and puts a bunch of counters on stuff, blows something up, but it has to be in play for 3 turns. The best part of this is actually the front half that gives you 5 upfront power and toughness for 4 mana on 2 bodies. So that's not bad. Flickerable, I guess. And if you have other knights in your deck, they all have flying on your turn. That's probably okay in some small way. So I'm actually going to give this right at a 4.9. Almost a 5. Almost the 5 barrier. Because I do think the upfront value is good, and the 6 mana value is just kind of gravy. But it all depends on how many knights you're playing and stuff. Dragoon's Lance is 2 mana, 1 and a white for an equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. During your turn, equipped creature has flying. And you equip this for 4. So a 2 mana, 2/1 flying during your turn. And then you can, pass this around once that guy dies. Pretty decent limited in terms of just stats and evasive abilities and stuff. Not horrible. So I'll give this a 3.4. Dragoon's Wyvern is 3 mana, 2 Wyvern, 2 and a blue for a 2/1 Drake with flying. When it enters, you get a 1/1 colorless hero. So a little bit better than your average Wind Drake, but still not that inspired. 3.2. Dreams of Lasagna, Dreams of Laguna is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an instant. Surveil 1, draw a card, flash it back for 3 and a blue. So not a deep analysis. You know what I mean? Not a deep analysis, but getting there. The upfront cost of Surveil 1, draw a card for 2 mana is probably twice as much as it should cost. But flashing it back later is kind of all right. Not like a think twice, but close to a think twice, right? Let's give this a 3.84. I actually think this card is all right, but probably won't end up seeing play ultimately. Dwarven Castle Guard is 1 and a white for a 2/1 dwarf soldier. When it dies, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. So like a Doom Dissenter in white. We see these sometimes in white, like Doom Traveler and blah, blah, blah. But I'll just give this a 3.48. Eden, Seat of the Sanctum. We're in the E's and I haven't taken a drink yet. Please, my voice is getting scratchy. Hold on a second. Eden, Seat of the Sanctum is a town. Comes into play untapped, taps for a colorless. Pay 5, tap it, mill 2, then you may sacrifice this land. When you do, return another target permanent card from your yard to hand. So it gets permanents. It's not restricted to artifacts, creatures, whatever. Anything you want, but it's going to cost 5 mana and a tap. That's ridiculous. So even in Commander, I think this is a bit expensive. I will give this a 4.49. Edgar, because it's still all right. Edgar, King of Figaro is 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for a 4/5 legendary human artificer noble. When he enters, draw a card for each artifact you control. Also has 2-headed coin. The first time you flip 1 or more coins each turn. Those coins come up heads, and you win those flips. So anything that flips like 5 coins or 4 coins at a time, you're going to win every single one of them if it's the first time you flip coins that turn. This actually leads to some pretty wild interactions in Commander where you can more or less win the game on the spot or take a bunch of like extra turns or whatever. There's pretty stupid stuff this can do there. And if nothing else, it can draw you like 5 cards when it comes into play on a 4 or 5 body. So it's all kind of neat, but a little bit priced out of standard. Looks intro packy slightly to me, but I still like Edgar. He's a cool character. Sort of. It's kind of a little prick, but I'm going to give this like a, sorry if you're at work. This is like a 4, like he's probably not going to do the thing much. I'll give him more than that. I'll give him a 4.5. And the reason I'm doing that is because of this first line of text. If he draws 3 cards when he ETBs, he's all right. Eject is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for an instant that cannot be countered. Bounce a non-land permanent and draw a card. So a fully kicked into the royal that can't be countered. We give those 3.5 around here. Elixir with Naming Way from Final Fantasy IV. We got a Naming Way reference. A single mana for an artifact that enters tapped. You can pay 5, tap it, and exile it to shuffle all non-land cards from your graveyard into your library. You gain life equal to the number of cards shuffled into your library this way. So just another kind of version of Elixir of Immortality. Right? But instead of just gaining whatever it is, 5 life, and shuffling the elixir into your deck, in this case you have to exile it, but you might gain like 20 life. Like, it depends on how many things are in your graveyard. I think the first time I read this, I missed that it said non-land. It shuffle all non-land cards from your graveyard into your library, which is actually kind of better than the average Felden's Cane effect or something. Because now you won't draw those dead lands. You just draw nothing but gas from your graveyard into your library. So that's cute. But in certain decks like Hope S-Time in Commander or even in Standard, this could really get you a lot of mills depending on how much life you gain off of it. So I think it's a cute, Felden's Cane or really closer to Elixir of Immortality effect. And those aren't half bad. So I will give this I'm going to give this a, am I going to do that? I'm going to give this card a 4.8. Entering tapped, I think, sucks a little bit, but it's kind of all right. Emmett Selk Unsundered is 3 mana, 1 a blue and a black for a 2/4 legendary elder wizard with vigilance. When it enters or attacks, draw, then discard. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 14 or more cards in your yard, transform it into Hades, Sorcerer of Eld, a 6/6 legendary avatar with vigilance and Echo of the Lost. During your turn, Yawgmoth's Will is just always active. You may play cards from your yard. If a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. That's also what Yawgmoth's Will says. So you just get Yawgmoth's Will, which is still nuts to me. This is one of the first cards that we saw from the set. And it still looks good. I think it's being slept on slightly because people have forgotten about it. But 14 cards seems like a lot. It's actually kind of not. It really kind of isn't. And this is resistant to bolt effects, nowhere to runs, torch the towers, and all that kind of stuff in standard right now. Virtue of Persistence. It dodges some important removal at its mana cost. Vigilance is not nothing. Enters, draw a card, discard a card. That's kind of cool that you get the loots on enters or attacks. So cool stuff about the upfront of this card. But then when it flips over, it's ridiculous. This is absolutely insane when you flip it over. So I think this again is being slept on. I will give this card a 6. 100% serious. Esper Origins, another one that I think is all right. 2 mana, 1 and a green for a sorcery. Surveil 2, you gain 2 life. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, exile it, put it onto the battlefield transformed under its owner's control with a finality counter on it. You flash it back for 3 and a green, and you get Maduin, summon Esper Maduin. That's my Daduin. If you're Terra, it is. On Chapter 1, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a permanent, put it into your hand. Chapter 2, add 2 green mana. Chapter 3, other creatures you control get +2/+2, gain trample until end of turn, and all this on a 4/4. So this is actually, I think, Value Town, and the kind of Value Town that might still be playable in Standard. Hear me out. If you play this on turn 2, you Surveil 2, gain 2 life. Set up your next draw, find your sweeper, whatever it is. Put cards in your yard if that's what you want to do, right? And gain 2 life. So it gains you a little bit of life against aggro. Okay. Turn 4, played out of your yard. It's gained you a total of 4 life. That should keep you in the game until that point. And then you get a 4/4 that can block. You get a card back, probably, right? Reveal the top card of your library. If it's permanent, put it in your hand. You could easily make it to where this is the only non-permanent card in your deck, right? And then you get some ramp, and then you get a overrun effect. These are all really good green effects for actually a little bit of mana. For just 4 mana. I know it's a total of 6 in installments, but again, it gains you some life. It fixed your draw in between. It fixed your draw for the next turn as well, so you'll know what to spend this ramp on, right? You have to factor in the fact that you'll have ramp and then maybe draw something really good with the Surveil. You can also set up your draw to make sure that you get a permanent on the first chapter of it, which I think people haven't really mentioned too much of, myself included. So yeah, 4 mana, 4/4 that blocks and attacks for at least 1 or 2 turns. You know, it blocks twice, attacks once. Gives you really good ramp. Gives you a card back. Overrun effect. Let's kind of go is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? You haven't had a whole lot of time to play other creatures in the game if you're doing this all on curve. So I don't know how great the overrun effect is, but it could just work if you played multiple creatures on turn 5 when you got the ramp, right? So I think this card works on a lot of axes and kind of adjusts to what you need it to do in a game. Do I need to play one huge dude with the ramp? Sure, I'll do that. Do I need to play 2 dudes with the ramp so I take more advantage of the overrun effect? I'll do that, you know? So it gives you some breathing room. There's, again, sets your draw. There's a lot of great things about this card that I don't think people are really seeing when they look at the total package. They're not looking at the total package. So I will actually give this card a 5.5, mostly because of standard playability. I think that more so than a lot of other cards in the set, this has that. But we'll look at Ether next. 4 mana, 3 and a blue for an artifact. Tap, exile the artifact, add blue. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. Choose new targets for the copy if you'd like to. This is cool. It's not as good as like a Cursed Recording. And does that card see any standard play? No. And in Commander, it probably, it's not reusable. You have to exile it. It's just probably not good enough in most formats. So I kind of sadly have to give this a 3.3, but if you wanted to get tricky with it, I bet you could, is all I'm saying. Evil Reawakened is 5 mana, 4 and a black for a sorcery. Return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters. Kind of a normal removal spell in this day and age. I'm just going to give this a 3.5. Excalibur 2 is a single mana. I don't think we've covered this card yet on the channel. Excalibur 2 costs 1 mana for a legendary equipment that equips for 3. Whenever you gain life, put a charge counter on Excalibur 2. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each charge counter on Excalibur 2. See, this doesn't have the problem that the artifact that we were talking about earlier does. The equipment where I was like, oh, you might get your creature blown up and then you have to restart the +1/+1 counters. You don't have to do that with this one. It gets charge counters. So even if the dude that you have it equipped on gets blown away and then another guy gets blown away, it's always going to give like plus whatever, however much life or how many times you've gained life. So if I have this out, if I play this on turn 2, let's say I play Hinterland Sanctifier on 1, into Excalibur 2, into creature, gain a life, charge counter on the Excalibur 2. And then over the next couple of turns, I continue to do that play pattern. Like eventually, Excalibur 2 is going to have 3-4 counters on it very easily, like relatively early. And then any creature I attach it to for the whole rest of the game, including just a Hinterland Sanctifier, is going to be like 5 or 6 power. And I think that's actually okay. Does it go in those decks? I don't know, man. I don't know if they have room for it. But definitely a commander life gain card for sure. This goes in basically every commander life gain deck from now until the end of time. And I do think it's cheap enough to play in standard life gain decks that like it might be good enough and it might actually give them life gain decks some oomph. And like there's a lot of flying creatures in the life gain deck like Starscape Cleric or the Impassioned Orator dupe, the one that's like a bat something, you know. Why can't I remember the name of that card right now? But it's a 2-mana 1/2 flyer. And so like with all these flying creatures, you could easily just attach this to it, swinging for 7 a turn, you know, like very easily. So I think this card is actually like better than it looks. Yeah, it works with Steiner. He's got the lifelink. It should work with Steiner. It's his sword. So good flavor, you know. But yeah, sweet Zora line, all kinds of, you know, ideas from chat. And these are all really good ideas in your life gain deck. Even just throwing it on like an Amalia, you know, she's not gaining life for you, but it's making her even larger. Sometimes that's what matters. So I think this is a really, really good Magic card, potentially in multiple formats, but at least Commander playable. I will give this a 6.5. This is a very good equipment in the decks that want it. Fang, Fearless, Icy. Elsie? Somebody told me how to pronounce this and I've already forgotten. This is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/3 legendary human warrior. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and lose 1 life once per turn. So this is a meldable thing with Vanille, and it is the better of the 2 cards. Vanille doesn't look horrible, but this is the better of the 2 meldy cards. And this is not half bad. It's like a Morbid Opportunity kind of, but instead of whenever a creature dies, it's whenever a card leaves your yard. Probably too expensive for Insidious Roots, but that deck could probably use some card advantage. And honestly, if you just had like one of this and one of Vanille, so that you might meld sometimes, I think that might be like something you could squeeze in. So this is real card advantage, even if it only triggers once per turn. In Commander, you could trigger it 4 times per turn cycle really, really easily. With all kinds of stuff. I mean, there's plenty of stuff that once it's out in black, especially, that you can just, you know, Tortured Existence or whatever it is, and over and over and over, and it's 1 mana to draw a card every turn cycle. So this is probably decent there. I will give this a 5.9. Fate of the Suncrist is 5 mana, 4 and a white for an instant. Spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target non-land permanent. So still costs 3 mana to blow up a creature. It's not that great. Limited playable removal spell, but does trigger up the Beanstalk. Worth noting, but probably not that big of a deal. I will give this a 3.5. Fight On is 3 mana, 2 and a black for an instant, cast Raise Dead twice. That is literally all it does, but it does it on 1 card, so it is card advantage. Return up to 2 target creatures from your yard to your hand. 3.4. Fire Magic is a single red mana for an instant with tiered. It's got fire on it. Costs 0 extra mana. Just ping a creature for 1. If you want to pay 2 extra mana, you can cast Fira. Fire Magic deals 2 damage to each creature. And then if you want to pay 6 total mana, 5 extra, it's going to deal 3 damage to each creature at instant speed. Hold. Had a little cough, a little tickle in my throat there. But yeah, this is a little better than it looks, but still not great. 3 mana for an instant speed sweeper that does 2 to everything is probably the best thing you can do with this card, and it actually isn't half bad. You know, an instant speed sweeper, that's fine, but how many things is it actually going to pick up? Is it worth paying an extra mana for a instant speed Pyroclasm? Maybe. Could be. And, you know, it takes out a Bowmasters or like an X1 or something. Shouldn't have said Bowmasters, but it takes out like an X1 some of the time. So not horrible, but probably not as playable as like a Burst Lightning or something in Standard, but still kind of neat. I will give this a 4, right out of 4. Firion Wild Rose Warrior from FF2 is up next. 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 3/3 legendary human rebel warrior. Equipped creatures you control have it a haste. Whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, if a token, or you create a token that is a copy of it, except it has this equipment's equip abilities cost 2 less to activate. Sacrifice the token at the beginning of the next upkeep. So if you play any old school sword, or even if you play a Buster sword or a Masamune from this set, all of those will give you a copy that will equip for effectively free the turn that you play it. And that might make cards like Buster sword legit better. You know, even if you played a creature that turn, you can give the creature haste by, you know, equipping the thing to it for free. This also equips like free Swiftfoot boots and stuff like that, or copies of Swiftfoot boots at least, which could be somewhat important, but mostly you want like big, you know, big power bonuses or something like that off of this. But there's plenty of swords that we have in standard even before this set that can achieve that. So neat card for equipment stacks. Like the haste on all your guys. I still fear that this guy himself is slightly too expensive, but you probably play a 3-drop creature or 2 in the deck, and if you do, this guy's probably in there. So I'm going to actually give this a 5.4, and a big part of that is like unique commander build around ability. I think he's kind of neat, but ultimately we'll have to wait on this. I'll go 5.2. We'll go 5.2 on that. I was really doubting myself, but I'll do it. I think there's a lot to this ability that we have to kind of unlock. Freya Crescent is up next. This is probably the actual best equipment card in the set for like a standard equipment stack. This is a single red mana for a 1/1 legendary Rat Knight with jump. During your turn, Freya has flying. You can tap it to add a red mana, but you can only spend that mana to cast an equipment spell or activate an equip ability. We're kind of in. This is a Llanowar Elves for equipment stacks that can fly. You know, like during your turn, it wears an equipment very well if you're not going to tap it for mana. So it can tap to equip itself some of the time. That's kind of neat. I don't mind that. So I think this is just like the best equipment 1-drop like almost ever printed. Like a Llanowar Elves for these decks is really, really good. So, and especially one that attacks fairly well too. So very cool, and just ultimately an awesome creature. You can't see because of my dumb face, but she's wearing this awesome like red mage outfit. She looks great. But this I'm seriously going to give like a 6. You know, like Llanowar Elves is like an 8. It's up there, man. I just think that this is exactly what these decks have wanted for a long time and never ever had. They need cheap creatures. They need ways to get their equipments on and on the table, and on a creature, both of those things, as quickly as possible. This allows them to do that. So you can get Buster Sword on the table turn 2 with this. Have I sold you on it yet? I think this is a good Magic card. 6. From Father to Son is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a sorcery. Search your library for a vehicle, reveal it, put it into your hand. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, put the card on the battlefield instead and shuffle up. And casting it from a graveyard, I assume you're flashing it back. That's going to cost 7 mana, 4 and 3 whites. So probably destroys any real, you know, mana value you were getting out of casting it from your graveyard, unless you get like a Parhelion 2, like something that costs 1 million mana. But even then, it's costing you a lot to flash it back. That said, it's a tutor that gets a vehicle, so it's worth something in Commander. I will give it a 4.8. Usually a tutor would get a lot more from me than that, and it should. You know, in the future, this is going to go and get like the best vehicle ever printed. It will be an important Commander card. It will spike if it hasn't yet. As soon as they print a vehicle that matters in Commander, then yeah. So I will give this actually like a 5.5. It's a 2 mana tutor. It goes and gets, you know, a vehicle that'll be playable at some point in its lifespan. Galacat is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 1/3 cat with flying and vigilance. As long as you control 2 or more artifacts, it gets +2/+0. Kind of a garbage card, but you could have a 3/3 flying vigilance on your hands, and it definitely goes into the cat cube and is a cat with like bat wings. That's amazing. That's so cool. So I like its style more than anything. I will have to give this like a 2.3. Gaius Van Baelsar is 4 mana, 2 and 2 black for a 3/2 legendary human soldier. When it enters, choose 1. Each player sacks a creature token of their choice. Each player sacks a non-token creature of their choice, or the good one. Each player sacks an enchantment of their choice. So a black body that blows up enchantments. You just haven't really seen too much of that, man. Black's getting to blow up more and more enchantments nowadays, isn't it? Better than it looks, I'll say that much, but still not the most playable thing I've ever seen. But getting to blow up 3 enchantments You're blowing up 3 enchantments on a commander table with this. Like, that's pretty decent black, dude. So I'm going to actually give this like a 5.9. And I kind of mean every second of that, dude. In commander, I think this is playable because of that last mode. Galuf's Final Act is 2 mana, 1 and a green for an instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to its power on up to 1 target creature. I actually think this is kind of one of the worst cards in the set. I'd rather just protect my guy, like 9 times out of 10, you know? Maybe it's okay in like a commander +1/+1 counter build, but I don't even think it's that good there. I just think this card is one of those like, well, I'm never going to play this no matter what kind of cards. So I'm just going to give this like a 1.7. Next is Garland, Knight of Cornelia. This is Rakdos, 2-drop for a 3/2 legendary human knight. Whenever you cast a non-creature, surveil 1. You can also pay 7 mana, 3/2 black, 2 red to return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed at sorcery speed. You get Chaos the Endless. He is a 5/5 legendary demon with flying. When he dies, he goes on the bottom of your library. Cute flavor when you think about it, I guess. I kind of was hard on this card when I first saw him. 2 mana, 3/2, not the worst stats. Whenever you cast a non-creature trigger, you get a surveil, cool, whatever. And sometimes you get a 5/5 flyer. And then eventually, even if that dies, you might get Garland back. And he will knock you all down. One of my favorite lines of text from any Final Fantasy. It's up there with "you spoony bard." You know, it's I do like that line. But anyway, this is kind of okay for what you're actually paying for the front half of it. So I will cease being too tough on the old man. This is the first boss ever in Final Fantasy. Ever. The first boss period in FF. You got to give him some respect, right? 4.5. Garnet, Princess of Alexandria, is 2 mana, a green and a white for a 2/2 legendary human noble cleric with lifelink. When she attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a +1/+1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. You know, I was thinking if we ever get a Steven Universe like Secret Lair or something, Garnet could just be Garnet. Right? Like remove a lore counter from a number of sagas you control to put a +1/+1 counter on Garnet. That kind of works with Garnet from Steven Universe's flavor too, because she can kind of like see the future and change stories, right? It's because she can see different time flows. You can change your story, and taking a lore counter off of a saga is kind of like changing a story. This could be I'm just saying, if there's ever a Steven Universe, Garnet could be Garnet, and it would make sense. But either way, cool build around commander, probably all it actually does. I hate to say it. If you want to do something competitive and standard with this, call me when you figure it out. I'm excited about the prospect, but this is like a 3.8 or something. It's just not, I don't think this is actually very good, but maybe just a 2 mana 2/2 lifelink. Get your tongue salivating. I don't know. Genji Glove is up next. We haven't covered this card yet either. A little disappointed, honestly. 5 mana for an equipment that equips for 3. Equipped creature has double strike. Whenever equipped creature attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, untap it. After this phase, there's an additional combat phase. Equips for 3. So 8 mana to get it equipped, right? Because you pay 5, equip for 3. But as people have said to me, all during preview season, you have to assume that in Commander, all equip costs are free. All right, so let's do that. Even if that's the case, it still costs 5 mana to get down. That's a lot. So much. I will say, though, that like Anzrag wears this interestingly because it gives the Anzrag double strike on an 8-power creature. That means he's probably going to kill whatever blocks him. And then you get like multiple extra combat steps. Right? So that's kind of neat. Altogether, it's cute. But I would say in standard, 5 mana is right out for something like this. It sadly really is for an amazing equipment from Final Fantasy. But maybe in Commander, in your, Ishin Two Heavens as one deck, or plenty of other decks for that matter, you find room for it. So very powerful effect. I will give this a 5.3, but begrudgingly. Gigantode is 4 mana for a 4/4 frog. As long as you control 7 or more lands, it gets +2/+2. Normal magic card. I'll give it a 2.8. Gilgamesh, Master at Arms, is 6 mana, 4 and 2 red for a 6/6 legendary human samurai. Whenever he enters or attacks, look at the top 6 of your library. You may put any number of equipment cards from among those onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you put one or more equipment onto the battlefield this way, you can attach one of them to a samurai, aka a Gilgamesh, that you control. So this is actually a really slick text box that could put like 2 equipments into play on average, I would assume. Because you got lands and creatures in your deck too, plus the odd spell here or there, you know. So in Commander, this could be your commander, but you're cutting yourself off from the white equipments and the green equipments and the black equipments. You only get the one color, and he's really expensive. That said, he's fun to like bounce or blink or something if you can get that cooking. I guess he could do some cool stuff for you, but altogether, I think he's just a little expensive for most environments, even commander equipment decks. Even those, I think you want to go lightning fast. And even though he puts a lot of, you know, potential value on the table, he could whiff. He could whiff, but even if he puts a lot of potential value on the table, he's a little much. So I'm going to give Gilgamesh a 4.1. Giot, King of the Dwarves, Lally-Ho, my friend. 2 mana, Boros colors for a 1/1 legendary dwarf noble with double strike. Whenever Giot or another dwarf you control enters, and whenever an equipment you control enters, discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So a rummage effect. On enters, you get a fencing ace with an enters ability that filters cards. Okay. But also when you play little equipments, you get to rummage, and that's kind of all right. This is a neat 2-drop. Not a SRAM or anything. It's not quite SRAM at all, but it's SRAM-like. And it wears equipments pretty well, too, because of the double strike. So I kind of want to like this guy a bit. I'm going to give him a 5. Right out of 5. I think there could be something to it. Gladiolus Amacitia is 6 mana, 4 red and a green for a legendary human warrior. He's a 6/6, and when he enters, search your library for any land in your deck. Put it on the battlefield, tap, shuffle up. He also has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, another target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample till end of turn. Let's do the math. You pay 6 mana, you get a 6/6 and some ramp. That can be any land you want to, and when you get that ramp, another guy now attacks for +2/+2 and trample till end of turn. Okay. That's definitely doing something when you come into play, right? 6 mana is a lot. To the extent that I'm not sure this is playable in Standard at all. Especially if you are playing, you know, Landfall in Standard. You're probably playing Dragonback Assault at 6 mana, and that means you just don't have room for any more 6-drops. So probably not seeing play there, but in Commander, I think this is actually really powerful for Landfall decks. Not necessarily as a Commander. I think you could do better, but still not bad. But in the 99 of like Teamer or Naya Landfall decks or whatever in Commander, then suddenly this is a really good effect. You know, you're paying the same that you're paying for like a Rampaging Balos to get a really good Landfall trigger that helps you bust through and ramp. I think there's something to this. Let's go 4.9. A lot of bluster for a 4.9, but it's not actually that bad. Go-Go Master of Mimicry is a wild magic card. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a legendary wizard. He's a 2/4. It is a 2/4. You don't know. We never learn Go-Go's gender, so they are a 2/4. You can pay X, tap, copy target activated or triggered ability you control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied, and X cannot be 0, probably for priority holding on arena purposes. This is maybe one of the best cards in the set. And because this is a speed run, I'm not going to go into all the wacky things that it does. But if you just pay 2 mana, then you can copy something once. Paying 4 mana to copy something twice is honestly not going to be that hard. You're not bending over backwards to copy something twice. And by the time you get the same iteration of one activated ability or triggered ability 3 times, you're probably doing something good. You're probably winning. And 2, this has an important stat line. Again, 3 mana for a 2/4. It cannot be cut down. It cannot be bolted. It cannot be towards the tower. It cannot be. So, again, important stat line on this and a lot of very good triggered abilities to copy in Standard. So, I think it might have a chance, and if nothing else, Commander playable till the rest of our lives. This card is going to surprise you when I rate it. This card is a 7.2. And you're going to think I'm a crazy person, but this right here is gold. Seriously, being able to do that it's going to be better than, you know, Rings of Brighthearth a lot of the time in Commander. It's going to be better than oh my God, I forgot the name of it. The stupid thing that you can throw on something and it doubles activated abilities. That thing, it's an artifact and it's an equipment. You do the thing. Anyway, everyone knows what it is except for me right now in this moment because my brain is bad. But yeah, these effects are playable in Commander, but I honestly think there is something to this in Standard too, if you can find the right thing. I really think it's a dangerous dude or lady or something. So I'm serious, 7.2. This is a very strong card. Next is Golbez, Crystal Collector. 2 mana Dimir colors for a 1/4 legendary human wizard. We have agreement. We have agreement in the chat. I'm amazed. I thought the people were going to come after me for that. But yeah, Dimir for a 1/4 legendary human wizard on Golbez here. Whenever an artifact you control enters Surveil 1. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more artifacts, return target creature card from your yard to your hand. Then if you control 8 or more artifacts, each opponent loses life equal to the card's power. Whew, okay, so kind of neat, man. It should be easy enough to have 4 artifacts, right? So that's not bad value, but in Commander, once you get to 8 artifacts, that's actually really dangerous. I think it's a cool build around Commander, but that's kind of where it ends. So I'll give this a 5.2. My reasoning being that it's actually not horrible in Standard because you're getting Surveil triggers on a big butt, but if you ever get the value off of having 4 artifacts, even the one time, then that's kind of like drawing a card. It's kind of like, replacing himself, I guess is the phrase that I'm looking for that I've already said 50 times. Again, I have a bad brain. So I don't hate this guy. I'll give him a 5.2. Gubu Gardener is a Druid of the Cowl that doesn't really have great creature types. Just 2 mana for a 1/3, tap for a green. I'll give this a 3.6. Graha Tia is an underrated Commander card. 5 mana, 4 and a white for a 3/5 legendary cat archer with reach and the Elegant Eye. Whenever one or more other creatures and or artifacts that you control die, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay, so draw a card once a turn is what you're telling me, especially if I have treasure tokens. I'll pop one on my turn, that's a card. Pop one on your turn, that's a card. Pop one on your turn, that's a card. This might not be troubled in pairs or anything, but it's still a lot of drawn cards. I think this is better than it looks. 5.3, and that is all Commander. Grand Pulse Ochu is a green mana for a 1/1 plant beast with Death Touch. Pay 8 until end of turn. This creature gets +1/+1 for each permanent in your graveyard. Best thing about this, 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch. That's not half bad in limited. 3.2. Guada Salam. Well, we have to do this one. We don't have to do it at all. Gasal Greens is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a sorcery. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with the Chocobo landfall ability. Flash it back for 7 mana. 7 mana. Interestingly, this is actually playable in limited, where a 2 mana 2/2 isn't embarrassing, and the fact that it has an extra ability makes it actually pretty good. So I have to give this like a 3.4, but only because it's limited playable. Haste Magic is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an instant. A creature gets +3/+1 and gains haste till end of turn. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step. So a Burning Crescendo, but not quite. It doesn't give you the card for as long, but does give you haste, unlike Crescendo. That might mean it's almost standard playable in like Gruul Mice from time to time or something, especially in best of 1. So I'm actually going to give this card a 4. Right at. Hecdize is Burglar Rat. It just is. I couldn't remember a Burglar Rat was each opponent the other day. It turns out it is. So it just is Burglar Rat, again, without a relevant creature type. 2 mana for a 1/1 Ooze Horror. When it enters, each opponent discards a card. Burglar Rat is a 3.2. Hill Gigas is 6 mana, 4 and 2 red for a 5/4 giant with trample and haste and mountain cycling 2. You should probably play this in pre-release. Just letting you know, just a tip right there. This is a fine little dude in pre-release. Trample and haste on a large dude, but can also get you a mount. Sure, man. 3.3. Hope S-Time is a commander I'm building because I'm an annoying prick. This is, sorry for that word twice. You can say it on The Simpsons, so should be fine. 2 mana, a white and a blue for a 2/2 legendary human wizard with lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. So that means Hope is just as annoying in Magic the Gathering as he is in Final Fantasy 13. This is a dope commander, dude. You can do so much with this, and we will talk about it on the channel relatively soon. I'm going to give this a 7, and that is all commander build around ability. Every last second of it. Ice Flan is 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for a 5/4 elemental ooze. When it enters, tap a creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. Island cycling for 2. So one of these guys, I'll give him a 3.5. 1. Ice Magic is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an instant with tiered Blizzard. 0 mana, return a creature to its owner's hand. Blizzara, extra 2 mana, target creature's owner puts it on their choice at the top or bottom of their library. And then Blizzaga, 6 extra mana, a total of 8. Target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. Basically, every version of this is kind of bad. I will give it a 3.1. Again, with a 3.1. No, I'll give it a 3.2. It's a little better than Flan. Ignis Scientia is 2 mana, 1 green blue for a 2/2 legendary human advisor. When he enters, look at the top 6 of your library. Put a land card from among them on the battlefield tapped. The rest go on the bottom in a random order. And I've come up with a new recipe. Cost his casting cost and a tap. Exile target card from a yard. If a creature card was exiled this way, make a food token. Pretty bad Scavenging Ooze type ability on that, but at least he gives you some ramp when he comes into play. Still no Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Probably slightly better than like a Clifftop Lookout. That's okay, right? But he can't get any land. All right, I mean, we're talking a little bit, but he's not that great. I'll give him a 4.25. Ilmeg Pixie, he might be better than that. 4.4. Ilmeg Pixie is 2 mana for a 2/1 fairy with flying. When he attacks, you surveil 1. Okay, fine, limited creature. You will play this a lot of the times that you get it if you're blues. So I'm going to throw a 3.45 on that. Instant Ramen, everyone's favorite card in the set. 2 mana for a food with flash. Get it? It's instant. When it enters, draw a card. You can pay 2 and tap it and sack it to gain 3 life. So it's literally a food token. You pay 2 mana with flash, and it draws a card. I like drawing cards. I really do. 2 mana instant speed, draw a card. Any deck can play is kind of all right by itself. It's really not a bad Magic card when you get right down to it. I'll have to give it a 4.5, but it's instant ramen. It's instant ramen. But as people have pointed out, like Dockside Extortionist already exists, or whatever his name is. No, Dockside Extortionist is the red thing that got banned. What am I thinking of? Dockside Chef is already in Magic. And he makes ramen, so is it really crazy that we'd have instant ramen in Magic? Maybe not. Iron Giant is 7 mana for us. Did I rate this card? Yeah, 4.5. Iron Giant is 7 mana for a 6/6 demon artifact creature with vigilance, reach, and trample. No. Ultimately, it's a keyword soup and it's a big guy, so maybe you'll play it at pre-release, right? But that's basically the only place you'll ever see this guy. I'm going to give him like a 3.4. Ishgard, the Holy Sea. This is a land. It's a town that enters tapped and taps for white, but it has an adventure half. The first one of these, I guess. Faith and Grief is 5 mana, 3 and 2 white for a sorcery. Return up to 2 target artifact and or enchantment cards from your graveyard to your hand. So, little card advantage out of your graveyard. And in white decks, you could really use that to get enchantments back. Say that. Even in Commander, your Trouble in Pairs, your Smothering Tide, your 50 other enchantments, your Blind Obedience, your Authority of the Consoles. There's a lot of white enchantments people play in Commander. Your Ghostly Prison. Am I still going? Your Sphere of Safety. Stop me. But either way, in Commander, this is okay. You'll probably play it every time, which definitely gives it a good score. In Standard, though, I think that maybe this gets back your Caretaker's talents and other enchantments like that. There's a few, you could get things with this. And maybe it's like worth a one of in certain decks. Maybe the Simulacrum Synthesizer deck plays a one of this. So we can get back Synthesizer, Repurposing Bay, whatever, later on in the game. It's just really low opportunity cost and one of the better ones of these in the whole set. So I'm going to give this a 7.2. It's a good Magic card. Item Shopkeep is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 human citizen. Whenever you attack, target creature, attacking equipped creature, gains menace until end of turn. Not good enough when stacked up to the other 2 drops that care about equipments in the set, but maybe a playable limited thing. It is common. You'll see a lot of it. It might be all right. I will give this a 3. Sure. Jekt Reluctant Guardian is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 4/3 legendary human warrior with menace. Whenever Jekt deals combat damage to a player, you can exile it if you want to, return it to the battlefield transformed, and you get Braska's Final Aeon. This is a 7/7 menace. And on chapters 1 and 2, you get Jekt Beam. Each opponent discards a card, you draw a card. On chapter 3, Ultimate Jekt Shot. Each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. So what we have here is a 4 mana investment. Okay, that ends up drawing you 2 cards. They discard 2 cards and they sack 2 guys. So is this as good as Sheldred in Standard? Probably not. Like, I have to be As Oprah honest, I'm a Boy Scout as possible. You know, I don't think that this is going to see too much play above stuff like, you know, Archfiend of the Dross, for instance. Biza, does it stack up to Biza in the 4-drop slot? Probably not, you know, so let's not get too excited. But I do think, again, this is geared more for standard play than it was for commander play. And it could see play in commander, don't get me wrong. This is an each opponent thing. All of this is each opponent, and that ain't bad. But in a game of standard, 4 mana for a 4-power menace, so that makes him more likely to get through for combat damage. When you do get through for combat damage, it's an immediate discard draw. Okay, and then a discard draw, and he attacks for a 7/7 menace. Okay, if he's not killed. And then if he's still not killed, they have to sack 2 things. That's wild. Like, I actually think there's something on this, some stank a little bit. So I'm going to give Jekt a 5.3, and that's actually all kind of potential standard playability. This is one of my sleepers in the set. Genova Ancient Calamity, though, is 4 mana, 2, a black, and a green for a 1/4 legendary alien. There, you can see your casting cost now. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to Genova's power on up to 1 other target creature. That creature becomes a mutant in addition to its other types, and whenever a mutant you control dies during your turn, draw cards equal to its power. So we're going to get changelings in standard while this is in standard. We're going to get Marvel sets in standard while this is in standard. Those will probably have mutants in them when you think about how Marvel works. So there's probably something going on with this. As far as like what we can actually do in standard while it's in standard. It might have to wait some time, but that would be, I guess, somewhat appropriate for Genova. But this is a fun build around Commander 2, where it works with certain mutants that have already been printed and just draws you a ton of cards. If you can get it a higher power, then suddenly it's putting like 6 +1/+1 counters on stuff, and whenever that stuff dies, you draw 6 or 7 cards. It's just absolutely wild if you can get it rolling, but I think it takes a while for the snowball to get big enough to matter, you know. But still, you know, as far as 4-drops go, it has the same problems as a card like Jekt. Is it better than Sheldon? I don't know. You know, is it better than Archfiend? I don't know. But it still does some really cool stuff and could draw you a lot of cards over the course of the game. So I'm actually going to give Genova like a 5.5, and a lot of that higher score than Jekt there is because it's a really fun build around in Commander. Next is Jidoor Aristocratic Capital from FF6 here. This enters tapped and taps for blue. It is a town, but it also has Overture, a sorcery that costs 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue. Target opponent mills half of their library rounded down. Okay, so this is where the first time I'm going to say that these can be bounced back to your hand. Not only are there bounce lands in Commander, right, but, you know, even in Standard, there's like Arid Archway, I think it's called. Maybe even pointed it out this video. But that is a land that can bounce other lands back. And there's other stuff that bounces lands too. So you can cast Jidoor for the Overture and then play it as a land, bounce it back to your hand, cast Overture again. That's completely legal. So that's going to matter on a lot of these. It especially matters on Jidoor, I think. So pretty cool thing here. I think that along with at least maybe one other card in the set, and it could be Hope, honestly, this could make Mill decks playable. But Mill gets like 1 card every set. Lately, you know, we just saw River Churn Monument not long ago from Ether Drift. That looked really, really good. So we'll see if Mill can pull something off here. I know a lot of you are worried that it might. Say that much. But 6 mana for half of a library is actually a little much. I don't think this is as good as the white one. I will give it a 6.5. Mostly because, again, opportunity cost. There's really not much to it, right? But if you're just playing a normal blue deck, there's no reason to put this card in your deck. So I really should give it like a 6. Honestly, this is closer to a 6. Jill Shiva's Dominant over here is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/2 legendary creature. It's a human noble warrior. When it enters, return up to 1 other non-land permanent to its owner's hand. You can also pay 5 mana, tap exile Jill, transform her at sorcery speed into Shiva, Warden of Ice. A 4/5 legendary saga elemental. On chapters 1 and 2, Mesmerize. A creature cannot be blocked this turn. And on chapter 3, Cold Snap. Tap all lands your opponents control, exile Shiva, return it to the battlefield front face up. So you can resolve your spells on this 3rd turn. Cool thing is, though, I think these first 2, a creature can't be blocked this turn. On chapter 2, she'll probably target herself, get you 3 for 4 free damage. Kind of like that. Best thing about Jill, though, is this first ability. Return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. That's not restricted to opponent stuff. It's not restricted to creatures. You can target your own things in a pixie deck with this. And even though it might be a little bit expensive to cast, it's also got the ability to target any dang thing except for a land on either side of the table, and eventually It gets some stuff through unblocked. It's a big creature itself. It lets you force your spells through if it stays on the table. There's kind of a lot to this. I will give this a 5.5. I think there's a lot of value on this. I really do. Joshua Phoenix's Dominant is 3 mana, 1 red white for a 3/4 legendary human noble wizard. When it enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. For 5 mana, 3 in Boros, tap, exile it, sorcery speed, transform it into Phoenix of Fire, Phoenix Warden of Fire. A 4/4 flying lifelink, and on chapters 1 and 2, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Remember, it has lifelink. But on chapter 3, you get Flames of Rebirth. Return any number of target creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Exile Phoenix, return it front face up, at which point you will again get Josh. Just a dude named Josh. And of course, you'll be able to do the filtering thing again with his ETB. So not bad in some ways. A 3 mana 3/4 again survives a lot of important removal in the format, is not an embarrassing stat line. The problem is that's all he really does. And like Tursa Light Shatter is better than that in like mono red decks and stuff, if that's what you're looking to do. This will probably not see play, but boy, Phoenix is really interesting. Phoenix is. Chapters 1 and 2 don't actually do all that much when you think about it, you know, like they have to target an opponent. They give you technically an 8-point life swing if you get through both chapters, but I don't actually love this first couple of chapters. It's this chapter, chapter 3, return a bunch of stuff from your yard to the battlefield. That's amazing. But it probably won't ever actually happen. But that said, you know, in the meantime, you get a 4/4 flying lifelink that swings for a turn, blocks for 2, so sick. Blocks for 3? They actually block for 3, right? You play them, they block, then they attack, they block. No, they only block for 2. What am I, stupid? Yes. Anyway, I'm going to give Josh a 4.9. Judge Magister Gabrant is 2 mana, a white and a black for a 2/2 legendary human advisor knight with menace. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, it gets a +1/+1 counter. I'm into it in Aristocrats, but I don't know if I'm into it enough to actually play it. This can get brought back with a Raise the Past. I guess that's cute. Menace is a nice built-in evasion ability, and he does give me kind of Dakin Blackblade vibes, which that's an extra 1/10 of a point in my mind, but I will give this guy a 4.7. I don't know that he quite makes it. Judgment Bolt is 4 mana, 3 and a red for a rare instant. What do? Judgment Bolt deals 5 damage to target creature and X damage to that creature's controller. X being the number of equipment you control. Okay, so it's a Barret at instant speed. Like it blows up a creature, almost any creature, and then like bolts the opponent or shocks them. It's cute. Should not have been rare. I'll say that much. 3.7. Jumbo Cactar is 7 mana, 5 and 2 green for a 1/7 plant with 10,000 needles. When it attacks, it gets 9/9/9/9 until end of turn. Quad 9s, son. Not the only time it will appear on a card in this set either. This is a lot of people's like favorite card. It was one of the first ones that we saw from the set. And the more I look at it, the more I'm like, no, probably not. But if you can get it to attack and then fling it or something, you win the game. It's a fun, flashy way. So I will actually give this a 4.4. Somewhere in that territory. Kane, Traitorous Dragoon, over in the case. Hold on. We've gotten through a few numbers here. Or a few letters. I get a sip of coffee. Kane, Traitorous Dragoon, there's my voice. 3 mana, 2 and a green. 2 and a black. For a 2/4 legendary human knight with jump. During your turn, he has flying. When Kane deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, create that many tap treasures, and lose that much life. So, you get 2 cards and 2 treasures. Almost guaranteed, but your opponent gets the Kane. And maybe they'll get 2 cards and 2 treasures. You see how this works? I actually think this is kind of okay. I think there might be a trick to this, and that trick might just be like giving it to them and then go for the throating it, you know, like, okay, you used a removal spell on your own guy. That's 2 cards. That guy also drew you 2 cards and gave you some ramp. So how bad is it really, you know? But I don't think this sees play over like Preacher of the Schism in Standard or some other black 3-drops for playing like Gix from time to time. And so we'll see though, man. I think that he's cool, and there's not a whole lot of ways for like black decks to get this kind of amazing card advantage and ramp this early in the game. So again, I could be like completely wrong. This dude's like busted, but I am probably going to score him a little lower than you might expect. I will give him a 4.29. I just don't love a creature that you give to your opponent. I just don't. Kefka Court Mage is 5 mana, 2 blue, black, red. So Grixis, that fits Kefka. Mr. Palazzo. He's a 4/5 legendary human wizard. When Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. For 8 mana, each opponent sacks a permanent of their choice, and you transform Kefka at sorcery speed. Kefka, Ruler of Ruin, is a 5/7 legendary avatar wizard with flying. Whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, draw that many chords. That's... all right, that's a line of text right there, son. Like, if you do like 4 damage to your opponent on your turn, draw 4 freaking cards. Absolutely stupid. A burn spell starts, the lightning bolt draws 3. A lightning bolt becomes a strictly better ancestral recall. Gross. So this is one of the stronger lines of text, like, in the set. I really think it is, but it costs 8 mana to get there. And you're exposing yourself. You have to do it at sorcery speed on your turn. Little lame. But I will say, when he enters or attacks in 1v1s, you have to discard, they have to discard, but you probably draw 2 off of it when it comes into play. That said, I can't really justify this in Standard too much, and if you are going to play Kefka in Commander, I think the other one that's built for the Commander set is just better. So, kind of a letdown, but he looks cool, and he actually, this line of text, if you can ever get this line of text, it's insane. It really is, but not insane to give the card a great score, 4.6, and that's only because if you can get it, it's wild. But Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, a big thing that's being built from this set right now. Consistently getting more and more decks on EDA track every day. 4 mana, 2 black-red for a legendary human mutant wizard. It's a mutant. Works with Genova. A 3/4. At the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature token with the wizard creature token ability. And once you control 4 of those, you flip it over into Trance Kuja Fate Defied. This is a 4/6 legendary avatar. Wizard with Flamestar. If a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. Meaning that this actually attacks for 8. And you didn't spend any extra mana on it, right? Just 4 mana. It doesn't take any mana to flip over. You just have to have 4 of these guys. And then suddenly, he attacks for 8. And all these little 0/1 wizard guys deal 2 damage to each player whenever they proc. That's cool, but there's a lot of fun commander tricks with this. Ironcrag Pyromancer now hits for 6 per turn. That's pretty nasty. There's a bunch of stuff, like Coruscation Mage hits for 2 now. Like, there's a lot of stuff that really, really works well once this is flipped over. So this is a great commander build around that a lot of people are building around for good reason. People love these wizard guys, so do I. And Kuja's just cool too to begin with. So I'm going to give this a 6.4. Sounds maybe low to some people considering how much building it's seeing right now and how much I've hyped it up, but 6.4 actually seems kind of high to me. I don't think this is very playable in Standard. I think it's mostly for Commander build-arounds, but it is a really fun Rakdos Commander to build around. Laughing Mad is 3 mana, 2 and a red for an instant. As an additional cost to cast it, discard a card, draw 2 cards, flashback for 3 and a red. Costs too much mana. It is instant speed, and that might be the saving grace on this kind of card. Flashing it back at instant speed is kind of neat. Discarding isn't the worst thing in the world, depending on what you're doing. Gives you access to kind of a Solar Flare build, a Control Reanimator hybrid where you're playing at instant speed. There are things I like about the card, and the art is one of them, I think. But ultimately, I'm just going to give this by Rare Engine? Built by Rare Engine. What does that mean? Should I not be saying I like the art, actually? Because it was done by Rare Engine? Is that a person? Doesn't sound like it. If it's not a person, I no longer like this art. Either way, let's all AI controversies aside. Let's give this, I hope it's a person. Let's give this a 4. I like it. Maybe a handle. Yeah, maybe just a handle, But Lightning Army of 1 here is 3 mana, 1 red white for a 3/2 legendary human soldier with first strike, trample, and lifelink. It also has stagger. Whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or a permanent that player controls, it deals double that damage instead. I am just now realizing this does not say a source you control. So if you hit somebody with a lightning, now everyone at the table can go in on that person because everything will deal double damage to them and everything they control. That's kind of neat in Commander. This is a cool keyword soup in Standard, though, right? A 3-power first striker has already proven to be a decent line, but throw trample and lifelink on it. The thing is, a first strike lifelink with 3 power for 3 mana is going to be kind of difficult for a lot of decks to attack through some of the time. Even red decks with like pump spells and stuff might have a bit of a hard time, especially if you have your own sort of instant speed effects you can apply to lightning. Then things could get wild pretty quick. It really can. The lifelink is pretty good on this. And obviously, you know, if you just have a bunch of burn spells or other creatures on the table, suddenly you're putting a lot of pressure on your opponent. Like so much. And lightning counts herself, right? If you're able to deal damage with her outside of combat. Note to the first strike, the way this works is shield strike first, and then that same combat step, your other creatures will deal double damage because she has first strike. She hit first. So this will trigger, and then all your other creatures will hit. They'll hit for double damage. Nasty. But, you know, if somehow you're able to have lightning deal damage to them later on that turn or during their turn through some weird interaction, then again, she works with herself if you can pull that together. Probably not going to happen too often, but there's so much I like about this card. Like even in standard, I think that it's a 3-drop that gets cut down, and that probably means it's not playable. But if you're brave enough to try, this could definitely give you some like wild value, starting, you know, really early in the game. So I kind of like her. She's my favorite character from FF3 too. But I will give Lightning a 5.89. Seriously, I don't think we're in 6 territory, but this is a ridiculous build around in Commander and could actually have some potential in Standard, but I worry about her. I really do. Lightning Security Sergeant is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 2/3 legendary human soldier with menace. Whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player, exile the top of your library. You may play that card for as long as you control lightning. This one is not as good. This one just plain not as good. Overshadowed, outclassed by many, many different cards in mono red decks right now, from Nemesis to Tersa Light Shatter and blah, blah. Not as good as her Boros version for sure. 3.7, seriously. It's not very good. It's not even that good. 3.4, seriously. Light of Judgment is 5 mana, 4 and a red for an instant. Light of Judgment deals 6 damage to a creature. Destroy up to 1 equipment attached to that creature. So, cute in some ways and limited. But it's limited. It's limited removal. You'll play like 1 copy of and probably no more. So I'm just going to give this a 3. Lindblum Industrial Agency is probably the best thing that makes these wizard guys. This is a land that enters taps for red. It's a town. But if you play Mage Siege, it's 3 mana, 2 and a red for an instant. Create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with the wizard creature token ability. So instant speed to make one of these guys on a land. Wild. I don't know if it's one of the better of these lands in the set. I don't know if I can say that. But in these decks that specifically care about these little wizard guys, then suddenly you have to play all 4 copies of this. You just have to do it. You're kind of forced. In Commander, I think that a lot of red decks will just play this because it's a pretty good card in anything that plays a bunch of instants. And a lot of red decks do, you know. So, and besides that, mana rocks, enchantments, whatever. So this is very good, and I'm going to give it a solid 7. We gave the blue one a 6. We gave the white one like a 7.2 or something. This I'll give a 6.9. It is nice. I'll give it a 6.9. Lionheart is a card a lot of people are so mad at. 4 mana for an equipment that equips for 2. Whenever this equipment enters, it deals 2 damage to any target. Equipped creature gets +2/+1, and it equips for 2. I had people in my comments section when I first reviewed this card being like, why can't it cost 2? Because it would be wild. There's never been like a colorless card that any deck can play that's just 2 mana for 2 damage to a target. You know what I mean? Like you can't do that for balancing purposes. A card that any deck can play like this needs to, if it does that when it ETBs, it needs to be a little expensive. It makes perfect sense why it costs what it costs. The problem is that it's the Lionheart. It's not just some Gunblade from the beginning of the game. It's like Squall's ultimate equipment, and all it does is give +2/+1 and is a Gunblade, right? Oh, it does damage to a target when it enters because it's a Gunblade. See the flavor? Like, I get the flavor. I just feel like you could have done a lot more with Squall's ultimate weapon, but this is not good. However, it is limited playable. This is an equipment that blows something up when it comes into play. It can target the opponent if you wanted to. It can be the last couple of points of damage in a limited game that you're trying to get through. This is fine. This is fine in limited. So I'm going to give this a 3.4. Lock Cole is up next. This is 3 mana, 1, a blue, and a black. For a legendary human rogue, it's a 2/3 Death Touch lifelink, and when Lock Cole deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and then discard a card. So it's not good, but a 3 mana, Death Touch Lifelink is a nice little keyword soup. Again, if we're going to talk about keyword soups, it's kind of delicious. And you get an Ophidian. You get a 3 mana, loots when it hits, decent PT on a Death Touch Lifelink. So again, I'll play this in limited most times that I get it because I like Death Touch creatures. I especially like when they can take out a large attacking creature and gain life. That usually deters people from attacking. So I think Lock's pretty good there. I've been playing Final Fantasy VI since I was 10 years old. I play it like once a year at least, so that's a lot of times if you count up what my age is now. I don't think I ever knew this dude's last name was Cole in my life. I just name's Locke. But anyway, as far as the score, I'm going to give him a 4, and the only reason is because I like his keywords. Laporid Scout is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 3/2 Rabbit Scout. Whenever another creature you control enters, this guy gets +1/+1 till end of turn. How dreadful. He's not very good. He looks like he might be good. He's actually not. Don't fall for it. Even in limited, I don't think he's great. I'm going to give this a 2.2. Luiso's Sacrifice. Is that correct? Did I do it right? This is a single blue mana for an instant. As an additional cost to cast it, sack a legendary creature or pay 2. Counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell. Perhaps the best commander card in a set full of commander cards. 7.9. Lunatic Pandora is a single mana for a legendary artifact. Pay 2 and tap it, surveil 1. Pay 6, tap it, sack it, destroy target non-land permanent. Let's kind of go a little bit. But are we going enough? I'm not sure that we are, but I like it as a nice little utility artifact that does stuff until it does the big thing, but I'm not really sure where it plugs in. I'm going to give this a 4.2. Machinist Arsenal, much better than it looks for commander decks. 5 mana, 4 and a white for an equipment with Job Select, but you can also equip this for 4. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control, and also happens to now be an artificer in addition to its other types. This is just Ancestral Mask for artifacts that sticks around all game. Play that card in Commander, I think. I think you should probably play that in Commander. So I'm going to give this... I'm so sincere. I'm going to give this a 6.8. I know that sounds like I'm the biggest idiot in the world. Have you read this card in Commander? Do you understand how many Commander decks want exactly that? 1 million. So yeah, I think the card's actually really good. Magic Damper is a single blue mana for an instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof till end of turn. Untap it. What do you give abilities like this? What do you give these cards? 4.5. Magic Pot, seriously, just any protect your guy spell for 1 mana is all right. Magic Pot is 3 mana for a 1/4 artifact creature, Goblin Construct. When it dies, you get a treasure token. You can also pay 2, tap it, exile a card from a graveyard. So normal Magic card for the most part, but it is kind of ramp in any deck. Limited might like it, but I'm not even convinced on that one. I'm going to give this a 2.8. Magitech Armor is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 4/4 vehicle. When it enters, you get a 1/1 guy. That's cool because it crews for 1. Okay, again, limited playable, I think. I'll give this a 3. Magitech Infantry is a single white mana for a 1/1 robot soldier artifact creature that gets +1/+0 if you have any other artifacts. You can also pay 2 and a white and search your library for a card named Magitech Infantry, throw it on the battlefield, tap, shuffle up. It does that up to 3 times. In competitive Magic, do remember that in limited, this is a common, and you can play any number of a card that you get. If you get 6 Magitech Infantry in limited, you can play all 6, but probably not good to draft up the Magitech Infantry deck if I had to guess. It's a cool card, but I'm just going to give it a 2.8. It's really not that impressive. Magitech Sight is 4 mana for an equipment that equips for 2 and has a test of your reflexes. When this equipment enters, you may attach it to a creature you control. If you do, that creature gains first strike till end of turn and must be blocked this turn if able. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. So first strike and must be blocked this turn if able is something they also used on the Masamune or the Masamune in this set. It is a neat little mixing of abilities. If a creature has first strike, it is much more able to win combat. And if it has +2/+1 in first strike, it's probably going to win combat no matter what. Like almost, right? It's a pretty big boost. And it's cool that it gives it to the creature for free. A free attach. But even then, too expensive. It's just too expensive for most decks, even commander decks, I would say this is slightly too expensive for as good as it may look, but kind of hope I'm wrong. This could be better than I'm judging it here, but as it is, I'm just going to give it a 3.7. I don't think it's very great, but Marlboro is up next. This is 6 mana, 4 and 2 black for a 4/4 plant horror with bad breath. How did they represent it? When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, exiles the top 3 cards of their library, and you can swamp cycle this for 2. So all the land cycling guys, I guess, are fine, but I can't give this more than like a 3.4. Matoya, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. It's 3 mana, 2 and a blue, 1 and a 4, 1 and a 4 for a legendary human warlock. Whenever you scry or surveil, draw yourself a card. That is value right there, kiddo. You're doing pretty good. It says FF14. This lady is from FF1. I don't know what they're smoking, but anyway, this is a good card. Like, I think it might be standard playable depending on what you're doing, but I'm not sure. This much more looks like a commander card. I'm kind of sick of saying it tonight already, and we're only in the M's. That's like halfway through. But still, this is a great card there. I think it mostly goes in the 99. You could build it as your commander, but in the 99, it looks like a ridiculous Magic card. I'm going to give this, I mean, not quite like Archmage Emeritus, right? But still pretty good. Archmage Emeritus would get like a 7.5 in Casual Commander. That's a really good Magic card. This I will give a 6.22. You have to do scrying or surveilling, and that's a little tough sometimes. You know, not every card in the world that does one of those two things is amazing. But this will give you enough value to make them amazing. So I think Matoya is really cool. Memories Returning is 4 mana, 2 and 2 blue for a sorcery. Reveal the top 5 of your library. One of them goes into your hand. You choose that one. Then you choose an opponent. They choose one to put on the bottom of your library. Then you put one of the cards into your hand. Then they put one on the bottom of your library. Put the final one into your hand. And this flashes back for 9 mana, 7 and 2 blue. That's so much mana. Who came up with the flashback cost on this? I don't know. A lot of sort of going back and forth about this card in the last like 48 hours since it's been previewed. I still don't think it's good though. You get 3 cards for 4 mana, but you also let the entire table know what you're up to, and you give one player the choice of what not to give you. Now you get first pick, so you get the best card, but you don't get the best cards, which I don't know that I love at sorcery speed. So I will give this a 4.7 because it's still putting a lot of cards into your hand, and you can cast it again. Midgar City of Mako is a land. It's a town that enters tapped and taps for black, or you can cast Reactor Raid. 2 and a black for a sorcery. You may sacrifice an artifact or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. So a little bit more expensive and sorcery speed, you know, than we would normally see this effect. But on a land, it becomes much better, obviously. I've never built a black commander deck that wouldn't want to play this card. And I kind of have never built a black standard deck that wouldn't want this card. Like, why don't you put this in mono black right now? Like mono black demons or something? You totally sack a creature some of the time for a couple of cards, and you might even have an artifact laying around depending on the build. This card is really, really strong and might be competitively the best of all these lands. The white one costs a little bit much, and even it's a little narrow when you think about it. You have to pay a bunch of artifacts and enchantments in your deck and stuff. This just wants you to play creatures and swamps, and that's it. So I think, again, this one's kind of less conditional in some ways to play than the others. Costs less to cast, you know. A lot of really good stuff about this one. It seems pushed to me. I will give this one a 7.6. Minwu White Mage is 5 mana, 3 and 2 white for a 3/3 legendary human cleric with vigilance and lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each cleric you control. That's the whole card. So cleric-centric, perhaps commander or card in the 99 for Orzhov clerics in commander. Probably doesn't do too much in standard. Now, we do have some stuff. We have like Shadowrite Priest. Is that the thing's name? It's like a 2-mana guy that gives all your clerics +1/+1, and it can search for any cleric by sacrificing a cleric. It's a cool card. There's a couple of other neat clerics that we have access to, but still, 5 mana, not going to see play in standard, especially considering it dies to all the played removal. Every single bit of played removal in standard. So I'm just going to give Minwu a 4.2 because it really only helps out like a kind of a creature type that nobody plays, you know, but I like clerics. I do. Monk's Fist is 2 mana for an equipment that equips for 2 and has job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a monk in addition to its other types. The best thing about this is that in limited, you have a 2 mana 2/1 for literally any color. That's the best thing about it. Aside from that, it is a garbage equipment. It's super bad. This is technically, if you really look at the stats on paper, the most powerful guy in FF1. The Monk's Fist is the most powerful weapon in the entire game. Apart from maybe the Masamune, but there isn't a single weapon that a warrior can wield that is more powerful in the end game than a Monk's Fist. We have chosen to represent that as +1/+0 and not much else. And that just, it's bugging the crap out of me. I'm losing speedrun time talking about it. I don't care. I have to. This is like a 1. It's really bad. No, it's not. It's a 2. I'll give it a 2 because at least it's a 2-mana 2/1. Moogle's Valor is 5 mana, 3 and 2 white for an instant. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Good lord. It seems pretty hilarious, man. I don't know that this works in standard, but out of sideboards against certain sweeps or in certain combat scenarios, I could actually see this being just a windfall of a magic card, but 5's a little too much. In Commander, in like tokens builds and other decks that are going wide, this thing looks amazing. And I don't even think you have to wait for the right spot and it rots in your hand all game. I think it'd be easy enough to engineer a situation where just on blocks, you get 6 Moogles, and they all have lifelink. Everything's indestructible, nasty. Respond to the Wrath of God effect or something. A lot of ways this could be really, really cool. So just for potential's sake, I'm going to give this a 5.2, but I do recognize it's very expensive. Mesidian Elder is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 1/3 human wizard. When it enters, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this guy deals 1 damage to each opponent. So you get one of those wizard dudes. On a body for 3 mana. Not that bad. It's not horrible. I'll give this a 4. Namazu Trader is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 3/4 fish citizen. When it enters, you lose a life and you get a treasure token. Whenever it attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, surveil 2. So, does give you an ETB treasure token, but honestly, a little too expensive for my blood. I'm just going to give this a 3.5. Nibelheim of Flame, you want a standard playable card? This might be it. 4 mana, 2 and 2 red for a sorcery. Choose a creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, discard your hand and draw 4 cards. And you can cast it from your graveyard by paying 7 mana for its flashback cost, 5 and 2 red. I guess technically there's other ways you can cast it from a yard. Those are tricky. But 7 mana is a bit much. The thing about this, however, this right here, though, is that this is a sweeper twice, and I think that's really important. Not necessarily a one-sided sweeper, but when played correctly, it is. If you play a big enough 3-drop creature, then it will probably be the only thing on the board come turn 4 when you resolve this spell. Later on in the game, it works really well with a tally, though. If you reanimated or just ramped into an tally. Well, now you can flash this back. If you had 7 to play a tally, you probably have 7 to flash this back. And now a tally deals 7 damage to everything on the table. And then you get to discard the no cards in your hand and draw a fresh 4. Okay, dude. Very, very cool. Very cool in a lot of ways, man. So I like this as a sweeper. I don't think we have a big red deck it goes into right this second or something, like a Gruul Monsters of some kind. But I think we can whip something up, especially at some point during its standard tenure. I'm going to give this a 6.6. Usually I give sweepers a really high score just because they're typically very good. And I don't think this is any different. 6.6 at least, and potentially 7 territory. It's a very good card. Ninja's Blades is 3 mana, 2 and a black for an artifact. It's an equipment that equips for 2, but does have job select. Whenever equipped creature gets +1/+1, is a ninja in addition to its other types, and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, there it is, draw a card, then discard a card. The player loses life equal to the discarded card's mana value. That is a really exciting line. I don't know how often you're going to get in with the 2/2 ninja with the job select. However, putting this on nearly anything that's unblockable or something can lead to some huge gains. Maybe you have to have expensive stuff in your deck. Maybe you have to actually hit that expensive stuff. That's easier said than done. Maybe this is slightly mana intensive. There's a lot of real issues with the card, don't get me wrong, but boy, is that a tempting little last bit of text on the card. But I don't think I'm going to fall for it. I'm just going to give it a 4.1 and leave it at that. I don't think it's great, but boy, I want I do want to trigger this at least once and see what we can do with it. Noctis, Prince of Lucis is 4 mana, 1 white, blue, black for a 4/3 legendary human noble with lifelink. You may cast artifact spells from your yard by paying 3 in addition to their other cost. 3 life in addition to their other cost. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters with a finality counter on it. So, cool commander. I've seen people suggest this too for Simulacrum Synthesizer. I don't think this goes in that deck. I might be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong. But again, this more looks like a cool like Esper Artifacts build around commander, or maybe 99 of a Layla or 99 of Esper Urza, right? There's a few things this could go in to great effect. So let's give it a 5.7. Omega Heartless Evolution is 7 mana, 5 green blue for an 8/8 legendary artifact robot with wave cannon. When it enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on each of those permanents and gain X life, where X is the number of non-basics you control. Seems cute and might be at the top end in pre-release or something, but I don't think that's enough oomph to really justify playing this over any other 7-drop in the history of Magic, right? So I'm just going to throw a 3.4 on this. Opera Love Song costs 2 mana, 1 and a red for an instant. Choose one. Exile the top 2 of your library. You can play them until your next end step, or 1 or 2 other creatures each get, or 1 or 2 target creatures each get +2/+0 till end of turn. So literally Blades of Velasvel that could also draw you 2 cards. Cast it on your opponent's end step, and you've got all turn to play the cards and untap mana to do so. This is a solid Magic card. Works very nicely like mice, you know what I mean? Where just the +2/+0 on 2 mice, you target them, get the Valiant, get in. It really could be worth a lot. So I'm going to actually give this like a 5.4 just for potential standard playability. This might be a card that we see in aggro decks. I really do. Overkill is 3 mana, 2 and a black for an instant. Target creature gets -0, quad 9s until end of turn. That's a cute little murder effect right there. I'm going to give this a 4. Paladin's Arms is 3 mana, 2 and a white for an equipment with job select, but it equips for 4 when you do have to equip it. Equipped creature gets +2/+1, has ward 1, and is a knight, in addition to its other types. So you get, a 3/2 ward 1 for 3 mana up front, and then a huge equip cost just to throw ward on something. Not a big fan. Let's give this a 2.4. Phantom Train is 4 mana. You know what's funny is this not only reminds me of Final Fantasy VI, it also reminds me of Hey Arnold. Do you get the reference? 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 4/4 vehicle with trample. Sacrifice another artifact or creature, put a +1/+1 counter on the vehicle, and it becomes a creature till end of turn. So a lot of people kind of asked me about this, you know what I mean, earlier in the season, because they were like, well, this is a free sack outlet that you can do multiple times in a turn. Isn't that amazing? Not for 4. I really don't. I think once you hit 4 mana, it's kind of like way too expensive for an effect like this. However, starts with a pretty decent PT, has trample. If you sack 2 guys, you're getting in for, 6 trample. That's not bad, but I still don't think this quite makes like a real Aristocrats build in standard. But if you're building the sort of limited Aristocrats deck in draft, this definitely goes in. Signpost uncommon and all that, but I'm not going to give it more than a 3.9. I'm actually not very happy with the power level. I like the design, but we've got a million, 3 mana free infinite sack outlets that are probably better than this, all things considered. But again, maybe the trample makes a difference. Maybe it does. So watch out for suplexes. Phoenix Down is a single white mana. Did I rate this? Yeah, I gave it like a 3.9. Phoenix Down is a white mana for an artifact. Pay 1 and a white, tap it, exile it, and choose 1. Return a creature card with mana value 4 or less from your yard to the battlefield tapped, or exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie, which you might get every now and again. This is not as good as a Helping Hand, probably not as good as a Recommission, because it still costs more mana than a Recommission. This costs 3 mana in total, even though you can pay it in installments. I think in a lot of turns, you're going to draw it off the top of your library, pay 3 mana for it, and it's just not going to feel that great to have done that. That said, I think like maybe people try to sneak it into Azorius Oculus decks from time to time, so I'm going to give it a 4.5. Poison the Waters is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a sorcery. Choose 1. All creatures get -1/-1 till end of turn. Or target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature from it. That player discards that card. Is this okay? Is this kind of fine a little bit? You know what I mean? Like, you poison the Waters and sometimes kill their entire team. or make him discard the most important thing in their hand. I think for 2 mana, the modality on this is worth, the extra mana that you're kind of paying for both effects. So I don't hate this card. I think it might have some sideboard niche playability, in standard right now. Skip the Plains art rating, Dev. Yeah, I'm sorry. This Plains art, 5.5. It's all right. But Poison the Waters art, that's like a 7.5. That's a good art right there. But I will give this a 4.25 again because of like standard sideboard potential playability. I think what this actually does is help you consolidate your sideboard slots so that you have a sort of sweeper against the small decks while also having a thing against certain decks that care about artifacts or whatever. Like you don't have to play Dreams of Steel and Oil and like a sweeper effect. You can play this and it kind of frees up a slot, so it could be worth it. Precious Wanderings is 3 mana, 2 and a green for an instant. Search your library for a basic land or town. Put it on the battlefield tab, shuffle up. When you do that, a +1/+1 counter goes on a creature you control. Pretty decent considering its instant speed. You don't often see this. You can play this as a combat trick. Imagine blowing someone out in combat and ramping during their turn. Could be better than it looks. I'll give the card a 4.35. Prompto Argentum is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a legendary human scout. He's a 2/2 haste with Selfie Shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if you spent 4 mana on it, you get a treasure token. Okay. Maybe some commander playability depending on how many of these things you have. I think they've learned a lesson from Up the Beanstalk, right? Up the Beanstalk is like if the spell you cast had converted mana cost 5 or greater. This is worded in such a way that you have to spend 4 mana. You can't spend 2 on a card that would otherwise cost 5 and draw the card or make the treasure. They learned their lesson with that. And I think that does make Prompto a lot worse, especially considering in what standard deck are you going to play this that he will trigger for a treasure token? Never. So maybe a somewhat playable commander card from time to time. I will give this guy a 4.7. But honestly, I think that's being a little too generous. Next is Poo Poo UFO. Oh boy, this is actually like subtly one of the better cards in the set. 2 mana for a 0/4 artifact creature, construct alien with flying. Tap. Put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. We'll talk about that in a second. You can also pay 3 mana, and until end of turn, this creature's base power becomes equal to the number of towns you control. Who cares? I guess if you have like 5 towns out, then you got 5 power flyer. But even outside of a towns deck, guys, this first ability is instant speed and does not put the land onto the battlefield tapped. It just puts it onto the battlefield at instant speed, giving you landfall triggers during your opponent's combat step and an open mana source they didn't know about. Like, and any deck can play this. You probably have to have a high land count to like really take advantage of it. But even if you don't have a land to put into play with it, it still blocks every flyer in the first few turns of the game. This is a 0/4 flyer for just 2 mana, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you're getting like a Wall of Omens or something, whatever it is, an angelic wall almost, which blocks a ton of aggro creatures while also ramping the crap out of your, your mana. And again, I think that the first ability is so good. It's so much better than it looks. Instant speed, untap land. That could actually be disgusting. I really think there's a lot to this card. I think this is maybe the biggest sleeper in the set. I'm going to give it a 5.7. Like, it's not going to be super impactful because it's just like a ramp guy, but it does the ramp in like the best way possible. It's not a creature that like you have to wait a million turns to use or something. It doesn't just make 1 dinky green mana or something for you when you do get to use it. It's not a mana dork that gets blown out by every removal spell. It's got 4 toughness. Like this thing is great, dude. I actually think this thing is great. So I'm going to, 5.7, 5.75 even. Love this guy. But, and the name, this card is anything but poo-poo. Kikaran Merchant, though, is fine. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 1/4 beast citizen. Pay 1, tap it, loot. Pay 7, tap it, sacrifice it, draw 3 cards. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each town you control. So if you control 7 towns, it's just a tap to draw 3. That's all you have to have is 7 towns. Come on. If you have 4 towns, then suddenly this is 3 mana at instant speed, tap it, draw 3. So that's why I say it's fine. This could be okay, but probably isn't. I will just give this a 3. Queen Brawn is up next. 3 mana, 2 and a red for a legendary human noble. 2/1 prowess. Whenever she attacks, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with the wizard creature token ability. Pretty neat, but I don't want to have to wait to attack. And when she does attack, she probably doesn't survive. She's really small. Maybe the prowess helps you survive, but I'm not a huge fan. I'm really not. If you're building the 0/1 wizard deck in standard, you put her in, but that looks more like a meme than a dream, So I'm going to give Queenie a 3.8. Kina, Coup Gourmet is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 2/3 legendary coup. Whenever one or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog creature token are created instead. Pay 2, sack a frog, put a +1/+1 counter on Kina, which I don't think you're going to be doing all the time, but it is cool that this works with, oh my God, I forgot his name. He's like one of my favorite commanders. Oh my God, he's the ninja guy that puts a frog into play, and then the frog triggers whenever you play an enchantment. Whenever you get an enchantment, you drain your opponent. What is this guy's name? Tatsunori Toad Rider. Got to it before chat. Thank you, brain. All right, yeah, he works with Tatsunori. You can sacrifice the key if you want to, the legendary frog, to put a counter on it, cast another enchantment, get a key. Like, you could do that. But the best thing about this, honestly, is just this first line of text. In Commander, anything that does this is cool to me. So I'm going to give this a solid 5, right out of 5. Quistis Trepe, who kind of looks like Samus Aran in this picture, weirdly. This is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/2 legendary human wizard with blue magic. When Quistis enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard and pay mana of any type to cast that spell. If that spell would be put into a yard, exile it instead. A lot of people saying it's the new Snapcaster. No, it's not. Stop it. This costs more mana than Snapcaster. Doesn't have flash or anything. You can target any graveyard, which is probably the best part of the card. But as we went over the last time we looked at this card on stream, it's just maybe better Halo Forager, and it might not even be better because it's not a 3/1 flyer. I have to give this card like a 3.9, and trust me. Just trust me. I know a lot of people think this card's insane. It isn't. Or Halo Forager would have seen a million, seen a lot of play in a bunch of decks. Cut Rub Forayer is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 3/2 zombie horror. When it enters, choose 1, destroy a creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile up to 2 target cards from a graveyard. Fun utility and limited, but I can't give it more than like a 3. Next is Ragnarok Divine Deliverance. This is the thing that you meld the 2 guys into, Vanille and the thing we looked at earlier. This is a legendary beast avatar. It's a 7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste. When Ragnarok dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent from your yard to the battlefield. What a line of text. The only problem is that you have to meld this from 2 guys, and so I'm not going to rate it. It's not really a magic card when you think about it. If I did have to rate this, I would probably give it a 6 just by itself. I know it's an amazing keyword soup, and look at this death trigger, you know what I'm saying? But you do have to factor in the idea that, like, you got to get it on the table in the first place. That's easier said than done. So we'll move on to Random Encounter. 6 mana, 4 and 2 red for a sorcery. Shuffle your library, mill 4. Put each creature card milled this way onto the field. They gain haste. At the beginning of the next end step, return them to their owner's hand. You can flash this back for just 8 mana. That ain't much, right? You have to shuffle your library before you do this. That makes it suck. 2.5. Roban, Bull of Alamigo. The other 2 mana. I remember when we talked about Cloud? Remember that? And I said that later on there's going to be another 2-drop for Equipment's deck that looks really good. We found him. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 legendary human warrior with ward. Pay life equal to his power. Whenever Roban attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to target attacking creature. Done and dusted. Good magic card. One of the things that these decks are looking for the most is efficiently costed creatures that will allow them to equip for free. You found the guy right here. And if you equip something to him for free, not only does he, survive easier to attack, turn over turn, but if they do have a way to kill him, they'll have to pay more life if you're able to suit something up on him, right? So cool stuff with this guy. I think this is the other amazing 2-drop for Equipment's decks in Standard that might actually make those decks real. And if you're playing Boros Equipments, he's just always in your deck. Just like Cloud, he's just always in your Boros Equipments deck in Commander. So I'm going to give this dude a 6.5. I think he's really good. Reach the Horizon is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for up to 2 basics and or towns with different names. Throw them onto the table, tap, then shuffle. Pretty good with all the stuff that wants you to have a bunch of towns out. It's just explosive vegetation at its floor, and that's pretty good floor right there. It's always a good floor when you see cards like this. We see them more and more nowadays. 4 mana, ramp 2 with set mechanic. Happens a lot, but they're not bad. I will give this 4.3. Red Mage's Rapier is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an equipment with job select that otherwise equips for 3. Equipped creature has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +2/+0 till end of turn and is a wizard in addition to its other types. So it just turns the creature into a slick shot. A slick shot show off. Gross, or Kiln Fiend, I guess is basically the same thing. +2/+0 on a non-creature cast is actually pretty good, dude. I think for a common, this is a lot better than it looks. A lot better. Like maybe potentially playable in Pauper. That good. Not sure if it's standard playable, obviously, but it is basically a slick shot. Right? It's a slick shot without flying that turns any creature thereafter into a slick shot. Like we're kind of having a discussion. So I'm going to give this card a 4.7. That ain't bad, man. But anyway, next is Relentless XATM092 here. This is a 6 mana artifact creature robot spider. It's a 6/5 and it can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. It's a lot. You pay 8, return it to the from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. It gets a finality counter. So probably decent little pre-release guy. Not even all limited environments, just pre-release. He costs 6. You got that on you. He's a 6/5. He ends games. He's basically unblockable unless they have a whole team. And by the way, somebody's being a jerk. Can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. It's a spider. It has 8 arms. That means that somebody on the team was like, you take 3 arms, you take 3 arms, I'll take 2 arms. And it's like, how come you take the 2 arms? That's weird. Either way, this is a bad Magic card. Like a 3.2. Realms Sketching, on the other hand, is kind of neat. 4 mana, 2 and 2 blue for a sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land. You could also ramp in blue with this card if that's what you wanted to do. I do like that it can create, token copies of lands. I think that's better than it looks. But on the floor, it's just a clone that makes a copy of a creature, any creature, even one of your opponents. And sometimes it'll be a token copy of, Simulacrum Synthesizer. I've said that card for the 5th time in this review. But there's a lot of artifacts this could work with in Standard. A little bit better than it looks. Not sure where it goes, but it's not a bad Magic card. And could be potentially Standard playable or Commander playable as a clone effect. Especially if you can just make a copy of their Gaia's Cradle or something. All right. But I'm going to give this a 4.17. Reno and Rude is 2 mana, 1 on the black for a 2/1 legendary human assassin with menace. When it deals combat damage to a player, exile the top of that player's library. Then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exiled card this turn. Mana of any type can be spent to cast it. I had to come down on board presence and I don't get that card for free. It would be a busted card if you could, but you'd still have to get through for combat damage with it. I mean, is it really asking too much? Either way, I wish that I could expect more out of my boys here. I like both Reno and Rude as characters. Reno has it's Rude. Rude has like a crush on Tifa, and it's adorable. I'm going to give this a really sad 3.6, like a super sad 3.6. I want this to be better, and it's just not. Resentful Revelation is a card that I'm not sure we've gotten to yet this previous season. 2 mana, 1 on a black for a sorcery. Look at the top 3 of your library. 1 goes into your hand. The other 2 go into your yard. You can flash this back for 7 mana. Another outrageous flashback cost. Making this certainly not deep analysis. It's just not like a think twice or anything, but it is kind of a strategic planning or some effect like that in black. You don't see that every day. It bends the other 2 cards. So some decks are just going to look at this like draw 3 cards for 2 mana. It's sorcery speed. That's pretty gross. Could go in Reanimator and a bunch of other decks too. I think this is actually a fine Magic card for certain black decks. But not all of them. Certainly not even like a Knight's Whisper or a Sign in Blood and Commander, but could still see some Commander play too before it's all said and done. It's effectively just a drawn card in black and some selection too. That, again, putting the cards in your yard could be huge. So this card's actually really good. I'm going to give this just a solid 5. Right out of 5. Restoration Magic is good too. This is a white mana for an instant with tiered. On tier 1, it's Cure, just regular old Cure. 0 extra mana to give a permanent you control, hexproof and indestructible till end of turn. It's not one you control. Wow. Any permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. If you want to cast Cura, that is an extra mana. It does the exact same thing, but you also gain 3 life. Curaga, 4 extra mana. So 5 mana in total, 2 of it white. Permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible till end of turn. You gain 6 life. Permanents. Permanents. Imagine playing this alongside some sort of like mass land destruction or something. Permanents are indestructible on my side, my friend. I don't know if you read the card, but my lands are not dead. Jockelhops. Yockelhops, let's go. But that'd cost like 11 mana, but you could make it work. On the floor, though, this is just 1 mana for hexproof and indestructible on a permanent. On a not just a creature, a permanent. Huge deal. So you protecting that enchantment, you protecting that artifact, you protecting that planeswalker, you protecting that land. There's a lot of things you could do, you know, like, oh, you want to blow up my creature land with your demolition field? Actually, no, you don't get to do that. That's a huge deal. Cards like this do not usually say permanent. And if they do, they'll say non-land permanent or something, but no, just permanent. That's good. This is a really good protection spell. And in any deck that's looking to gain life, it's great, but you don't even have to be looking to gain life. I just got an extra mana laying around. Sure, I'll gain 3 life. Sure. You know, I think this is fantastic. I will give this a 5.9. This is very good. And yes, we got Kryl. We did get a representation of Kryl on a Magic card. Retrieve the Esper is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a sorcery. Create a 3/3 blue robot warrior creature token. It's an artifact. Then if you cast this thing from a graveyard, that thing gets 2 +1/+1 counters. Flash it back for 6 mana. So 4 mana for a 3/3. That's a hill giant. 6 mana for a 5/5. I'm sure that's a card that exists. In limited, this is almost playable, especially at common. I will give it a 3.0. We'll go 2. Yeah, we'll go 3. I'll solid 3. Ride the Shoe Puff is 2 mana, 1 and a green for an enchantment with landfall. Whenever land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. You can also pay 7 mana, 5 and 2 green to have this thing become a 7/7 beast in addition to its other types forever. That's pretty cool. So you get kind of a Bristly Bill effect, you know, that can sometimes be a 7/7, puts an enchantment into play. I guess that's kind of cool. So I will give this a 5.5. I think the Commander players will really like this, but it could end up in a landfall deck in Commander too, or in Standard rather. Ring of the Lucai is 4 mana for a legendary artifact. Taps for 2 colorless, or you can pay 2, tap it and pay a life to tap a non-land permanent. So kind of an Icy Manipulator. Kind of a Sisei's Ring. There's some things I like about it, but I'm not going to give it more than a 4.1. I wish it were better. Renoa Heartilly is 5 mana, 3 of green and a white for a 4/4 legendary human rebel warlock. When she enters, you get Angelo, a legendary 1/1 green and white dog. Angelo Cannon. Whenever Renoa attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 till end of turn for each creature you control. So it has to be another creature, which is a little weird. It's also kind of weird that based on just normal stats alone, starting stats, Renoa from FF8 beats up nearly every character in the Final Fantasy lore that we've seen so far in this entire set. Name a legendary creature, base power toughness Renoa probably kills it. It's kind of weird, but anyway, sometimes when you attack with Renoa, a creature will get like +5/+5. Can't be her, but can be Angelo. Still, I think 5 mana's just way too much for this. Cute in like a Commander deck, but I don't think it's actually going to lead too many Commander decks. Maybe some kind of token build, but even then, 5 mana is a lot. So I'm just going to stick like a 3.6 on Renoa and move on. Rook Turret is kind of neat for your kind of budgety artifact Commander builds. 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 3/3 artifact construct with flying. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you can loot, draw, then discard. So that's okay value. Seriously, I'll give this a 3.5. Rosa Resolute White Mage is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 2/3 legendary human noble cleric with reach. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. It gains lifelink till end of turn. So another Luminarch Aspirant ability, but it costs twice as much as a Luminarch Aspirant. I wish Rosa was better. She looks okay turn over turn, but she's just too much mana, especially since she dies to cut down. I'm going to give this a 3.5. You know, seriously, it's 3.6. I'm more likely to play Rook Turret. I really am. Rufus Shinra is 3 mana, 1 a white and a black for a 2/4 legendary human noble. Whenever Rufus Shinra attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, you get Darkstar. That's a legendary 2/2 white and black dog creature token. So 2 dogs on either side of the screen here. That's kind of neat. Rufus is not good, though. You got to wait to attack with him. When you do attack, you get a whole 2/2. Yeah, you know what I mean. So I'm going to give Rufy Rufus. I should just call him Rufus. I was trying to give him a fun name there. That's a terrible name. I'll give Rufus a 3.1. Sabatender, though. Oh, boy. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/1 plant. Best common in the entire set, except maybe Black Mage's Rod. This has reach, and the important bit is that it has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. 2 mana for a landfall trigger that hits everybody. Let's go. This might be my favorite card in the set. Sorry, but it might be. I'm going to give Sabatender a 7, and you can't stop me. You just can't. This is better than Vine Lasher in a lot of ways, especially in Commander. It hits both. It hits all opponents. It's not better than Vine Lasher in Standard, but it goes along with Vine Lasher in a way that makes Vine Lasher much better than it previously was. I think Landfall might be a deck, guys. It's either like Bant Bird Landfall or it's Jund Landfall. And with this and Iridescent Vine Lasher and Lumra and God, Aftermath Analyst, there's so many amazing cards that could work with this. I want to try it so bad. It's not really a 7. It's like a 6.5. That's still a really high score for tonight. Sage's No Liths is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an equipment. It's an artifact with job select. It equips for 3. Equipped creature gets +1/+0, has whenever this creature attacks, untap an attacking creature, and is a cleric now. Pretty poopy. You know, you get a 2 mana 2/1 that sort of has pseudo vigilance, but that's not really exciting. I'll just give this a 2.3. Say Hagen is 2 mana. Say what now? Say Hagen. 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a 1/3 Merfolk Warrior. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if you pumped 4 mana into that spell, you put a +1/+1 counter on this guy, and it cannot be blocked this turn. Again, not super impressive. Like, even in Limited, it's not that impressive. So I'll just give this a 2. Samurai's Katana is 3 mana, 2 and a red for an equipment with job select, equips for 5. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, has trample and haste, and is a samurai, in addition to its other types. So a 3/3 trample haste for 3 mana. That's why it costs so much to equip, is because it's halfway decent just when it comes down. Really aggressive card in Limited, maybe one of the more aggressive cards in the set. And if you are playing, Boros equipment in Limited, you pick this card up for sure. But in Standard, it might still be okay because of how many effects we have that can just equip something for free. We have a couple. So with that in mind, you can just sometimes effectively ignore this equip cost, at which point the card is actually not a bad rate. That said, I don't have that much faith in it. I'm just going to give it a 3.9. Sandworm is up next. 5 mana, 4 and a red for a 5/4 worm with haste. When it enters, destroy a land. Its controller may search your library for a basic, put it on the field, tap, shuffle up. 5 mana, 5/4 haste in Limited is pretty good, and blowing up a land might blow up one of their important towns or something. But in Standard, I really don't think so. We have a bunch of these creatures now. We just got a dragon that taps a land down, puts a stun counter on it. We had Krinko's Buzz Crusher, which kind of does this on a 4/4 flyer. Now we have this, so kind of a weird land destruction deck in Standard right now that won't go anywhere, but the bodies are looking okay. That said, I'm just going to give it a 3.3. Saz Katzroy is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a 3/3 legendary human pilot. When he enters, you may search your library for a bird or basic land, reveal it, throw it in your hand, shuffle up. Whenever Saz Katzroy attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, then double the number of +1/+1 counters on that guy. So the first time he attacks, if you put the counter on him, he'll be a 4 mana 5/5 that tutored a bird. That's all right. If he has other cards that you can, or other counters that you can put on him somehow, then he'll get huge, very quickly, and technically takes over a game by himself if left unchecked, but also goes and gets something else to help take over the game. Could be a little bit better than he looks, is kind of what I'm getting at on this. So I'm going to give this a 4.89. Obviously a tutor's good, but it's a pretty limited tutor. You know what I mean? What I'm mostly excited about here is the ability for Saz to get enormous in 2 attack steps, Saz's Chocobo, however, I think is the better card. A green mana for a 0/1 bird with landfall. It gets a counter whenever you landfall. A +1/+1 counter. Unironically, one of the better cards in the set. Seriously, for like any commander landfall deck, this will see play till the end of time, but I think it'll probably see play while it's in standard too. If there's any green-based aggro deck, this might be more than worth playing. So kind of sucks to draw any turn after turn 1, and that might be the real downfall with a card like this, but you're still paying like 1 mana for a 4/5 on turn 4, and that's, really it's a 3/4 on turn 4. Throw that, but if you have any ramp, it gets huge very, very quickly. And with certain things in the set like Zell, pop a land back to your hand, Chocobo Kick, pop a land back to your hand. Obviously, we've seen a few ways to do it, and this could be ridiculous. So I actually think this is kind of like the best one drop in the set in a lot of ways. I'm going to give it a 6.8. Scorpion Sentinel is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a 1/4 robot scorpion artifact creature. If you have 7 or more lands, it gets +3/+0. So you get a 2 mana 4/4 if you have 7 lands. Pretty limited playable guy. First boss in FF7, he felt stronger than that. I will give this a 2.4. Cypher Almasi is 4 mana, 3 and a red for a 3/4 legendary human knight. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets double strike till end of turn. Fire Cross. When Cypher Almasi deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into a graveyard this turn, exile it instead. Oh well, it has double strike probably. If Cypher targets itself and attacks alone, it has double strike and can cast 2 things out of your yard. That said, probably a little bit too slow. And yeah, the dream is to stock up. Somebody in chat beat me to that. Good job, Gojiki. Yeah, casting double stock up is crazy. Or like, removal spell stock up, also very good. So split up, cast split up out of your yard, target untapped creatures because Cypher's tap. Like, there's a lot of fun things you could do with this. But I'm not sure any of them are actually worth it. He costs a lot of mana. He won't attack until turn 5 most of the time. There's obviously restrictions with a card like this, but he's cool. He's fun. I'll give him a 4. Self-Destruct is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an instant. Target creature you control deals X damage to any other target and X damage to itself, X being its power. Mostly a better fling. Right? I'm just missing something. And if you're better than fling, you're a pretty good magic card. So I'm going to give this... Am I going to do that? I'm going to give this card a 7. I just think it's a better fling in most situations. And fling is a legendary, beloved magic card for a reason, I think this works with a lot of fun stuff in standard, so I actually think this is nasty. Can they remove the creature in response? Yeah, they can. So I guess that makes it a little worse than fling in some ways, because fling, you sack the creature as part of the cost. They can no longer target it. So yeah, in a timing way, this can be worse than fling. I'll give you that. I will give you that, but I guess that kind of taints its score slightly. What would I give fling? Like a 6.5, 7? That's about what I gave this. I'll give this a 6.7. Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier is 3 mana, 2 and a black. Oh boy, for a 3/3 legendary human avatar soldier. Did you guys know Sephiroth, the whole time he was the most famous soldier of all time? You know that when he killed that dragon in the Nibelheim flashback, that he was just a 3/3? Did you know that? Anyway. 3 mana for a 3/3. Whenever he enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th ability, or 4th time this ability is resolved this turn, transform Sephiroth, and you get One-Winged Angel. You know the song I'm doing. I'm just going to do the whole thing. Sephiroth One-Winged Angel is 5/5 legendary angel nightmare avatar with flying and supernova. As this creature transforms into Sephiroth One-Winged Angel, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures. If you do, draw that many cards. Absolutely wild. As I've said already this previous season, well, Aristocrats was a cheap budget commander build. Not sure that it is anymore. Sephiroth is probably not your commander. You probably want to play Orzhov if you're going to play Aristocrats in commander. But boy, this is an $80 card in the 99, and I'm not actually sure it's going to get that much cheaper in the first couple of weeks after release. We'll have to wait and see. But this just is, a Zulaport Cutthroat. on one level. Look, this is what's good about this card in Aristocrats. It does literally everything the Aristocrats decks want. You have to draw cards in Aristocrats. You have to sacrifice creatures. And you have to Blood Artist. And this is a Blood Artist that sacks creatures and draws cards. Game over. Why would you ever play any other card in your Aristocrats deck ever? You know what I'm saying? So this is a wild Magic card, and once you do get it flipped over, the emblem is exactly the emblem that my Discord people made for me when they made me into a Magic card. I'm going to do that video really soon. It's coming out this weekend because they sent me the thing a month or so ago at this point. I'm still getting it ready. But yeah, it's literally my emblem, which I think is great. But in any case, yeah, it just does everything. It'll draw a bunch of creatures or cards. You can sacrifice any number of creatures to it when it does attack. And obviously, even if it dies, you got the emblem. So just maybe the best Aristocrats creature of all time, literally. 8. It actually is that. Not because I love Aristocrats. It just is an 8. This is a very good Magic card. But Sephiroth Planet's Heir over here. Yeah, in Standard, I still think it's fine. I still think it's playable in Standard. I got people asking me in the chat. Yeah, in Standard, I think it's fine. That's part of its rating as an 8. I think this is a good Magic card. Sephiroth Planet's Heir, I have less faith in. 6 mana, 4, a blue and a black for a 4/4 legendary human avatar soldier with vigilance. When it enters, creatures your opponents control get -2/-2 till end of turn. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, Sephiroth gets a +1/+1 counter. So the Massacre Worm version of Sephiroth is the intro pack rare, one of the two of them. One of them. One of the intro pack mythic. And so I think that it's powered accordingly. 10 years ago, this would have been a pretty exciting card. Not sure that it is anymore. We've got Massacre Worm in Standard. It sees no play. So I don't think this will either. Maybe a Massacre Worm in your command zone is exciting to you. Could be. But ultimately, I'm just going to give the card a 4.1. Sephiroth's Intervention is 4 mana. For an instant, destroy target creature, you gain 2 life. Normal Magic card, 3.7. Sarah Farron is 3 mana, 1 a green and a white for a 2/2 legendary human citizen. The first legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you may transform Sarah into Crystallized Sarah. Very sad. This is a legendary artifact. The first legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast, and legendary creatures you control get +2/+2. Is this quite good, actually? If you play this on turn, say, 4, then you could play it and then immediately cast a 3-drop legend. It can't be a 3-drop legend that has multiple colors in its casting costs, but if you've got a 2 white or a 2 green casting cost on a legend, you can get a lot of value the turn that you play this. And it's not too hard to flip her. You just control 2 other legends. That's all it takes. And when you do that, you get this artifact for the rest of the game that's really hard to interact with. That makes, this ridiculous cost reduction. Even your 2/2 legendary guys are suddenly huge. I think there might be some playability, like an Abzan Legends deck or something like that. So I'm interested in giving Sarah a shot. I'm going to say that this is a 5.4. Seymour Flux, not Seymour Butts. Seymour Flux is 5 mana, 4 and a black for a 5/5 legendary spirit avatar. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card and put a +1/+1 counter on Seymour. Okay. That's actually not the worst Magic card I've ever seen. I'm paying 5 mana for a fair power and toughness, 5 mana for a 5/5. And if the next turn rolls around, I get a card off of it. He becomes a 6/6. He's a 6/6 the first time he attacks. That's pretty cool, man. I actually think this is fine. Is it better than some of the other 5-drops we have access to? As a matter of fact, I think the last card in the set that we will look at is a black 5-drop that is very likely better than this. That said, I still think this is kind of all right. I will give it a 4.3. Shambling Sith is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 3/3 mutant horror that enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-creature, you may pay black. If you do, return this card from your yard to your hand. If it was the battlefield, we'd be talking for sure, but still, it's not hard to cast non-creatures. So in Limited, you'll just have this the entire game. You know what I mean? But obviously, balanced for Limited. Sure. So let's give this a 3.4. Shantoto, Tactician Magician. Dang old fishing magician right here. 3 mana, 1 a blue and a red for a 0/4 legendary dwarf wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature, Shantoto gets +X/+0 till end of turn. where X is the amount of mana spent to cast the spell. If X is 4 or more, draw a card. So again, not up the beanstalk. You have to actually pay all 4 mana to draw the card, but still not god-awful. Could draw a card the turn after it comes into play and attack for 4 for your 3-drop investment. I've seen worse. 3.8. 3.85 even. Next is Shinra Reinforcements. 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/3 human soldier. When it enters, mill 3 cards. You gain 3 life. Kind of an interesting little utility guy in mill decks, but not that impressive. 3.2. Side quest catch a fish. Just talking about being a fishing magician. 3 mana, 2 and a white for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or creature, you may reveal it, put it into your hand. If you put a card into your hand this way, create a food token and transform this into Cooking Campsite, a land that taps for white. You can pay 3, tap it, sack an artifact to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control at sorcery speed. Note that you're not sacking Campsite, you're just sacking the artifact. And that means you can probably get this more than once in a game, like once per turn. Everyone gets a +1/+1 counter. That ain't bad. And honestly, 3 mana to, draw a card and ramp in mono white is pretty good. The problem is you're probably going to whiff. If you play this on turn 3 and do nothing else as a result, and then turn 4, you're like, oh, I'm going to catch that fish, and you get a land off the top of your library, you still don't get to do anything with this. It costs you 3 mana and you still haven't done anything with it. That feels terrible. So the fail case on this, I think, is too bad, honestly, for it to see any standard play. But the success case is very, very good. So maybe if you have enough artifact or creatures in your yard and a really low land count, you'll make it try and work. But I don't think so, sadly. I'm just going to give this a 2.5. It is a massive trap, but you catch that fish. It ain't a bad card. Side quest Hunt the Mark is 5 mana. 3 and 2 black for an enchantment. When it enters, destroy a creature. Just any old creature you want to, unconditionally. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under an opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. Then, if you control 3 or more treasure tokens, transform it into Yasmat Ultimate Mark. The 5/6 legendary dragon. You can pay 2 mana, sack another creature or artifact, and Yasmat gains indestructible till end of turn, tap it. So, the New Age version of Regenerate for 1 and a black on the back of this card. A 5/6 Regenerate is kind of okay. Doesn't fly, a little lame, but still 5/6 Regenerate is kind of okay. When you originally spent 5 mana for a thing that destroys a thing and got you a treasure token. That's what I like about this. The turn that you play it, it puts an enchantment into play. That enchantment can be picked up, again, with like pixies and stuff. This is 5 mana, probably too much for that deck. But it's an unconditional removal spell that can be picked back up and played again. Get you a treasure every turn, especially the turn it comes into play. You're like guaranteed to get a treasure. But 5 mana to kill a guy, ramp at least once, if not 3 times, and then eventually put a 5/6 regen into play. And do note that if to flip this over, you have to have 3 treasures. So you flip it over, you can immediately use its Regenerate. So you can protect it when it flips over. There's a lot to like about this, to be honest. So I don't think it's great at 5 mana, but I am going to give this a 4.4. I think this is all right. There's no like trap case on this like there is with Catch a Fish. You blow a thing up and get a treasure token almost guaranteed. And that's like, we're almost talking already. We're almost getting there. Side quest, play Blitzball, 3 mana, 2 and a red for an enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, a creature you control gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Because Blitzball, at the end of combat on your turn, if a player was dealt 6 or more combat damage this turn, transform it, attach it to a creature you control. You get World Champion Waka's weapon here. A legendary equipment with double overdrive. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has double strike. It equips for 3 mana. Sadly, I don't think this is too playable. It does do something the turn it comes into play, but you deal 6 damage in combat. I think you're probably winning the game already. I don't know. I might be wrong about that. That's a snarky Spike thing to say. So this is one of those cards that I've been looking at off and on and thinking like, could it be? But I would rather play a Screaming Nemesis or a Tersa Light Shatter again. There's the question of, do we have better 3-drops in mono red? I think we do, but note that this will trigger Valiant on your mice once a turn, guaranteed. There could be something to that. So I don't know. We'll riff on it and see if it's all right. I'll give this a 3.9. Side quest, Raise a Chocobo is 2 mana, 1 and a green for an enchantment. When it enters, you get one of them two-toed chocobos with the Chocobo Landfall ability. Also, at the beginning of your first main phase, if you control 4 or more birds, transform it into the Black Chocobo. This is a 2/2 bird. When this permanent transforms into Black Chocobo, search your library for a land, put it on the battlefield, tap, shuffle up. It has landfall, of course. But it's not just the Chocobo ability. Whenever a land you control enters, birds you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. This is the best card for the Chocobo deck. It's like this and Saz's Chocobo. Like this is the best one that actually pays you off for playing Chocobos, though. 2 mana for an enchantment that, again, you can pick up and play again depending on your strategy. But 2 mana for a Chocobo with the landfall ability that eventually becomes ramp for no extra cost, for no real extra cost, right? It becomes ramp and then gives you an anthem effect that can proc more than once a turn if you've got more ramp, right? So, okay, dude, I think that this is actually the real deal in a lot of ways. I think this is, if there's a real Chocobo deck in Standard, this is what is making it competitively viable in some ways. Underrated card. I will give this a 5. Right at. Sin Spira's Punishment is 7 mana, 4 in Sultai for a 7/7 legendary Leviathan avatar with flying. Whenever Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your yard at random, create a tap token that's a copy of that card. If the exiled card's a land card, repeat the process. I actually like this last line of text a lot. I don't think enough people are paying attention to it. On the enters trigger, if your graveyard is like mostly lands, then you're probably just going to return like most of your graveyard to the battlefield in the form of lands, you know? Okay. That's all right. And then eventually, even if you hit a non-land, you'll still hit like a random good permanent. Hold on. Cough button. You'll still hit a random good permanent. And that's okay as far as I'm concerned. Cool commander to build around. And I feel like I haven't gotten to say that in a while. In this video is front loaded with cool commanders, but all things considered, I think it is neat to play there, and neat enough that I'm going to give it a 6.3. Seems really, really high, but I think it's one of the more interesting commander build arounds in the set. And it also works nicely with like Mimeoplasm and Muldrotha, especially. There's a cool card. Slash of Light is 2 mana, 1 and a white for an instant that deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control to a creature. I'm still just going to play Get Lost, like even in the equipment deck, if that makes the deck. So I don't think this is great outside of Limited, but in Limited, it's a fine piece of removal. 3.4. Sleep Magic is a blue mana for an aura. Enchant creature. When it enters, tap enchanted creature. The creature is tapped down forever and doesn't untap. And whenever the enchanted creature is dealt damage, sacrifice this aura. So they probably have to find a way to deal damage to their own guy. That does mean, however, like that's not an edge case. That means that if you have a sleep magic on one of your opponent's mice or something, they can just shock their own mice. They can burst lightning their own mouse. If it doesn't die, this falls off. They can get back to attacking you. Again, that's not an edge case. That could easily happen. So I don't know if I like this more than like Witness Protection or Unable to Scream, but it is another one of these 1 mana pieces of removal that is really, really good in a lot of ways. It's not a bad Magic card, so I'm going to slap a 3.98 on it. Snow Villiers over here is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a star 3 legendary human rebel monk with vigilance. Its power is equal to the number of creatures you control. I like guys like this, but I don't think they're super competitively viable. I'll give them a 3.1. Sure, I'll give him a 3.1. This is worse than it looks in some ways. Sorceress's Schemes is neat. 4 mana, 3 and a red for a sorcery. Return an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard or exiled card with flashback you own to your hand. Add a red, and you can flashback this for 4 and a red. That means if you do have multiple copies, then they can just continue to they can pull each other out of exile, which is really cute. But this creates a red mana, which I think makes it a little bit better than it reads. Not a ritual. I probably shouldn't have gone off and called it a ritual like 4 times during the preview video, but it's the closest thing we have to a ritual in Standard, by God. You know, it's not mana positive, but it makes mana. And I think the fact that this can recast a Burst Lightning or a Torch the Tower or something like that, or Faithless Looting even, the turn that you play it, is actually kind of a big deal. You know, and I could see some decks in Commander that would want to play this. So I'm actually going to give this a 4 and leave it at that. I don't think it's super powerful, but I think it's better than it looks. Squall, Seed Mercenary. There are so many S's in this set. This is 4 mana, 2, a white, and a black for a 3/4 legendary human knight mercenary with Rough Divide. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike till end of turn. Whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return a permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your yard to the battlefield. Do you get it? He's probably better than Cypher. Now, Cypher can recast spells, right? But bringing permanents back, permanents, by the way, it could be a land, an enchantment, an artifact, a planeswalker. It could even be a boat, that old joke. But that's actually really good. And if he attacks alone, then, he should be able to bring 2 things back from your yard to the table. That's actually worth, I think, brewing around in Commander. Probably not good enough for Standard. I hate to say it, but it just kind of is true. The next card is probably the best Standard card in the set, though, so get ready for that. But Squall Seed Mercenary, I will give a 4.62. I want to like this. Starting Town is a land. It's a town that enters tapped unless it's your first, second, or third turn of the game. It taps for a colorless, or you can tap it, pay a life for a mana of any color. So a Mana Confluence, or even a City of Brass. But unlike City, this taps for a colorless without painting you. Couldn't do that with City of Brass. So some ways better, especially since we've already got a lot of lands we're playing in Standard right now that are effectively this land, but they're just duals. They're not pain lands, but they're dual lands that enter tap so long as it's the first, second, or third. You have a certain number of lands out, is how those are worded. This is worded a little bit different, but it's still probably the actual best card in the entire set. Really. Especially for Standard, where this is going to make 3-color aggro decks a lot more viable. And even 2-color aggro decks now just have more untapped options for lands. And that's going to be this massive deal. So I think that this is like an 8. Probably more. I'm going to give this an 8.25, actually. 8.25. I do think we might be looking at, if not the best card in the set, one of. Pretty easily. So yeah, get 4 of these. If you're trying to figure out what you should craft for Standard on Arena from this set, this is where you should start. Get it. But anyway, yeah, seriously, this is the best Standard card in the set. Stiltskin Moogle Merchant is a Commander build around. Haven't seen enough of those. A single white mana for a 1/2 legendary Moogle with lifelink. Pay 2, tap it. Target opponent gains control of another permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. So I guess you could do it with Demonic Pact and Standard. But this is more for finding weird stuff to do in Commander with a guy in the command zone that does this. It seems fun. So as far as fun goes, it's like an 8.5. But as far as an actual Magic card goes, this is like a 4. I'm not actually that excited about brewing around this. And I'm only giving it a 4 because it's unique. Stolen Uniform is a single blue mana for an instant. Choose a creature you control and an equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. You see, so if you stole it, you have to unattach it at end of turn. But however, if you do control that equipment, you don't have to unattach it. That's interesting. So this is just 1 blue mana. Attach any equipment in the history of the game of Magic, which is kind of neat. And if your opponent happens to have a Colossus Hammer or something, then I guess you can have it for a turn. Who's hammer timing now? Did you call Hammer? Then you didn't call everybody. That's from a movie, and you cannot name the movie. I almost guarantee you. But anyway, Stolen Uniform looks pretty decent to me. I see some people just skipping past this card. This could actually be subtly very, very good. So I'm going to say that this is a 5.8. A little situational, not from Space Jam. But little situational, but pretty good if you can get it to crack off. Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum is not imprisoned in the moon. This is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for an aura with flash. Enchant artifact or creature. When it enters, tap enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Its activated abilities cannot be activated. I really want this to hit any permanent. I want this to hit lands, and it's just a blue Stone Rain. You know what I mean? But it doesn't. It is fine removal, though, because it has flash, and that ain't half bad. I'm going to give this a 3.5. Summon Anima is a letdown, buddy. 6 mana, 4 and 2 black for a 4/4 saga. It's a saga horror in this case. On chapters 1, 2, and 3, you draw a card and you lose a life. And on chapter 4, each opponent sacks a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. So this looks like a 4 for 1, but it's 6 mana. So it's bad. That's just kind of the rule. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules, but I do follow them. This is like a 3.4. I wish it was better, but it's not. Summon Bahamut. Now this is 9 mana for a 9/9 flyer. On chapters 1 and 2, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. On chapter 3, draw 2 cards. And on chapter 4, Mega Flare. Deal damage equal to the total mana value of other permanents you control to each opponent. If only it counted itself. You get for sure 9, right? But 9/9 flyer that swings twice. On ETB blows whatever you want up. Draws you 2 cards if it lives long enough to replace itself like that. And if it lives the longest, ends the game. This card might be busted. It might, it might not be. Don't get me wrong. We have Atraxa, we have Valgaboth as other sort of reanimator targets in Standard. But the more I say that, the more people are like willfully obtuse on everything the card does. I brought up on different socials a couple times and in videos that I think this could be ridiculous. And people are just like, oh, it's got to stay in play for a turn if you want to attack with it. It only attacks twice and it doesn't do anything else unless Giga Flare. Some people acknowledge that Giga Flare is a mode on the card, but they seem to want to acknowledge that Giga Flare is the only mode on the card. And like, oh, it takes 3 turns to even do the thing. Yeah. It also swings for 9 in the air twice before it Giga Flares. And it also blows 2 things up. You've read the entire card, right? I think it's a really good reanimator target. I think there's a lot of colorless matter stuff that ramps into this really easily in Standard. Hedron Archive, the Iron Crag, whatever. Might not be as good as, say, an Ugin. And I've seen some people say the play patterns are similar to Ugin. Ugin does not swing in the air for 9 damage. What are you talking about? People just want to compare this to other cards. And I get that. I do it all day, every day in preview season. I don't know if this is better than Ugin, but it definitely goes in the Ugin decks. If you ultimate Ugin, you can just go put a copy of this onto the table for free. And I've ultimated Ugin like a million times. It's not hard to do. So I think this card is playable. I'm just going to go out on a limb. I think this card is Standard playable. I'm going to give it a 5.7. Really expensive to cast. Don't know if you'll ever play it in Commander, but I think there's room for this in Standard, given the right kind of Standard. We'll see. We'll see. It is not legendary. Thanks for pointing that out. It isn't legendary. Isn't this a win con in Ugin? Yes. People forget that Ugin is not necessarily a win con in and of himself. He's an inevitability win con, but not everybody scoops to that. They will scoop to this. So, Summon Brunhilde is up next. This is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/1 enchantment Saga Knight. On chapter 1, you get Chain. Exile the top card of your library. During any turn you put a lore counter on this saga, you can play that card. So you've got 2 turns of untapped mana to play the card. You get chapter 3, or 2 and 3, you get Gestalt mode. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, it gains haste till end of turn. So it wants you to have drawn a creature off the top of your library on chapter 1. You can play that creature with haste on turn 2 or turn 3 or whatever. That's neat. The problem is you're probably going to be playing a haste creature on turn 3 anyway. You'll be playing like Tercellite Shatter. You'll be playing Screaming Nemesis. You might be playing Godric or Squee for all I know, but all those creatures have haste. So I don't see a world where you necessarily need the haste on turn 3 unless you're playing a mouse or something. But this isn't going in your mice deck. As I said the other day, I lament that there was a point where this would have been a busted Magic card. I mean, busted. This is a card that, puts 2 power on the table for 2 mana. There was a point where that was good enough, but still, this puts 2 power and toughness on the table for a couple of turns, draws you a card, thus replacing itself on ETB, and gives a creature haste for 2 turns. Okay, that's a good Magic card. Probably not anymore. Sucks, right? But sucks to suck, buddy. I'm going to give you a 3.9 in today's Standard. Summon Chocomog is 3 mana, 2, and it's because summons. That's why there's so many S's. Summon Chocomog is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 3/3 Saga Bird Moogle. On all 4 chapters, you get Stampede. Other creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn. So, a 3 mana 4/3. Well, sort of. I say 4/3. If you have 1 other creature on the table, it puts a power on the table every turn. If you have 2 or 3, then it's effectively putting like 5 or 6 power on the table every turn. So it's actually better than it looks without actually being Standard playable whatsoever. 3.4. No, 3.6. I'll give it a 3.6. Summoner's Grimoire is a card a lot of people are excited about. I cannot figure out why. 4 mana, 3 and a green for an equipment with job select. It equips for 3 apart from that. Equipped creature is a shaman in addition to its other types and has, whenever this creature attacks, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. If that card's an enchantment card, it enters tapped and attacking. That might be the exciting bit, because if you put a summon into play, it enters tapped and attacking. Bahamut enters tapped and attacking. That could be really good. Probably the best way to get Bahamut out. But it's still, you have to attack with the guy. That won't happen until like turn 5, turn 4 with ramp. We already have Kona in standard. Very similar card to this. Does not see play, really sadly. This doesn't die as easily as a Kona, but the creature attached to it does. Actually, much quicker than a Kona even. So I'm trying to take the lessons that I've learned and sink in the river, like I'm One Direction. But either way, this is probably not as good as I think a lot of Timmies are judging it. I will give this the Trap Award and say that it's like a 3.8. Try and make it work, but I am disillusioned by effects like this at this point in time. But next, this plus Furion, copy it, that'd be cute. That'd be very cute. Summon Esperamu is up next. 4 mana, 2 and 2 red for a 3/3 Saga Wizard. With Judgment Bolt on Chapter 1, it deals damage equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature an opponent controls. And on Chapters 2 and 3, wizards you control get +1/+0 till end of turn. So I guess you could put it in the Wizards deck if you're building that for Commander, but ultimately I don't think this is great. It's trying to be a Necrotal. Right? It's trying to come into play and immediately hit something for 4 damage and kill it. If it does that, it's kind of okay, but just kind of okay. I'm going to give this a 3.95. I am going to give this a little bit of a score here because it kind of attacks as a 4/3 the first turn it's in play. Only 4 mana to probably kill a creature. Maybe not on curve. It all depends, right? So the ceiling on this is kind of high in terms of the removal ability, but the floor is low. If you play it on curve, it's probably not going to be great. So I worry. Summon Fat Chocobo is 5 mana, 4 and a green for a 4/4 Saga Bird. You can pay 1 and you can pay 1. On Chapter 1, you get Work. Learn to read. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with the Chocobo Landfall ability. And on Chapter 2, 3, and 4, everything gains trample until end of turn. That ability is called Kerplunk, which is good. In Limited, you do get like 6 total power, potentially 7 total power if you play 1 land for 5 mana. And that's like not terrible in Limited, so it's all right. But 3.2, it's not great. Summon Fenrir is neat. 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 3/2. On Chapter 1, you get Crescent Fang. Search your library for a basic, put on the battlefield, tap, shuffle up. Chapter 2, Heavenward Howl. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter. And on 3, you get Ecliptic Growl. Draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. I think that if Overlord of the Hauntwoods wasn't in Standard, this would be the go-to 3-drop ramp. Right here. This would replace, Topiary Stomper, And it would definitely replace like Clifftop Lookout in Standard. I think there's actually something to this, man. 3 power on your 3-drop, blocks pretty well, don't care if it blocks and dies. It trades with a thing and ramps you. Sometimes it puts a +1/+1 counter on a thing. Sometimes it even draws you a card. A body that ramps and draws a card is potentially a very high ceiling that I don't actually think it's that tough to get to. But this is another 3-drop creature that can be cut down. You don't love that, but even if it does get cut down, you at least get the land. This is a solid creature. I'm going to give it a 4.3. Summon Guardian Force Cerberus is a Pipe Dream. 4 mana, 2 and 2 red for a 3/3. Chapter 1, Surveil 1. Not great. Chapter 2, Double. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, the next time you do it, copy it. You may choose new targets. On Chapter 3, you get Triple. Do the same thing, but copy the spell twice this time. And you have full open mana for both double and triple when you get those. So if it stays in play for a couple turns, it's really dangerous. But again, that smells like a trap to me for the most part. So much as I want to love this card, I just kind of can't bring myself to do it. I'm going to give this a really low kind of 3.8. I know some people are going to be more starry-eyed about it than that, but I just don't know that you'll ever get double, and almost certainly you won't get triple. Summon Knights of the Round is 8 mana, 6 and 2 white for a 3/3 enchantment creature Saga Knight. On Chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4, you create 3 2/2 White Knight creature tokens. And on Chapter 5, Ultimate End, other creatures you control get +2/+2 till end of turn. Put an indestructible counter on each of those guys. Yikes. So this is another one that isn't legendary. None of these tend to be legendary, it would seem. When Sunfall leaves the format, Knights of the Round becomes really good. Even with Sunfall in the format, it's fine. You know what I mean? It does say that the creature's got an indestructible counter, which is maybe what you're talking about. But I think that you have won the game before Chapter 5 8 times out of 10. You know? Like 4 out of 5 times. I think you pulled it up. 80%. If you know, on the first 2 chapters, you've suddenly gotten, you know, let's say 2 chapters have transpired, you've gotten 12 power and toughness on 6 bodies. That should do it. You know, and if it doesn't, then chapter 3 will give you 6 more power on 3 bodies. You really should win the game just because of these tokens. You really should. That said, the same problem as Bahamut and some of the other cards we've looked at. Is this better than Atraxa? Is this better than Valgaboth? Is this better than blah, blah, blah? Is this better to Abuela's Awakening than an Omniscience? Probably not. So we're kind of stuck in a standard where there's just better things to do than cards like this. It's really lame because the card's awesome. It might be playable in Commander. You might ramp into it. It creates all the PT in the world. You can always blink it at some point. You know, it's indestructible, by the way. I should point that out. It's indestructible. So it is a little better in terms of like keeping it around than some of these other cards. It's not just going to get blown away immediately. But even if it does, even if it gets hit by, you know, Nowhere to Run immediately or something like that, and it just dies, or Virtue of Persistence and it just dies, you still get 6 power. And most of these sagas aren't like that. There's a lot to talk about with this, and I'm really wasting time doing so. I'm almost at the 4-hour mark already. That's insane. But how did we get there? But as far as this goes, I think there's something to it, but it might be just a little too much. It really might. It might be too expensive and honestly not do enough compared to other cards in Standard to just outright win you the game. So what's the point of the investment in the first place, you know? I'm just going to give this a 5.8, and that is only because of the sheer power level of the text box. I am kind of trying to factor in the casting costs as much as I can, but it is obviously a powerful Magic card no matter how you slice it. So I'm gonna go 5.5. How about that? It's a little expensive, but geez Louise, once it's on the table, watch out, Agnes. You know what I mean? Summon Leviathan is up next. I actually really like this card. 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for a 6/6 Saga Leviathan enchantment creature. On chapter 1, return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent to its owner's hand. And on chapters 2 and 3, until end of turn, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent attacks, draw a card. So I think this is another one of the bigger sleepers in the set. I haven't really heard too many people talk about this, but I think this card is kind of nasty in like a Simic ramp deck, or, you know, some kind of ramp deck that can get this ahead of schedule. I think for 6 mana, it's probably just a bit too much to cast this dry. But if you can reanimate it, I actually think this is a better reanimation target than a lot of the sagas in the format, or a lot of these saga creatures, these summons. But even if you don't have to reanimate it again, you know, you just like ramp into it on turn 4 or 5, and then suddenly bounce everything in a one-sided way. And then next turn, when you attack with Leviathan, when you attack with your 6/6 Ward 2, you draw a card. If you happen to have a Merfolk or 2 out, you probably win the game just because of your one-sided attack the turn this comes into play. But, you know, Kiora is one of these, an Octopus or a Serpent or something like that, you know, like Kiora is one of those. She's a good Magic card right now. And there's a couple of other, you know, cards that fit this creature type right now that I think could be playable in the Leviathan deck. Is it just a meme? I actually don't know. The deck could be way better than it seems on paper, because a kind of, you know, River's Rebuke on a 6/6 that's hard to deal with and also draws a bunch of cards like Enduring Curiosity style in the right deck. I actually think we have a real Magic card. And in Commander, it's fantastic too. In Commander, again, it's just like River's Rebuke for everyone. It's not Cyclonic Rift or anything, but it's reminiscent. You know, we're returning like every creature besides ours to our opponent's hand. So in Commander, this looks super powerful, but even in Standard, if you can get to this, I really think there's something to it. Hope I'm not falling for a too expensive Magic card here, but I'm going to try to play this. I really am. There's multiple Kioras in Standard. There's a couple of other like Serpents. There's Tolarian Terror, you know, like there's things that could work with this and just get a one-sided kill on the opponent, you know, but if you don't kill them, you get to draw a bunch of cards next turn. Something to this, man. I'm going to give this card a 6. I actually want to give it like a 7. I really do. But I'm trying to kind of, reserve myself here a little bit. I'm trying to be a good guy. So I'm just going to stick with 6, but I think this card is halfway special. I really do. Summon Primal Garuda up next. This is a 4-mana summon guy. It's a 3/3 flying Saga Harpy. On chapter 1, you get Aerial Blast. It deals 4 damage to a tapped creature an opponent controls. And on chapters 2 and 3, you get Slipstream. Another target creature you control gets +1/+0, gains flying till end of turn. Another one that's better than it looks. Compare this to a Flame Tongue Kavu, right? Your opponent has to have a tapped creature, but it is a 4-mana creature that deals 4 damage to a thing. That's a Flame Tongue Kavu that flies in this case, and it doesn't have to kill itself if there's no other good targets. Flame Tongue Kavu had to do that. And then it puts even more power and toughness on the table the next couple of turns. This only stays out for a couple of turns itself, but it does blow something up when it comes into play. I would draft, if I was in white, I would draft every single copy of this that I saw in Limited. This looks ridiculous there. Standard, probably not. Let's be honest, this is in the same mana cost as like Biza and Overlord of the Mistmoors, and it's not as powerful as those cards. But there was a point back in my day where this card would have actually been like kind of playable. You tell me I get a 3/3 flyer that blows something up? Jeez, man. That's good. But not great anymore. I will give this a 3.9 though. Summon Primal Odin is an exciting 6-drop too. 6 mana, 4 and 2 black for a 5/3 enchantment creature Saga Knight with no keyword abilities for me to miss this time. On chapter 1, you get Gungnir, destroy target creature an opponent controls. Chapter 2, Santetsuken. This creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. That player loses the game, kiddo. And then chapter 3, Hall of Sorrow. Draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. So what you have here is a 5-power creature, comes down, blows something up, leaves the table, draws you 2 life. Draws you 2 cards. And it's also going to make them lose 2 life, by the way. You'll lose the 2 life as well, but still, it does hit your opponent, and that's kind of nice. I think this is another 6-drop I'm almost falling for. This looks better in a lot of ways than a Noxious Gearhulk, and Noxious Gearhulk still sees commander play, and for what it's worth, saw a fair amount of standard play when it was in standard. Costs the same thing, 6 mana, blows up a creature when it comes into play, right? This does the exact same thing, and can just kill the opponent. If you have like a way to make it unblockable or something, they just lose the game. That seems like a fun mode, but even if you can't ever get that, you're still going to draw 2 cards off of it. 6 mana is probably the right cost for this. Sucks that it dies to like nowhere to run and, buffed up towards the tower and stuff like that. And that's probably what ultimately keeps it from seeing standard play. But the 6 mana does too. We have Liliana Dreadhorde General in standard right now. That's not seeing play. I think that's probably better than this card. That said, I do like this card and I will probably try to play it in standard. Very likely. So I'm going to give this a 5.5. I think there's some commander playability on this card. Yeah, give Odin Myriad and commander. That guy's thinking. You are thinking. Katzer Valus, you are thinking, baby. That is a good call. Yeah, I was thinking copy it, something like that, but that's Myriad works. Summon Shiva is 5 mana, 3 and 2 blue for a 4/5 Saga Elemental enchantment creature. Chapters 1 and 2, tap target creature and opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. Chapter 3, Diamond Dust, draw a card for each tapped creature your opponents control. I've seen a lot of people call this card Dog Water. It's probably not super standard playable, but maybe if you're playing Hilda, Crown of Winter, or especially in Commander if you're playing Hilda. This will end up drawing 1 billion cards and keep a couple of big things off your back. I don't think it's a terrible card there. I really don't. I'm going to give Shiva a 3.85. Summon Titan is 5 mana, 3 and 2 green for a 7/7 reach trample Saga Giant. On chapter 1, mill 5. On chapter 2, return all land cards from your yard to the battlefield tapped. Okay, splendid reclamation. On chapter 3, until end of turn, another target creature you control gets trample and XX, where X is the number of lands that you control. So that's a pretty good mode. Even when he leaves the table, he is putting his power and toughness onto the table. And that is not true for a lot of these. It only gets the bonus for 1 turn, but that could end the game pretty easily, especially if you put it on a Lumra or something. But even if you're just giving, Alana or Elves, like +7/+7 in trample, or even more, realistically more because of the second chapter, that can win the game too. So this is actually one of the better, more competitive looking of all of these, especially considering we have a deck that it goes in. The Lumra, Aftermath Analyst, kind of landfall-y green-black deck. This could slot right into and be a decent threat that also creates a decent threat, which is kind of what that deck needs. So I like it. 5.6. Next is cards we've already done. That's kind of weird. Kind of strange. But we are in the home stretch now, and we're going to look at Suplex next. 2 mana for a sorcery speed abrade that exiles. So you exile the artifact, you exile the creature if it would die this turn. You're trading that for sorcery speed. So not strictly better abrade, but very good version of abrade that I do think is like really commander playable. A lot of red decks will just play abrade and commander. They just already do that. So now they get to play 2 copies of it that exile. And that's kind of neat. I think that's playable. And I do think it could be playable in standard if we get enough stuff we want to exile. I really do. So right out of 5. Solid 5. Swallowed by Leviathan is up next. 2 and a blue for an instant. Choose a spell, surveil 2, and then counter that spell unless its controller pays 1 for each card in your yard. So I had people tell me this is actually really good the other day. And I had some people say, like, this is fine rather than bad. It is easy to cast. And, you know, compared to some other counter spells, I'll say that. And if you are playing Solar Flare, you know, again, Control, Reanimator, Hybrid, you can use this to dump stuff in your yard. Or if you got flashback cards or whatever, you know. Some people are looking at this like draw 2, counter a spell. And if you can make it that, then it's phenomenal. But I'm not going to give it more than like a 3.86 here, something like that. I do see the potential, but I'm not sure that it's quite there. That said, I might sleeve it up a couple times on the arena. Syncopate is a reprint. Don't have to rate it, but if I did, I would just give it a 4.6. Not even that. Syncopate gets like a 4. You do play it sometimes, though, especially back in the day. Tela Great Sage is a cool commander. 5 mana, 3 a blue and a red for a 3/3 legendary human wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature, you get a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. If 4 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, draw 2 cards. If 8 or more mana was spent to cast it, sack Tela. It deals that much damage to each opponent. Pretty cute. So if you spend 10 mana on a spell, any non-creature spell, then Tela's going to sack, go back to your command zone for a nap, and deal 10 to everyone. It's insane. But even if you don't cast a 4-cost spell or an 8-cost spell or whatever, every non-creature spell you cast will still get you a 1/1. So it's like a young pyromancer in your command zone. And it's not like we haven't ever seen this before, but it definitely goes well with Vivi. It might be a nice, like, budget commander. I really hope this ends up being budget. Because it'd be a fun budget, like, is it commander? Could go in Locust God, too, to make even more tokens for you in a deck like that. It goes in a lot of is it stuff. So I think in commander, you know, both as a commander and in the 99, this will absolutely find homes. Because it does so much. You know, draw 2 is really good when you cast a big score or unexpected windfall or something like that. Or factor fiction. There's a lot of things that proc this and draw 2. But again, just making dudes every time you cast a non-creature is good enough. You cast a mana rock, make a dude. Okay, cool. So I think Tela's great in that format. I'm going to give Tela a 6.3, and that is basically all commander, really. But next is Terra Magical Adept. Man, I'm glad we're in the T's now. This is 3 mana, 1 in Gruul for a 4/2 legendary human wizard warrior. When it enters, mill 5. Put up to 1 enchantment card milled this way into your hand. It has Trance. Pay 6 mana, 4 in Gruul. Tap it, exile it, return it to the battlefield transformed. Activate as a sorcery. So on chapters 1, 2, and 3 of Esper Terra, the 6/6 flyer here, on chapters 1, 2, and 3, you get a token that's a copy of a non-legendary enchantment you control. It gains haste. If it's a saga, put up to 3 lore counters on it. Sack it at the beginning of your next end step. That's how you break Knights of the Round. And on chapter 4, you get double Wooburg. And you exile Terra, return her to the battlefield front face up, where you get to mill 5 and put an enchantment in your hand. This seems okay, right? It almost always draws an enchantment when it comes into play. It can add double Wooburg, you know, it makes copies of your sagas and other enchantments. It seems really fun to maybe build around in Commander or something. But I've seen people say this is maybe buildable in Standard. I don't think so. I really don't. I think 6 mana is way too much for the transform. If you don't get the transform, all you did was all you got was a 3 mana 4/2 that drew you a card. Sure, you get to mill. Maybe you can take advantage of that somehow too. But ultimately, I'm just kind of not seeing it. The more I look at it, the less I'm seeing it. So I'm going to give this a 4 and move on, sadly. I don't know that you'll ever get to this Wooburg. Ever in your life. Double Wooburg. The crystals chosen is 7 mana, 5 and 2 white for some reason for a sorcery. You get 4 1/1 heroes, and then you put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. 7 mana is way too much for this. That is outrageous. I'm going to give this a 2. The Darkness Crystal is 4 mana, 2 and 2 black for a legendary artifact. Black spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile it and you gain 2 life. You can also pay 6 mana, tap, put target creature card exile with the Darkness Crystal onto the battlefield tapped with under your control with 2 +1/+1 counters. So very cool little card. All these crystals I will judge differently because I do think that they're at different power levels. That said, the black one looks pretty good, man. I'm going to give this, especially Commander. It's all true. It's always true with these crystals and most of the cards in the entire set. I will give this a 5.8. The, Jet Medallion effect is going to be good. That's good on all of these. But in this case, exiling everything, gaining 2 life every time a guy dies, and being able to just put any creature that ever dies into play, it's steep to do that. But, you make it a little bit larger. This is fine in Commander, so I'd be happy throwing a 6 on this. Earth Crystal is 4 mana, 2 and a green for a legendary artifact. Green spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If 1 or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control, instead twice that many counters go on instead. Pay the 6 mana and tap it to distribute 2, which is really 4 +1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures that you control. Any, doubling season or branching evolution deck is going to want this in Commander. There are a lot of decks that care about +1/+1 counters in green. So sure. And it gives you some cost reduction, so it's just another ramp spell in your green deck at the end of the day. That's pretty playable. I'm going to give this like a 6.4. I think this is pretty playable. Next is the Emperor of Palamecia, 2 mana, Izzet colors for a 2/2 legendary human noble wizard. Tap for a blue or red, spend it only on non-creatures. Whenever you cast a non-creature, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on Imp, and then if it has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, transform it into the Lord Master of Hell. This is a 3/3 legendary demon noble wizard with Starfall. Whenever the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, X being the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your yard. Each opponent. Right? If you have 10 spells in your yard or whatever, it's just going to dome everyone for 10. I guess the way to do this is to find red ways in your Commander deck to put +1/+1 counters, or blue ways. There are blue ways to do it. We just saw that Better Divination that puts a counter on stuff earlier. So you're supposed to put more counters on it, and then eventually cast something that costs 4 mana that will trigger this ability, and then it'll flip over into this guy, and maybe when it attacks, it'll deal a bunch of damage. Do you see how many hoops we're having to jump through here? What, are we a bunch of circus seals? Is that what we are? Do you think we're circus seals? This is, however, on the floor, a 2 mana 2/2 dork. He taps for mana, and he can play a bunch of stuff. Anything that's not a creature, he can cast. So I guess just judged on that merit alone, he's kind of okay. Kind of a weird Magic card in some ways. I'm going to give him, though, a 4.6. I actually think he's okay. Or she, but kind of looks like the David Bowie in the Labyrinth. But the Final Days is 4 mana, 2 and 2 black for a sorcery. You get 2 tapped 2/2 black horror creature tokens. But if you cast this thing from a graveyard, which costs 6 mana, 4 and 2 black, instead create X of those tokens, X being the creature cards in your yard. I've already said this is just basically kind of Revenge of Rats with more steps. And I do like Revenge of the Rats, but I don't like it enough to give it a high score, 3.7. The Fire Crystal is 4 mana, 2 and 2 red for a legendary artifact. Red spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Creatures you control have haste. You can pay 6 mana, tap it, create a token that's a copy of a creature you control. Sack the token at the beginning of the next end step. Looks like the worst of these crystal activated abilities, but in some ways it's the most broken. You can do a lot of wild stuff in Commander with this, but ultimately I think this has some of the least standard playability of any crystal on it. But in Commander, it's almost like a must-play in a lot of red decks, so take that how you will. 6.1. No, 6.0 for this. The Gold Saucer is a land. It's a town that comes into play untapped. Tap it for a colorless, or pay 2, tap it, flip a coin. You win that flip, you get a treasure token. Pay 3, tap it, sack 2 artifacts, draw a card. So, land does a lot without actually doing anything whatsoever. I'm going to give this like a 4, and the only reason it gets that high of a score is because it's an untapped land. Next is the Lunar Whale, another sleeper of mine. 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 3/5 legendary vehicle with flying. You can look at the top card of your library anytime. As long as the Lunar Whale attacked this turn, you may play the top card of your library, and it crews for just 1. A Mirrex token, a Fountain Port token, a lowly little guy. It doesn't really matter. Almost any creature besides those little 0/1 guys in the set can crew this. And as long as it attacked, it probably gets through. And even if it doesn't get through unblocked, if it gets blocked, it's got 5 toughness. So it's likely to stick around after combat. When that happens, suddenly you can go hog wild. Being able to cast stuff off of your, library. And it says play the top card, by the way. That's important. That's different than cast. So you can cast a card off the top of your library and then play the land on top of your library. And then cast a card until you hit another land. Unless, of course, you have a thing that lets you play multiple lands in a turn, in which case this gets better. Cards like this have been played in the past in Standard, in the relatively recent past, actually. So I wouldn't put it past seeing this card, this card see and play. This could effectively draw like 4 cards in a turn for you, sometimes fairly easily if you just go casting them cards, right? So this is actually pretty decent. Often effects in Commander like this are somewhat playable, you know what I mean? But often they're also more static. Like they don't have to attack. Like Vizier of the Menagerie doesn't have to attack or anything. It just does that thing. But this isn't restricted to creatures or anything like Vizier. You just play whatever you want off the top of your library. And I actually think that's better than it might read to some folks out there. So I'm going to give this a 6.1, and I mean it. The Masamune is up next. 3 mana for a legendary equipment as long as equipped creature is attacking. It has first strike and must be blocked if able. Equipped creature has, if a creature dying causes a triggered ability of a creature you control or an emblem you control. No, that's wrong. If a creature dying causes a triggered ability of this creature or an emblem you own to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. I was trying to make the card better than it actually is. It equips for 2. It's still a pretty good Magic card that has to be in every Aristocrats deck until the end of time because it doubles death triggers, and oh my god, you need that. So if nothing else, it's a good card in my opinion because I love Aristocrats decks. But outside of those decks, it's just not that great. There's really a handful of 12 commanders this works really well with, and apart from that, it's not that great. So I want to score it highly, but I'm kind of not because this is so situational. I am, however, going to assume that you're playing it in a deck that it's good in. I'm going to assume that and give the card a 4.6. Sounds low, but again, I just think the use cases on this are actually relatively low. The Prime Vista is 5 mana, 4 and a blue for a 5/3 legendary vehicle with flying, cruise for 2, and whenever you cast a non-creature, if you spend 4 mana on that thing, Prime Vista becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. So, okay, limited playable, I guess. It's whatever. I'll give this a 3. The Regalia also looks like a tuned for Standard Magic card. It's tuned for sure. It's a tuned Draven machine. 4 mana for a 4/4 legendary vehicle with haste. It crews for just 1, and whenever it attacks, reveal cards from the top of your library until you get a land. Put the land onto the battlefield tapped, the rest on the bottom in a random order. So it hits any land. It never whiffs, right? And apart from that, it's a 4 mana 4/4 haste. It can get you the ramp the turn it comes into play. It crews for the lowest imaginable cost, right? This is standard playable in some ways, I think. It depends on what decks we get, but if this ain't standard playable, that's going to honestly kind of surprise me a little bit. So, I think this card is really good. Thank you, chat, for agreeing. I say that the Regalia is like a 6.5. Really? A 4 mana 4/4 haste that crews for so little and any deck can play and ramps you and gets you whatever land. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Wandering Minstrel is Simic colors, just a 2-drop for a 1/3 legendary human bard. Lands you control enter untapped. The Minstrel's Ballad at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you have 5 or more towns, you get a 2/2 elemental creature. And if you pay 3 in Wooburg, other creatures you control get +X/+X till EOT, X being the number of towns that you control. The best thing about this, 2-drop that says lands you control enter untapped. If it had no other text, it might honestly be playable, but I guess in the Towns deck it's cute. It's a fun Towns commander if you want to do that to yourself. So I will actually give this a 5. And I know that looks kind of high compared to what I've been scoring certain things, but Lands you control enter untapped on a 2-drop is a relevant line of text. Mark my words. The water crystal is 4 mana, 2 and 2 blue for a legendary artifact that reduces the cost of blue spells you cast by 1. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many cards plus 4 instead. And you can pay 6 mana, tap it. Each opponent mills equal or cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. This is the worst crystal. Like easily, right? And I love mill, and I think it's going to be fun to do in Commander. Probably decent there in your mill deck, but all things considered, this is the worst one, like pretty easily, followed closely by the next one, but this is the worst one. Milling is not a great strategy in most games of Magic. It costs too much mana to do the big mill thing. You have to have other cards in your deck that mill, and those aren't the highest quality cards most of the time in order to actually get the +4, you have to play cards that mill. Your best cards like Tasha's Hideous Laughter, Glimpse the Unthinkable, blah, blah. An extra 4 cards isn't really that much when you think about it. You know what I mean? We're getting like 20 cards with Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Oh, we get an extra 4. Who cares? So again, I think there's like kind of real issues with this one. The best thing about it is the cost reduction. So I'm just going to give it a solid 5. And honestly, I don't want to do that. I want to give this a 4. I really do. But the Wind Crystal is 4 mana, 2 and 2 white for a legendary artifact. White spells you cast cost 1 less to cast, of course. And if you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. You can pay the 6 mana, tap it, and creatures you control gain flying and lifelink till end of turn. So you can bust through for a little alpha strike or make somebody feel really dumb for like attacking into you. You know what I mean? This is a little better than the blue one, but still, in case you're new around here, gaining life is known as kind of one of the worst things you can do with time and mana in a game of Magic, especially in competitive Magic. This goes, and so does the Water Crystal, goes very well in Hope S Time as your commander deck. But let's say you want to build Hope S Time in Standard. Are you really going to play 2 different legendary 4-drop artifacts that do nothing when they come into play? No, you're not going to do that. Not competitive Magic cards, really, but obviously in Commander, there's something to be said for some cost reduction, even at this. And if your deck cares about gaining life that much and for the right reasons, then yeah, the card could be busted. But decks like that are honestly few and far between. So I'm just going to give this card a 5. Same score. Thief's Knife is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for an equipment with Job Select. It equips for 4. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and is a rogue in addition to its other types. So a 3 mana, 2/2. Basically an Ophidian. It's trying to be a version of Ophidian, and those aren't as good as they used to be, but they're still kind of playable and limited. I'll give this card a 3.3. Thunder Magic is a single red mana for an instant with tiered. For extra 0 mana, you get Thunder. Thunder Magic deals 2 damage to a creature at instant speed. If you want to cast Thundara, you have to pay an extra 3, and it deals 4 damage to a creature. Thundega, on the other hand, is 6 extra mana to deal 8 to a creature. This is almost Commander playable. I really think there's not a lot of red instant spells, real burp, that can blow up anything. For a price, sure, but can blow up anything. So I don't think it's that horrible, but at the end of the day, it's probably not that much better than like a Burst Lightning. You know what I mean? It can't go dome, can't go face. So let's say 4.5. Because again, if it's just a normal burn spell, it's kind of okay. You know what I mean? It's not bad. Tidus Blitzball Star. Tidus Blitzball Star is 3 mana, 1 a white and a blue for a 2/1 legendary human warrior. Whenever an artifact you control enters, Tidus gets a +1/+1 counter. And whenever Tidus attacks, tap target creature an opponent controls. Yes, his name should be Tidus. Get it? Because water. It's a game about water. Tides, Tidus. It makes more sense. But his name is for some reason pronounced Tidus. And this one's just not that good, bless his heart. I will give him, however, a 3.8. I think there's some fun stuff you could do with him, but if you're going to play like Commander blue-white artifacts, play Urza, or play Mendicant Core, or play 8 other things, not Tidus. But Tifa Lockhart is up next. 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 1/2 legendary human monk with trample and landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, double Tifa's power until end of turn. So kind of a Mossborn Hydra for just 2 mana. That's good. It's got the trample and everything built in, so now you get to play 8 copies of Mossborn Hydra. One of them is less mana than a Mossborn Hydra. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So I think that this is a really, really strong card in this set. People keep thinking it's just Mossborn Hydra, but people are forgetting that when cards cost 1/3 less to cast, it makes them outrageously better. So, yeah, I think there's definitely something to old Teefs over here. And it ain't just what we've loved about her since we were 15 years old. You know what I'm saying? She still has that going for her, but I really think that this is one of the stronger cards in the set. Not just for commander landfall either. Standard landfall is really putting it together with stuff like this, buddy. So I'm going to give Tifa a 7. So possible. So possible, dude. This is actually a 7, and I think that's correct. Tifa's limit break, we actually covered earlier in the video, so I don't have to do it now. Somebody just asked in chat, no new cards today. They're all at the beginning of the speed run. We did the new cards at the beginning. But Tonberry is up next. A single black mana for a 2/1 Salamander Horror. It enters tab with a stun counter on it. Chef's Knife. During your turn, this creature has first strike and death touch. So you basically have to play this on turn 1. It's a little bit like Saz's Chocobo. If you play it anytime after turn 1, it gets exponentially worse. But on turn 1, it ain't half bad. You're swinging with a, Glissa E-creature, a first strike death touch guy on turn 3 with a decent power. If you didn't put that much investment into it mana-wise, it could be a playable creature in mono black aggro. So I'm going to just throw a solid 5 on this, even though that's too high. That's too high. 4.6. Actually, more like a 4.6. I don't think this is quite a 5. Torgal, a fine hound, he sure is. 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/2 legendary wolf. When you cast your first human creature spell each turn, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each dog and or wolf that you control. You can tap this guy for a mana of any color. So a mana dork that makes any color, and he only costs a couple. That's not uncommon, but a guy that can just throw counters on your guys and be a mana dork, actually pretty decent. So I'm going to give Torgal a 4.98. So I'm like, almost a 5, dude. I think that this guy is right at fine. He's most basically a 5. A mana dork that makes any color and also throws around counters. That's all right. Town Greeter is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 1/1 human citizen. When it enters mill 4, you may put a land card from among them into your hand. If you put a town card into your hand this way, you gain 2 life. This is better than it looks. 2 mana for a body that puts a land into your hand and might gain you 2 life. But the best thing it does is mill 4. It puts all 4 of those cards in your yard. Maybe you get a land back. But this is instantly better than like Blanchwood Prowler and other creatures like it. Because it's just fueling more graveyard strategies. Fueling a whole, extra card worth of graveyard strategies. That's a big deal. Kind of a almost Grizzly Salvage effect. Really a mulch effect on a body for the same cost as mulch. Is better than it seems, for sure, especially on a common. What was I going to say? Especially on a common. So I'm going to give this a 5. Serious, this is good. Traveling Chocobo is up next. 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 3/2 bird. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play lands and cast bird spells from the top of your library. If a land or bird you control entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, guess what happens? Can you guess? It happens another time. He triggered twice. So Panharmonicon for birds. I'm sure there's a joke. Parrot Harmonicon. There's something better than that. Come on. There's something better than that. Panharmonicocateel. There's some, come on. There's a joke in there somewhere. Anyway, Traveling Chocobo is fine. It's another 3-drop that dies to cut down. I really think that matters a big deal. Also dies to a dry burst lightning or torch the tower. I really don't like 2 toughness on my 3-drops. However, card advantage. I get to play lands off the top. I get to play birds off the top. I get extra landfall abilities, which is really the good thing about this card. This just doubles all landfall triggers. So good. It's probably at least halfway decent in Commander. I'm going to give this a 6.5 only for really just for Commander playability, but doubling landfall triggers is very good. Travel the Overworld. We're getting close, guys. Travel the Overworld is 7 mana, 5 and 2 blue for a sorcery. Affinity for towns, draw 4 cards. So if you have 4 towns out, this costs 3 to draw 4 cards, but it's still at sorcery speed. That said, I still think eventually, 2 mana, draw 4 is playable. I really do think it is. 4.7. Seriously. Triple Triad is up next. This is the single worst card in the entire set. Pen Macaw. Land Harmonicon. That one was sitting right there, wasn't it? I was trying to do something with the birds. But anyway, Triple Triad is very disappointing in terms of what it actually does. 3 and 3 red for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles the top of their library. Until end of turn, you may play the card you own exiled this way, and each other card exiled this way with lesser mana value than it. without paying their mana cost. So it wants you to actually play a lot of expensive cards in your deck so you can maximize how much card advantage that you get off of it when it triggers. But it's 6 mana for this, and you have to wait an entire turn for it to hit your upkeep again. You might not get anything good off of it. In Commander, it looks like an extra couple of drawn cards every turn. That could be good. But remember, if you hit a land, you don't get to play any of the cards that got exiled. Unless, like, literally everyone hit a land. But I guess it doesn't say tied, does it? You may play the card you want exiled this way and each other card exiled this way with lesser mana value than it. Yeah, if you hit a land, you can only play your land, and that's it. For 6 mana and such a huge red commitment, this card is absolute rubbish, dude. It's actually actively a bad Magic card. Again, card advantage, I guess, in Commander in red is so whatever, but it's just too much, man. It's way too much. I'm going to give this card a 1.9. And I'm serious. Ultima, my most hated card in the entire set. 5 mana, 3 and 2 white for a sorcery. Destroy all artifacts and creatures in the turn. Why does it say in the turn? Why does it say that? Why does it say that? In case you are not aware of why I'm so mad about this card, let me just tell you real quick. Let me look directly into the camera and tell you. You know what this actually does? You know, like, kind of the whole purpose of this card? It stops death triggers. Death triggers don't go off if you cast Ultima. So even when Sunfall rotates out, there will be tech against death effects, death triggers. And that makes me so mad. Mad, dude. It's like one of the only things the card actually does. So, yuck. I cannot stand it, but it is obviously a good Magic card. An unconditional sweeper that also hits artifacts. Could do a lot of work, obviously. This is a 7.5. Kind of the stock rating for a decent sweeper on 10 cards rated, 7.5 for sure. Ultima, Origin of Oblivion here. This is 5 mana for a legendary god with he's a 4/4 with flying. Whenever Ultima attacks, put a blight counter on target land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and abilities and has tap, add colorless. Whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional colorless. So when he attacks, he kind of ramps. He's kind of a 5 mana 4/4 flyer that literally any deck can play and also ramps, but you could also like make your opponent's lands crappy. You could like put this on the creature lands or in Commander, their Cradles, their Nykthos, their Cabal Coffers, their Urborg, so they don't get a bunch of swamps and all that. You could always do that if you wanted to. And your opponent won't get extra mana, by the way, off the lands. It's just whenever you tap a land for colorless. Add an additional colorless. Could be really good in Oops All Colorless, a deck that we try to make like literally every season, It's a stout 5-drop with decent PT, has flying to get in, can attack multiple times because of the flying sometimes, and will give you like real ramp. If you just pass directly into combat after you draw your card for turn, you'll have all your mana up. So this will give you ramp that turn that you can actually use. I don't know. I don't think it's horrible, but it's really, really niche. So not going to score it too high. 4.5. I know that sounds low, but could be all right. Ultima Weapon is 7 mana for a legendary equipment. Costs 7 to equip and 7 to cast. Equipped creature gets +7/+7. Is this the one from FF7? Is that enough 7s to where we get the joke yet? Whenever equipped creature attacks, destroy target creature an opponent controls. Yikes. Interesting, this is the one from FF7. Because they could have chosen the Ultima Weapon from literally any Final Fantasy. It's like, aren't there already enough swords from FF7 in this set? But either way, this is mostly just cute. Even if you have a way to equip it for free, you still have to get it onto the table somehow. And that's kind of tough to do. So I'm going to actually say this is a trap and give it a 3.8. Ultimecia Temporal Thread is 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for a 4/4. In a really nice dress. She is wearing that dress, baby. It's a human warlock, and when it enters, tap all creatures your opponents control. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So, comes into play, and again, Hilda. You playing Hilda in Commander? You're probably doing pretty good, right? Drawing a bunch of cards just because you did that. But because you tap down a whole team, you'll probably get in for a lot of combat damage, thus drawing a lot of cards. This probably costs too much. But again, in Commander, I think there might be something to it and some decks you might want it in. Probably okay. I'm going to give the Odin into Ultimecia. That's cute. That's very cute. I'm going to... You cast Odin. Next turn, you cast Ultimecia. Tap all their guys down. Get in for the combat damage. You win the game. What a team. And they are. It makes sense that Ultimecia would summon an Odin when you think about it. They're both summoners. But I'm going to give this kind of a surprising score. I'm actually going to give this a 4.4, which is low-ish. You know, it's not great, right? But a little better than I think some people would assume with something like this. I think there's definitely ways to abuse it. Ultimecia Time Sorceress is worse, but I guess it has the distinction of being the only uncommon in the game that can give you an extra turn. 5 mana, 3 a blue and a black for a 4/5 legendary human warlock. When she attacks or enters, surveil 2. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 4 double blue, double black, and exile 8 cards from your yard. If you do, transform Ultimecia. So you have to pay 8 mana and exile 8 cards. Okay. You get Ultimecia Omnipotent. This is a 7/7 Nightmare Warlock with Menace, and it has time compression. When it transforms into Ultimecia Omnipotent, take an extra turn after this one. So the cool thing about this is that it's just at the beginning of your end step. Like, no special way to trigger it or anything, just triggers during your end step. If you've got the mana, pay it. If you've got the cards, take them out. And I kind of like that. It's got an enters trigger that's not the worst thing in the world. You know, she's still wearing that dress for what it's worth, and it's worth something. But if you can make it transform, for instance, sorry about that cough. That was too loud. For instance, if you play, what is it, Moon Mist? Not the soda, but Moon Mist, the card. Then you can just get this flipped over immediately and get an extra turn. And there could be something to that. There's a lot of Moon Mist tricks in this set. That card is spiked like crazy. But ultimately, it's probably not actually that good. It costs a lot of mana to do all the modes on it, so I'm talked about it for too long. This is like a 3, really. Sorry. Ultros Obnoxious Octopus is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a 2/1 octopus. Whenever you cast a non-creature, if you spent 4 mana on it, tap a creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on that idiot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if you spent 8 mana on that sucker, put 8 +1/+1 counters on ulti. So, pretty bad. But could go in that Leviathan deck we were talking about earlier, right? This is a 2 mana octopus. Not a whole lot of those in standard, but I imagine you just find 2-drop merfolk that are better than this, but maybe you don't, right? Because okay, let's say that you are casting like 4 mana non-creature spells, Leviathan being one of them, but I guess when you cast your Leviathan, you're going to bounce all their guys anyway, so you don't really care about this, you know? I guess maybe if they counter your Leviathan, you still get this cast trigger. There could be cool things about it, right? I'll give Ulti a 3.7. I'm just not that impressed with it. Undercity Dire Rat is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 2/2 rat with rat tail. When it dies, you get a treasure token. Solid. Really. 3.75 even. So I'd be slightly better than Ultros. Unexpected Request is 3 mana, 2 and a red. Sorcery, gain control of a creature till end of turn. Untap it. It gains haste till end of turn. You may attach an equipment you control to that creature. If you do, unattach it at the beginning of the next end step. So a threaten effect that gives you a free equipment attach. Again, there's a lot of that in this set, and that's really good. A threaten effect that costs the same as threaten but is strictly better is sometimes even sideboard playable. And sealed playable for that matter. You can do some really wild stuff, like swingy stuff, using these threaten effects in that pre-release. But still, end of the day, it's just a threaten effect. I'll give it a 3.5. Vaughn, Street Thief, is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 2/2 legendary human scout. I thought this was in the Commander product. Whenever 1 or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. You may cast it. If you don't, create a treasure token. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each scout, pirate, or rogue you control. So some more like creature type support for creature types that we don't always see. You know what I mean? But ultimately, this guy's like kind of bad, you know? I'm going to give him a 3.6. Next is Valkyrie Aerial Unit. We are so close. 7 mana, 5 and 2 blue for a 5/4 artifact creature construct with affinity for artifacts and flying. When this creature enters, surveil 2. That's it. That's the whole thing. It does have affinity, though, so it might be a little bit better than it looks. That said, not falling for it. I'm going to give it a 4.4. Which is probably better than I should be giving it. Vanille, here she is, Cheerful Lassie. This is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a 3/2 legendary human cleric. When she enters, mill 2, return a permanent card from your yard to your hand. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you both own and control Vanille and a creature named Fang, you may pay 5 mana. If you do, exile them, meld them into Ragnarok. We have already reviewed those other 2 cards. So this is almost like an Eternal Witness-y kind of deal. You know, 4 mana, return a thing from your graveyard to your hand. You even get a little bit of a mill here. So, again, just like Fang, Vanilla is not the worst card you've ever read in your life. You know, I'll give this a 4. Vane's Treachery is 2 mana, 1 and a black for an instant. Kicker, sack an artifact or creature. Target creature gets -2/-2 till end of turn. If the spell was kicked, that creature gets -6/-6 till end of turn. Not a bad Aristocrats removal spell. It really isn't. I'll give it a 3.75. We've already done this card right here at the top of the stream. We've already done Vincent's Limit Break, but we have not looked at Vincent Valentine tonight. 4 mana, 2 and 2 black for a 2/2 legendary assassin. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters on Vincent equal to that creature's power. When Vincent attacks, you may transform it into Galleon Beast, a 3/2 legendary werewolf beast with trample and lifelink. When it dies, return it to the battlefield front face up. A 2/2 for 4 mana that dies to cut down. I'm supposed to hate this in standard, but if you can kill even one creature when it's on the table, and suddenly it gets a lot larger. And it'll get counters. It doesn't lose its counters when it transforms because it doesn't leave the battlefield when it transforms. Some cool things, but honestly, again, compare it to Sheldred. Which card are you playing? I'm giving this a 4. Vivi Ornitier is up next, maybe the most hyped card in the set. 3 mana, 1 blue-red for a 0/3 legendary wizard. Pay 0. Add X mana in any combination of blue and or red, where X is Vivi's power. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Vivi, and it deals 1 damage to each opponent. This card is probably going to get the highest score in the set so far. What did we give? Did we give the new City of Brass like an 8.5? So maybe not that high, but I will give this an 8.4. I will do that. I think that new City of Brass is more playable in a lot of situations, but this card is busted. It is. Even in standard, I think this card could potentially be busted. Takes a lot to get it up and running. 3 mana is more than you want to spend for a thing like this. It does die to a couple things you don't want it to die to, but all you got to do is keep a pump spell cocked and loaded, and then suddenly it can create 1,000,000 mana, and not die to whatever their removal spell is. When you cast that spell, it gets a +1/+1 counter. It pops everybody for a damage. Just this thing can get out of control really quickly. The mana ability on this is broken. I promise you that Gavin Verhey, this is Gavin Verhey's favorite creature, favorite guy in the history of Final Fantasy. He has said as much. And he got to basically design this set, be lead design from the ground up. And Vivi is the guy that he spent the most time and energy on making sure was good. That said, I think the card is good in standard. I think it actually is, guys. I don't know if it's going to be great in Corey Steel Cutter decks. And if it's not, Corey Steel Cutter might still be the best and fastest build to visit in the format. So maybe this card's not incredible. But I just think anything that has this first line of text on it is literally potentially broken. Not just busted, it's really good. Actually a broken Magic card. I think it's possible. So I'm going to give Vivi an 8.4 and get out of here. Warrior's Sword is up next. 4 mana. My voice is going out. 3 and a red for an equipment that equips for 5 and has job select. Equipped creature gets +3/+2 and is a warrior in addition to its other types. That is a bad Magic card right there, ladies and gentlemen. I will give this my nose is running. I will give this like a 1.9. Like, I really don't like this guy. But next is Weapons Vendor. Another potentially pauper playable card. 4 mana, 3 and a white for a Human Artificer. It's a 2/2, and when it enters, you draw a card. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you may pay 1. When you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. My nose is like seriously running. Why is it doing that? It's like super weird. But anyway, this, just 1 mana in pauper to equip whatever you want is actually like a pretty decent deal. So just for that format, I should give it an extra point or two. I'm going to give this a 4.3. I think it's actually kind of decent there. White Auracite is 4 mana, 2 and 2 white for an artifact. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this leaves the battlefield. Tap for a white, so a mana rock that also does the Oblivion Ring thing. Haven't seen that before, have we? That seems okay, Kind of, what is it, Buried in the Garden was the name of the card? It's like a Selesnya enchantment that enchants a land. Tap the land, it taps for double mana, and it Oblivion Rings a thing. That did see some sparing play at some point in standard. This probably won't, though. I gotta say, I don't think this is incredibly good, but I do think it's cool. And I think it might even see play in like some budget commander decks from time to time. So I'll throw a 4.2 at it. It is a rock. Rocks are playable. Oh my God, we're almost there. White Mage's Staff, 2 mana, 1 and a white for an artifact. It's an equipment with job select that equips for 3. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, has whenever this creature attacks you gain 1 life, and is a cleric in addition to its other types. A womp womp. Just not super great, right? So I'm going to give this a 1.9. World Map is just a single mana for an artifact. Pay 1, sack it, search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up. Or pay 3 and tap it and sack it. Search your library for a land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle. So you get any land for the 3 mana ability. Still not as good as Wayfarer's Bauble. I'm going to give this a 3.4. Xande, Dark Mage, is 4 mana, 2 a black and a blue for a 3/3 legendary human wizard with menace. He gets +1/+1 for each non-creature, non-land in your yard. So kind of a neat version of like a Haughty Djinn or something like that, you know. He's going to get a relatively big bonus, not just for instants and sorceries either, you know, artifacts, enchantments and stuff. Could be cool, but for the most part, he's kind of vanilla. You know, vanilla is not as good as a lot of other keyword abilities, and it's his only keyword ability. So sometimes he's just going to be like a 4 mana 7/7. That's just not good enough. It just, I'm sorry, but it isn't. So as cool as Xande kind of is, the final boss, like the big bad in FF3, I like that about him. He's just not that impressive as a dude. I'm going to give him a 3.78. He's better than that. 3.82. Huh? You're Not Alone is a single white mana for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. If you control 3 or more creatures, it gets +4/+4 until end of turn instead. That could also be pauper playable. +4/+4 for 1 mana is very good. It's very good. Might of Old Krosa good. So I'm going to actually give this a 4.9. I'm so serious. This is a really good playable pump spell. Could even see play in standard Boros Mice. Could make Boros Mice a real deck. It really could. Ishtola Rule over here is 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for a 3/5 legendary cat druid. At the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then if it's the first end step of this turn, there's an additional end step after this step. So extra end steps is really good with a lot of other commanders and a lot of other creatures that do stuff during your end step, right? Pretty easy to put together combos with this. But the casting cost and the fact that it usually has to stay out for a second, you have to even get to this point in the game, makes it 100% a commander card. So I'm still going to score it pretty high though. I'm going to give Ishtola a 6 because just about everything she powers up, like she combines with, is really strong. We've already had a couple of things tonight that we've talked about. You know, you could use Ishtola with. Golbez was a really good one, right? So I think that this actually has a life ahead in Commander and will cost some money from here on out. Yuna, Hope of Spira is 5 mana. I've heard a lot of people say they want to build this deck, like in Standard. This is 5 mana, 3 a green and a white for a 3/5 legendary human cleric. During your turn, Yuna and enchantment creatures you control have trample, lifelink, and ward 2. At the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 enchantment card from your yard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Yeah, the ward helps an awful lot. Yuna herself gets the ward 2 as well. The ward Tambien, but also the ward 2. It literally is ward 2. But that means that Yuna is a 5 mana 3/5 trample lifelink ward 2. Those are kind of fine stats, but this is a fine way, you know, of bringing back any summon, you know, any saga from your hand, like a summon Bahamut or a Knights of Round, right? That's in the same color combination as this. So whether you're building Standard or you're building Commander, this could be okay, you know. You have to probably ramp into it in Standard, and if you ramp into it, you also have to find a way to dump a enchantment into your yard at some point before this card comes into play. So there are some hoops you have to jump through, but this card does look somewhat strong and is a really cool like build around Commander. But like I said, I've seen some people have some hope for this card in Standard, and I kind of see it. I see it a little bit. So I will give Yuna a 5.9. Some of that's Commander, but some of that's Standard too. Zach Fair is a single white mana for a 0/1 legendary human soldier. He enters with a +1/+1 counter. You can pay 1 and sack him. Target creature you control gains indestructible till end of turn. Put Zach's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zach to that creature. This is the funniest flavor in the set. In a set full of really good, sometimes hilarious flavor, this to me is the one that makes me chuckle every time I read it. It's really funny. But it's not a weak magic card either. Not quite as good as a Selfless Savior. It sucks that it costs the mana to use the ability, but you'll still, like, it's a creature that protects your other creatures. In like Orzhov Legends, it's a 1-mana legend you don't mind playing because it protects your Ratadrabic and your Elisol Core and blah blah, your Delny, right? So I think this is actually a kind of playable Magic card. I'm going to give it a 5.3 just because of synergies. We are in the Z's. 5 cards remain, everybody. Xanarkand Ancient Metropolis is the last of these lands. It enters tapped and taps for a green, or you can cast Lasting Faith for 6 mana, 4 and 2 green. A sorcery, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Put a +1/+1 counter on it for each land you control. Now, earlier when we looked at, Balam Garden was one of the first cards we looked at. I was talking about how, like, maybe there could be a land-centric deck that uses a lot of sweepers to keep the board clear, right? And then when it finds its opening, it can, make a bunch of power up, a Balam Garden, attack in something. Xanarkand goes with that strategy nicely too. It costs 6 mana, but it can make an 8/8. Then you play an Arid Archway, pick it back up and make another 8/8 later. Play another thing that picks the land back up and play it again and get another 10/10 or something. It's just absolutely insane. If you play it correctly, this is probably a little bit better than it looks to a lot of people, and I imagine it looks okay to you. So I'm going to actually give this like a 6.5. I think it's like right in the middle as far as playability on these lands. Zeldinkt is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 0/3 legendary human monk. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. Nice. Zeldinkt gets +1/+0 for each land you control. Nice. A Chocobo ability. And at the beginning of your end step, return a land you control to its owner's hand. A little bit of a womp, a little womp on that. But at the same time, this is a great like landfall guy. If you're playing Dragonback Assaults in your deck or whatever, play a couple of Zells and you get extra landfall triggers every turn. You get like guaranteed landfall triggers every turn because you're bouncing lands. Actually kind of nice, dude. And I mean that in Standard. Probably a lot better in Commander, sure. But there might be work for this guy to do in Standard yet. Really. I'm going to give him a 6. Yeah, seriously. Xenos Yegalvis is 5 mana, 3 and 2 black for a 4/4 legendary human noble warrior with My First Friend. This is good flavor too. When Xenos enters, choose a creature an opponent controls. Until end of turn, creatures other than Xenos and the chosen creature get -2/-2. Okay, when the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, transform Xenos into Shinryu, Transcendent Rival, an 8/8 legendary dragon with flying. When it transforms into Shinryu, choose an opponent, and you got Burning Chains. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. So that's pretty obvious Commander text. But look at it out of the context of Commander. This is a better Massacre Worm than the Sephiroth, right? This is 5 mana for Massacre Worm text that doesn't target one of their creatures. Okay, you probably weren't going to kill one of their creatures anyway. It's just -2/-2, right? But you also get to, crush all the small guys on their team. You're probably getting like a 3-for-1 off this or something some of the time. And then when you do just cast Go for the Throat on the creature that you targeted as your friend, you get an 8/8 flyer. Like, I've seen a lot of people bash the Commander text. Like, this is a Commander card. No, not necessarily. This is a 5 mana 4/4 body that wipes the board and then becomes an 8/8 flyer. That's a solid Magic card, brother or sister or NB. I don't know. I accept all. You're all my friends. I will give this like a 6.5. I'm so serious. This is a body that sweeps and becomes an 8/8 flyer. How do you not like this card? Zidane, Tantalus Thief is 5 mana, 3 a red and a white for a 3/3 legendary human mutant scout. Cool that it's a mutant. When Zidane enters, threaten a creature. Gain control it until end of turn. Untap it. Gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, create a treasure token. So, end of turn, when you give their guy back, you get a treasure. Neat. A threaten effect on a body is always kind of neat. 5 mana is too much, but lifelink might be a big deal. The treasure token's cool. There's a lot of cool stuff about this, but I think 5 mana is just right out, to be honest. So I have to give it like a 4.2, but I don't know. Looks all right. And then finally, Zodiark, Umbral God. One of the better standard cards in the set, I think. 5 black mana for a 5/5 legendary god with indestructible. When Zodiark enters, each player sacks half the non-god creatures they control of their choice. Rounded down for some reason. I really wish that was rounded up. Whenever a player sacks another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on Zodiark. So if they have 3 guys, they have to sacrifice one of those guys, and you get a 6/6 indestructible for 5 mana. Do you get the deal? I'm just playing. Sure, if they have 3 guys, you have to round down. They still have to get rid of a guy from their side of the table. And what you receive is a 6/6 indestructible for 5 mana. That's good, right? Pretty good. If they have 4 creatures, they have to sacrifice 2 dudes, and you get a 7/7 indestructible. Like, starting to get okay. If you have creatures on the board, sure, you're sacrificing them too. But if you only have one other creature besides Zodiark, you ain't got to sacrifice Jack, son. But if you do have 2 creatures, suddenly, you're getting more +1/+1 counters on Zodi. So that actually seems pretty standard tuned in some ways to me. It's not a demon for the mono black deck. We're already not playing Aquazats and a couple of other 5-drops we could be playing. The Unholy Annex deck isn't amazing. This can just be bounced back to your hand by a couple of decks. Is it that good against Pixie with this town ain't big enough? I don't know. I really don't know. But I know that 5 mana for a 5/5 indestructible that probably gets bigger and takes a couple of things out when he comes into play should be a playable Magic card. It should be. It's not a sweeper effect, but often this will take 2 bodies off the other side of the table and be a creature they must deal with, like right now, or they're dead. So I don't know, dude. It's really tough to take out a 6/6 or 7/7 indestructible. They don't have a whole lot of minus effects that can do that in current standard. Maybe they hit it with the -0 quad 9 spell and just kill it, overkill. But most people I do not think will be playing that spell. This looks actually quite playable to me in standard. And Commander, for what it's worth. It's going to take a lot of creatures off the table and become huge there too, right? So it might be better in Commander, but still looks playable in standard, unlike a lot of these cards. So I'm actually going to give Zodiark a pretty hefty little 6.66 here for reasons. But 6.66 is a hell of a score compared to some of the other stuff that we've looked at tonight. And time, that is the entire thing. Right now I am at 4:54 on my stream, and we started about 20-something minutes in. So close to about the 4.5 hour mark. That's the same as we usually do. So I guess I didn't do any worse this time around. I was trying to. I've got to get faster. I've got to get a sub 3 one of these days. In just a second, I'll talk about all the people that have subbed so far and given bits and stuff like that. But I'm going to finish the YouTube portion of this real quick. If you've been watching on YouTube, congratulations for finally finishing. How many times cooking did it take you to finish this video? How many times driving to work did it take you? How many times sitting at work or maybe on your morning run did it take you to finish this video? I'm so proud of you that you finally did. 4.5 hours together in the whole, but we're going to come out and we're going to be better people for it. I hope you guys are excited for this set. I'm going to go rest my voice. Twitch people, stay around for a couple of minutes while we wrap things up. YouTube people, though, I love you very much. If you want to support the channel, you can always check out the Patreon, just $1 a month. And damn it, I do enough work to be worth $1 a month. Do you understand? I just ran my yap for 4.5 hours without stopping. Tomorrow, my voice is going to be like this. I'm not going to be able to record content. I put a lot on the line for y'all. Check out the patreon.com/SBMTG. Just $1 a month to get started. And you can vote on what decks we do this season. We got a Commander poll up right this second. But anyway, guys, apart from that, hit the thumb button. It's the one that is shaped in the fashion of a thumb. Hit that one, put it more recommended feeds, sub to the sandwich if you haven't done it yet. Again, if you don't have any money to support the Patreon right now, it's completely free to sub to the sandwich and help us get to 150K subs. But for YouTube folks, that is Itski Lewitsky, baby. I will catch you cats later. I'm Deb from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind.